Chapter 201 New Year's Gift. The next night. After a busy day, Nono returned to her room again. First make sure that she was not being monitored, and then make sure that she did not sense the chakra fluctuations of the ninjutsu. Then she took out a dirty paper ball from her arms and opened it to check, and then her pupils suddenly contracted. Because the paper ball was wrapped in a square piece of wood with strange symbols drawn on it. Rune piece. Nono quickly recognized it. Because this was one of her mission targets, and she had seen similar things in the route before, but they were just burnt. As long as the complete set of rune pieces were obtained, the researchers in the route could reverse the programming flow sealing technique. This time Nono finally confirmed her guess. Jerry is really the rat. Because this rune piece was found by her under the jujube tree southeast of the orphanage while she was walking with Atla. It just corresponds to the words southeast and jujube tree in the message Jerry left her yesterday. Although the instructions were not encrypted at all, she was a little suspicious and worried that it was a trap. But the symbol on the trunk of the jujube tree indicating the hiding place was indeed the style of the rat. So Nono decided to take a risk, and it turned out to be very rewarding. The question now is the condition of the rat and why he communicated with her in this way. And this can also be seen from the information given by the remaining two rats. Surveillance and sleeping. Surveillance is easy to understand. Nono, who can become an excellent medical ninja, certainly has a strong chakra sensitivity. Although she does not know perception ninjutsu, she can keenly feel whether she is being explored by perception ninjutsu. This is also one of the biggest reliances for her to become a walking shrine maiden in everyone's mouth. In this orphanage, she had this feeling all the time. Obviously she was in a perception array. Occasionally, there were stronger perception fluctuations near her, but they just passed by, and should not be aimed at her. But this also means that if you want to steal intelligence by sneaking into the key points, you have to crack or paralyze this perception system first, and you can't rush it. But more importantly, I heard that Jerry once it ran away, but was finally caught by Hideki. Obviously, it was the result of the perception array. Zisha was supposed to report the situation at that time. But it probably underestimated the perception array, and failed to escape and was caught. This was also the biggest mistake Zisha made. Because it was then put on a collar with a restricted range of movement. Nono had touched the collar on purpose. In addition to the dense runes drawn on it, it was also made of very hard metal. Zishu, in the state of a mouse, had no ability to take it off. But if it didn't take it off, it couldn't turn back into a human form, otherwise the consequences would be absolutely unbearable to watch. Nono had worked with Zisha for a while before and knew the weakness of his transformation. That is, it must turn back into a human form every few days, otherwise its consciousness will gradually be assimilated by the body. So Nono guessed that its countermeasure was sleeping, that is, closing the main consciousness to avoid being assimilated by the body. It will only wake up from its slumber when there is a chance to steal intelligence and pass on information. Perhaps this is why the previous information was so simple and crude. Although there is not much basis, Nono believes that this should be the truth. Otherwise, she can only draw a more outrageous conclusion. Someone has defeated the rat, and then manipulated Jerry to disguise as the rat, and handed over the information she wanted. The only one who can do this is Kimura Hideki. But this means that he already knows that I am a spy, which is unlikely. Even if this is true, it is normal to secretly kill or directly dismiss me. What is the purpose of playing such a drama with me? Then, of course it is for your people. At the same time, in the attic. While Hideki was making something, he thought distractedly. Now Nono should have seen the small gift he prepared, and I wonder how he will react. He did not use the telescope technique to check directly. Because when he tried to do this a little during the day, he always felt that Nono's body stiffened for a moment, as if he had noticed something. So he simply left it alone to avoid unnecessary trouble. In fact, using Jerry to disguise himself as Senior Rat was already quite risky, and it could be said that Hideki had no choice. After all, a person's reputation is like a tree's shadow. Other spies are fine, but Hideki was a little worried about leaving the walking shrine maiden in his base camp. But according to the original plot, Nono is a good person who really cares about children. As long as there is enough time, he should be able to win her over and even become a secret weapon to kill Danzo. And even if she is driven away or even killed, Danzo will only send new spies or use more radical means. Instead of that, it would be better to leave her behind. Finally, for safety reasons, Hideki decided to let Jerry work overtime and help him act out another play. Sometimes the dead are more useful than the living. As long as Senior Rat takes the lead and provides Nono with new information from time to time, Nono will naturally not act rashly. Then she would have more time to integrate into the big family of the orphanage and eventually turn from evil to good. As long as a few key intelligences are not leaked, it is still very cost-effective to use the insignificant intelligence to entangle Nono and Danzo. In fact, it is not easy to play this scene well. You need to completely control Jerry's body and show the demeanor of the senior's issue. And Hideki doesn't know the contact code of the root, and doesn't think he can easily deceive the ace spy of the root, so he has to come up with this setting of consciousness sleeping. However, if Zishu was caught by him soon after escaping, then this plot may not be impossible. In this way, even if Nono fails to contact Jerry, he will only think that Zishu is sleeping and will not be too suspicious. Even if Nono finds out the trick, Hideki is 90% sure that she will pretend not to know and maintain this tacit understanding with him. But if he unfortunately encounters that 10% possibility, then Hideki can only say sorry. Time passed quickly for several days. As expected, Nono Yu did not make any unusual movements and began to work quietly. But what was somewhat unexpected to Hideki was that the other female spies were also quite obedient and there was not much suspicious. According to Hideki's guess, they probably all vaguely realized that they were in the same industry, so they all wanted others to explore the way for them, which instead formed a strange stalemate. But in this way, Hideki could not test the effectiveness of his trap. So he planned to find a way to push them after the new year. But before that, he had one more thing to deal with first. In the training room lobby that had not been opened for several days. There are not many people here. It seems that everyone is busy. Hideki looked at the Might father and son, Obito, Asuma, and Ebisu in front of him and said. The new year is coming in 2 days. Thank you for coming here. Obito smiled with his head on his head. Teacher Hideki, are you going to give us red envelopes in advance? Well, although it's not a red envelope, it can be regarded as a New Year's gift. Hideki said. Actually, it's the training meeting next month. Several sets of training suits have been made. So I plan to find someone to test it and see if there are any improvements. What? It's just a training suit. Obito looked disappointed. Asuma, with his arms crossed, said contemptuously. Idiot, have you forgotten the breathing restriction helmet before? There must be something special about the training suit made by the teacher. Indeed, this training suit is indeed related to the practice of breathing techniques. You don't understand just by explaining it. Let's try it on first. After saying that, he nodded to Might Dai. Might Dai, who couldn't wait any longer, hurried to the children, took out 4 green tights, and said enthusiastically. Sorry for waiting. This is the strongest teaching aid for breathing techniques and even physical training, the new tights. As long as you put it on, you can immediately experience the joy of training and the true meaning of youth, and you can never stop. Akai's eyes lit up when he heard this. But Obito, Asuma, and Ebisu all stepped back and asked Teacher Hideki with a strange expression. Teacher Hideki, is this tights the training suit you mentioned? Hideki was taking out a scroll at this time, and smiled and shook his head when he heard it. Of course not. But before everyone could breathe a sigh of relief, he added. You still have to carry this. After saying that, he shook the scroll, and several turtle shell-like objects suddenly appeared on the ground. Obito and the others saw this and their faces fell. Teacher Hideki, you are just making things worse. Chapter 202 Kame Senryu Training Suit. Don't underestimate this tights. It is not only breathable, warm and moisturizing, but also fits the body perfectly without causing any hindrance to movement. As long as you put it on, you will definitely experience its beauty and never look down on ordinary clothes again. Might Dai was still chattering about his tights. But Obito and the others became more vigilant and resisted. Hideki scratched his head and said. Senior Dai, I told you, it's too early for the children to wear green tights. Fortunately, I have other preparations. Obito and the other two suddenly burst into hopeful light in their eyes. Then they saw Teacher Hideki take out several blue tights. As the saying goes, the disciple is better than the master, and it turns out that blue tights are more suitable for the children. Hey, hey, hey! Is it the color? It's obviously the problem of this tacky tights. Obito and the other two were complaining in their hearts. Asuma couldn't help but say. It's okay to wear a tights, anyway, but this turtle shell. Teacher Hideki, although we are Kame Senryu, there is no need to really wear a turtle shell and dress up as a turtle, right? Of course there is a reason for this. Hideki smiled slightly. You also know that the practice of breathing methods requires the assistance of high-precision perception ability to be carried out safely and efficiently. But we in Kame Senryu don't have the Byakugan like the Hyuga clan of Crane Senryu, so we can only rely on the power of the perception array. And to improve the accuracy of the perception array, the output of chakra generally needs to be increased. But this may interfere with the flow of chakra in the body of the detected object and affect the detection results. When I taught you the breathing method, I also relied on precise operation and experience to avoid this situation. After all, the perception array is not a real person. If you want to use this method to reduce interference, the difficulty of design and production will be greatly increased, and it is impossible to popularize it. And this whole set of training clothes is actually a stupid way to solve this problem. In short, it is a set of perception array system driven by you, which can allow chakra to flow normally in the body while playing a detection effect without interference. The chakra conduction material with rune patterns hidden in various parts of the tights is equivalent to the boundary stone of the barrier. This can limit the detection range to your body, greatly reducing the consumption of chakra. And the core of the perception array is inside the tortoise shell. In order to save costs, it is composed of rune pieces drawn by you, so the volume is so large. Although it seems a bit wasteful to have a perception array for each person, the design difficulty is greatly reduced, so it can be composed of simple rune pieces, which is more cost-effective. Seeing that Kai and Obito were already a little confused, Hideki shook his head and smiled. Let's stop here for the principal part. In addition, this turtle shell also has built-in weights, which can be used for weight training. And this is actually a disguise, making outsiders mistakenly believe that the turtle shell has only this function, reducing the possibility of leaks. Might and his son and Ebisu suddenly realized, their mouths slightly opened. They didn't expect that this set of training clothes had so many details. Only Obito and Asuma were looking at each other quietly, with a familiar sense of déjà vu. Here it comes again. Why can the teacher's bad taste be packaged with such a high-sounding reason every time? It's impossible to refute. Then Hideki spread his hands and said. You should have no objection now. Then put it on quickly and let me see. Everyone had no choice but to obey. A moment later. The four people who changed into tights came out of the bathroom. Obito, Asuma, and Ebisu were a little shy. Because this tights was indeed too close to the body and comfortable, they felt ashamed of not wearing clothes. And it was the first time that Kai saw his peers wearing tights like him, and he seemed particularly excited and curious. Obito, you have a good figure, quite strong. Kai, what are you doing? And Might Dai was particularly disappointed to see that everyone finally chose blue tights. If youth has a color, it must be green. Hideki felt the resentment emanating from Might Dai, and was a little speechless in his heart. He could only pretend not to know and began to instruct everyone how to carry the turtle shell. After everyone had finished carrying the turtles, they looked at each other and their expressions suddenly became a little strange. Because they found that everyone wearing blue tights and carrying turtle shells looked so much like Squirtle. Obito and Asuma roared in their hearts. It is indeed the case. So the teacher's blue tights are for this purpose. We have been fooled again. Hideki ignored everyone's resentful eyes and smiled nonchalantly. Then it's time to test. Please be mentally prepared. Although he said so, Hideki hooked his finger lightly after he finished speaking, and pulled the hidden switch of the turtle shells of the four people at the same time. The next moment, Obito and the others felt a tingling sensation in several acupuncture points on their backs, and began to tightly absorb the turtle shells on their backs, as if they were integrated into one. Then they found that their own chakra began to flow from several acupuncture points into the turtle shells. After about 10 seconds, the loss of chakra gradually slowed down. After the chakra flows into the tortoise shell, it will return to their bodies through several other acupuncture points on the back, forming a new cycle. At the same time, they suddenly found that they seemed to be able to clearly sense how the returning chakra flows in the meridian system, and then gradually spread throughout the body along the branches. And as long as the body parts where these chakras pass through, they can clearly sense their conditions, like observing the lines on the palm, as if countless nerve endings suddenly grew there. The children all opened their eyes wide and opened their mouths, dumbfounded by the amazing changes that took place in their bodies. How is it, the human body, it's amazing, isn't it? Hideki laughed. It's not easy to sense the various conditions of the body so accurately. Although chakra contains spiritual energy, it can be regarded as an extension of will. So as long as the chakra sensitivity is high, or there is a talent for perception, it can also clearly control the body's conditions like this. Those geniuses who can emerge at a young age often have this talent. Because this way of training can get twice the result with half the effort, and in battle, you can also control the body more precisely, so that the weak can defeat the strong. But to achieve the effect you are experiencing now, only the top geniuses who are rare can do it. Hideki's words once again shocked everyone. Especially Obito and Asuma, who originally achieved good results in the martial arts meeting, they are more and more confident in their talents. But when they think of the real geniuses who are practicing in this situation every moment, they feel that they are out of reach. Kakashi, Shisui. Each of them thought about their most wanted enemy, and their expressions became particularly solemn. Ebisu, who had the biggest improvement, was unable to bear the large amount of information coming from all parts of his body. He accidentally lost his balance and fell backwards. As a result, he turned upside down like a turtle, and it was difficult to turn over. Puff! Everyone couldn't help laughing when they saw this, and the fear of those super geniuses just now was swept away. After everyone helped Ebisu up, he said embarrassedly. Teacher, I feel that this turtle shell is a bit heavy for me, can you reduce the weight first? Of course, I will help you take it off first. Hideki said as he walked over and operated on the turtle shell several times, and then the device fixed on Ebisu loosened and could be removed by himself. Asuma was suddenly shocked when he saw this. Wait, Mr. Hideki, can't we take off this turtle shell by ourselves? Others' faces changed drastically when they heard this, and they also realized that this was indeed a big problem. Hideki shrugged and said, Don't worry, I'm not a demon, I won't let you spend the new year carrying a turtle shell. After everyone smiled with relief, he added leisurely. But after the training begins, for the sake of training effect, you really can't take it off for a month. Everyone's smile froze, and they wanted to ask. Is it too late to switch to the Crane Immortal School now? Chapter 203 Hyuga Clan, Danger. Hideki, your invention is really amazing. At this time, Might Dai touched the back of his head and said. But now only they can see their physical condition, I can't give much useful advice. Don't worry, Senior Dai, of course I can. Tive prepared it long ago. Hideki smiled and took out a few more small props from his arms and handed them to them. Everyone took them curiously and found that they were actually a few pairs of sunglasses. Ebisu immediately looked at Hideki with a sympathetic look, and determined that he was a fellow traveler. Hideki said that he was just pursuing the cosplay of Kame Senryu, so he just carried it through to the end. He said, you might as well put it on first, and then inject chakra into it to see what happens. After everyone did so, they subconsciously looked at their friends next to them, and they were all frightened and stepped back. Because in their field of vision, the clothes and even the skin of other friends were gone, just like the human models in the biology classroom, revealing the red muscle texture, which was creepy to look at. What's going on? Ebisu said tremblingly. Is it possible that he is wearing the sunglasses in the wrong way? Hideki laughed in his heart, and then explained. In fact, these sunglasses all receive signals from the sensing array in the tortoise shell. Then through the simple principle of illusion, the perceived image is superimposed on your vision, and this perspective effect can be achieved. After that, Hideki began to instruct everyone how to adjust the chakra to change the degree of perspective, so as to see the internal structure of the human body more deeply. So everyone also got the curious experience of peeling off their friends layer by layer. They saw with their own eyes how the heart kept beating, driving the circulation of blood, and how the muscles stretched and contracted when the human body moved. They could even see how the food that others ate at noon was slowly decomposed in the gastric juice, and then everyone vomited. Hideki thoughtfully prepared a big bag for each of them, obviously he had expected it. Don't worry, you will get used to it after vomiting a few times. Hideki comforted him with the tone of an experienced person. Because in order to make a lifelike mannequin, he also used perception ninjutsu to observe the internal structure of his own and others' bodies in depth. The shock brought by the scene of the moving human body is not comparable to the dissection of corpses. Hideki remembered that he couldn't eat for more than half a month because of this, which was really unbearable to look back. After a while, everyone finally recovered a little. But it is more likely that they just vomited all the food in their stomachs. Ebisu, who was a little pale, smiled bitterly. It's a pity that Ibiki didn't come, otherwise he would definitely like this function. Asuma also complained. I also think the torture department can introduce this equipment. I feel that whether it is the interrogator or the interrogated party, wearing this equipment can play a good effect. Then Hideki taught everyone how to turn on the chakra vision mode, so as to see the chakra flowing in the meridian system that is connected in all directions in the human body. Wait, the ability to see through chakra vision. Asuma was surprised. Isn't this the ability of the Hyuga clan's Byakugan? The principle may be different, but the Hyuga clan's Byakugan is indeed my source of inspiration. Hideki spread his hands and smiled bitterly. After all, my original plan was to use their Byakugan to help promote the breathing method, but I didn't expect it to become a competitive relationship. In fact, if the perception array in the tortoise shell is adjusted to the outward detection mode, then using this pair of sunglasses can really achieve a certain degree of perception and perspective ability. Of course, in this way the accuracy and clarity will be greatly reduced, and it is still a long way from being able to be used in actual combat. And the Byakugan has many functions, such as telescopic vision, 360-degree viewing angle, etc. My perception array is far from it. Although he said so, Hideki thought that if the telescope technique was added, it would be able to achieve 70% of the effect of the Byakugan, hehe. But even so, the children were already quite shocked. I didn't expect that the rare bloodline limit that the Hyuga clan had inherited for thousands of years would be imitated to this extent by Hideki, a commoner. Obito and Asuma couldn't help but mourn for the Hyuga clan. Why did you mess with Hideki? This is it. You want to steal the teacher's breathing method, and the teacher will copy your bloodline limit. Come on, let's hurt each other. Both of them doubted that the Hyuga clan, who had been relying on their old capital for thousands of years, could really compete with Hideki, who had endless creative ideas. Master? At this point, Hideki finally finished explaining the principles and usage of this set of Kame Senryu training clothes. So in the following time, he asked them to try it on their own to see if there were any areas that they thought could be improved. A few days passed quickly and it was the evening of New Year's Eve. On the streets of Konoha, there were obviously more pedestrians than usual, and they all seemed to be walking in one direction. The cold wind blew a few dead leaves and made them shiver in their thick clothes. In fact, according to the traditional customs of Konoha, people generally don't go out much on this day. First clean the house during the day, decorate the door and window pillars with kaidomatsu, shiminawa and other things to ward off evil spirits. When it's evening the family gathered around the kotetsu, eating soba noodles and New Year's Eve dinner, feeling very happy. There must be an important reason for everyone to get rid of the temptation of the kotetsu devil and endure the cold wind to go out. It turned out that a few days ago, Bandai Toy Store announced that it would hold some New Year's Eve activities in the square, and sincerely invited vendors and villagers to participate. The content of the event soon spread throughout Konoha. Did you know? I heard that the open-air cinema will broadcast a lot of programs on New Year's Eve, especially the Fire Boy King, which seems to be broadcast all the way to the end. What? Such a big deal. I only heard that Bandai Toy Store and surrounding businesses will have promotions, and there seems to be a lottery. And everyone who comes can get a lottery ticket. The grand prize is actually the New Year's special commemorative edition of Fire Silver Electric. There is only one in the entire ninja world. There is only one, it must be very valuable if it is sold. Then will you go to see it? Forget it. It's New Year's Day. Let's have a peaceful New Year's Eve dinner at home with our family. That's right, that's right. You can watch the movie later. You definitely won't win the lottery. Who would go to the square to blow the wind on a cold night? Such conversations have been happening everywhere in Konoha these days. Then, they all appeared in the square at the same time, not daring to look at each other, so embarrassed that they could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment on the ground. Obviously, their attempt to reduce the number of competitors in the lottery was completely unsuccessful. Chapter 204 Festival and Crisis. It was dark, but the Konoha square was bustling at this time. There was a bonfire every few meters, which not only dispelled the winter cold, but also made the square as bright as day with the colorful lanterns hanging high. The vendors on both sides of the road were shouting incessantly, selling all kinds of New Year's Eve snacks and New Year's gifts to passers-by. Even the hand who pushed the ramen stall did not make ramen today, but changed to make New Year's Eve soba noodles. Of course, he made a lot of money and felt that he had made a step forward when he left the store. The shops around the square were not to be outdone, and even the employees ran outside the store to solicit customers and loudly promoted their own New Year's promotions. Especially the Lucky Bag activity they launched by imitating Bandai Toy Store attracted the interest of many customers. Although it is impossible to know what is in the Lucky Bag in advance, and it is usually the backlog of goods in the store. But every time you see someone draw an expensive product from the lucky bag, everyone can't help but feel itchy and donate generously again and again. Of course, there will not be too many lucky people who can finally get what they want. Others can only look at the pile of seemingly useless things in their hands and laugh and cry, and then pin their hopes on the lottery tickets in their hands. This lottery ticket is also part of the New Year's Eve event. In addition to each person being able to get one when entering the square, shopping in stores and vendors can also get lottery tickets as gifts. In addition, various small competitions are being held in the open space in front of Bandai Toy Store. As long as you get a certain ranking, you can also get a lottery ticket as a reward. Each lottery ticket has a unique number. After the event officially starts, a lucky number will be drawn at intervals, and the villagers with the corresponding lottery ticket will be able to get rich prizes. The final grand prize is the New Year's special commemorative edition of Fire Power Silver Electric. You should know that this is the yo-yo made by Kimura Hideki, the inventor of the yo-yo, the only puppeteer in Konoha, known as the Toy Sage. There is only one in the whole ninja world. It is said that many nobles and wealthy businessmen are determined to win it, and they are willing to spend a lot of money to buy it from the winner of the grand prize. Now the price seems to have soared to 1 million taels, which is enough for the hiring fee of an S-level mission. This makes the Toy Sage Hideki a little embarrassed. Because his so-called New Year special commemorative edition of Fire Power Silver Electricity was actually just a layer of gold plated on the basis of the New Year version. In order not to disappoint everyone, he had to work all night and add some cool features to the yo-yo. Around 7 o'clock, the screen under the Hokage rock finally lit up, and Hideki appeared in it, smiling and saying, "Happy New Year's Eve! Welcome everyone to participate in this New Year's Eve event. Because it is just a start-up, there are many shortcomings, please forgive me. If it is popular, then this event will be held every year, and I hope it can become a new tradition in Konoha. Then I now declare that the Konoha New Year's Eve festival is now officially open. First, please watch the finale of the first part of Fire Power Boy King." The next moment, the square suddenly erupted in warm cheers. However, many people felt a little reluctant. Although it is just a childish story, after watching it for more than 2 months, I still see the feelings. When they thought about not being able to see Uchiha Fei's future experiences, they felt inexplicably depressed. Fortunately, many people also heard Hideki's hint. The first part, that means there will be at least a second part. It seems that this Fire Boy King really intends to keep filming. That's right. Now yo-yos are still selling so well. If it were me, I wouldn't give up this cash cow. Who cares? As long as there's something to watch in the future. As the theme song of Fire Boy King sounded, the villagers stopped discussing and watched the film seriously. Many children even sang the theme song skillfully, and eventually it spread to adults, and it became a popular topic. The whole square sang together, and the sound spread throughout Konoha. Many villagers who didn't come to the square to enjoy the fresh air finally rushed over after hearing the familiar singing, making the square even more lively. There's nothing much to say about the movie itself. Uchiha Fei finally defeated Mike in the yo-yo duel with hard work and friendship, and won the final victory. Although it was a plot that everyone could guess. But with the yo-yo skills that Shisui and Genma had practiced for many days, and the special effects that Hideki had worked hard on, it still presented a performance that amazed everyone. So when the ending ended and the cast list began to play on the screen, everyone applauded and cheered hard. Especially when a line of text appeared on the screen at the end. The second part of Fire Boy King is being produced. Everyone's cheers resounded through the sky again. Only Shisui and other actors were a little confused. Has the second part started production? How could they not know? Hideki recalled the second script he had just written a title for, saying that this was just normal operation. After the movie and the commercial, it was time for the first lottery that everyone was looking forward to. Hideki's image appeared again, and there was a lottery machine with a rather intimidating shape. But its function was only to randomly draw one number ball from 0 to 9. Repeat it several times, and it would be the winning lottery ticket number this time. Because the villagers usually have several lottery tickets, the first number hit rate is actually quite high. Therefore, everyone has a strong sense of participation. Every time the lottery machine draws a number, cheers and sighs can be heard from all over the square. Even the villagers who have no chance of winning can't help but look forward to it, wondering who will win the first prize. After Hideki read out the last number, a ninja school student suddenly jumped up, almost crazy with joy. "Hey! Okay! I won! Hideki wanted to say that the prize was a set of winter vacation homework, so that this kid would calm down. But he still held back and handed him a Rubik's Cube that would emit colorful dazzling light as long as it was restored. The boy was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. He was about to show his skills on the spot and show everyone the actual effect of the Rubik's Cube. But when he actually took the Rubik's Cube, his smile suddenly froze. Because this Rubik's Cube was actually a 5th level one. How can this thing be restored? Waiting online, very urgent. Because it was the new year, Hideki was kind for once and secretly used his human body to borrow his hand to restore the Rubik's Cube. Then a dazzling light flashed out from the Rubik's Cube, which surprised everyone. And this boy was also very smart. As soon as he got off the stage, he quickly sold it to a ninja from the Nara clan and made a lot of money, which made everyone around him envious. Then other New Year special programs began to play on the screen. However, everyone's mind was on the lottery at this time, and they couldn't wait to start the next lottery. Dad, walk faster, you said that if my final grades are good, you will buy me a Firepower Silver Electric. I know, don't run so fast, there are so many people here, be careful of danger. It's okay, it's okay. The little boy got his father's promise, and recalled the scene in the movie just now. How could he suppress his excitement? So he decisively walked through the crowd with his short legs, and ran towards the toy store anxiously. However, he didn't know at this time that he had been stared at by malicious eyes. Just when he passed the entrance of a dark alley, 2 big hands suddenly stretched out from the darkness. One hand covered his mouth, and the other hand held his body, and he was about to drag him into the alley. Chapter 205 Fugaku's Advice. Boom! The sole of a ninja boot suddenly appeared and directly hit the owner of the hands on the cheek, kicking him hard and knocking him into a trash can. Such a big commotion naturally attracted many nearby villagers to watch. What's going on? I don't know, it seems that guy suddenly hit someone. SHH, didn't you see his police uniform? Be careful of getting into trouble. Humph, is it the Uchiha clan again? Can't they let everyone have a good time even during the new year? The one who just kicked someone away was a hedgehog-headed youth. He was already a little annoyed that he had to work overtime during the Chinese New Year. Hearing this, he finally couldn't help but said coldly. Do you have any objections to the police department's work? Or you have a relationship with this human trafficker, then come back to the police department with me to celebrate the new year. Human trafficker. You, don't talk nonsense, we have nothing to do with him. Yes, and how can you be sure that he is a human trafficker? The villagers who had been the loudest just now were all scared and retreated. But everyone looked at the police officer with doubts. The so-called human trafficker was already foaming at the mouth and would not wake up for a while. And the little boy who might be the victim was completely confused and burst into tears, and nothing could be asked. Based on the one-sided words of the police officer alone, how could anyone believe it so easily? Just then, a familiar voice rang out. Don't worry, this police officer didn't lie. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and found that the guy who spoke was squatting, holding a lollipop to make the little boy laugh, and stopped making noise. Then he stood up and smiled. I just saw it, that guy did try to kidnap the kid. The crowd realized that the person who spoke was actually the owner of Bandai Toy Store, the Toy Fairy, Kimura Hideki, who had just given everyone a prize on the big screen. So their attitudes changed 180 degrees. If it was manager Zayashu who saw it, then it must be correct. Of course we can trust Mr. Zayashu. Then aren't we blaming the good guy wrongly? Humph, who asked the police department to fight over a disagreement? This is what they deserve. Seeing that the police officer's eyes were red, Zayashu clapped his hands and said. Okay, now that the problem is solved, let's go and don't interfere with the work of the police team. By the way, the next round of lottery draws is about to start. Don't blame me if you don't hear the winner later. Before he finished speaking, he saw that the villagers who were eating melons had already dispersed, and they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The little boy's father also noticed his child at this time, and hurried forward to check on him. And the police officer didn't seem to appreciate Zayashu's help. He snorted and walked towards the traffickers. Will you die if you say thank you? You deserve to be unwelcome. Hideki spread his hands and complained in his heart. Then he saw more police officers coming over, ready to carry the trafficker away. The police captain Fugaku was also there, asking the police officer for details in a deep voice. Kazama, Are you sure he is really going to kidnap the child? Yes, clan leader. Fugaku's face darkened and he said. It was just a precaution, but I didn't expect them to dare to commit a crime in Konoha. Take this guy back first and interrogate him to find out who is behind him. No matter who it is, if he dares to disturb the law and order of Konoha, our police department will make him regret it. Yes. Hideki felt that he had nothing to do with it, so he turned and walked towards the toy store. But he was stopped by someone after a few steps. Teacher Hideki, please stay. Hideki turned around and smiled. Captain Fugaku, do you have something to talk to me about? Fugaku nodded and bowed. Thank you for your righteous words just now. Hideki waved his hands. You're welcome. This festival event has caused you to work overtime. I should thank you. We just did what we should do. Fugaku said lightly, and then got to the point. Actually, I've always wanted to talk to Teacher Hideki. I wonder if you have time now. Hideki spread his hands and smiled. If you don't mind me giving everyone a prize occasionally, you can come to my store to talk. Fugaku naturally had no objection, so the two soon came to the projection room in the toy store. Fugaku first looked around with a little curiosity at the various high-tech machines and screens. One screen seemed to be showing the picture on the big screen outside. Now a special program of Dingzo and Shouda is being broadcast, a special edition of New Year's holiday food. One of them is cooking crazily, and the other is eating crazily, cooperating more tacitly than Zhu El Yuzhou. The audience in the square was drooling with greed, and the business of the vendors became more and more popular. Fugaku quickly retracted his gaze and said to Hideki. Before Shisui and Obito achieved such good results in the martial arts competition, I haven't formally thanked you, Teacher Hideki. And the matter of Shisui and Taihuo is also thanks to your help and concealment. Otherwise, the reputation of the Uchiha clan will definitely become worse. You're welcome, I think it's mutually beneficial between them. And the martial arts competition can go smoothly, which is more beneficial to me. Hideki shrugged, and seeing that Fugaku seemed a little hesitant, he got straight to the point. So what exactly do you want to talk to me about, Captain Fugaku? Fugaku pondered for a few breaths, thinking of Teacher Hideki even Setsuna having seen the elder's madness before, there was nothing to be embarrassed about, so he made up his mind and said. Teacher Hideki, I think you just saw it. The villagers have a deep prejudice against our Uchiha clan. Recently, I found that the movie shot by Shisui has slightly improved the reputation of our clan among children. So I want to make persistent efforts and hope to cooperate with you, Teacher Hideki, to see if I can use movies to improve the impression of the Uchiha clan in the hearts of all villagers. Of course, remuneration is definitely not a problem. Hideki sighed in his heart. Sure enough, we can't treat the residents of the ninja world as fools. Someone has discovered the magic of movies so quickly. Indeed, in the ninja world with low literacy rates, movies with low thresholds and good effects are the super killer of publicity. But this money is not easy to make for the time being. Hideki considered his words before speaking. Captain Fugaku, forgive me for being blunt. Your idea is indeed very interesting, but movies are not omnipotent after all. What you see on the screen is definitely not as convincing as what you see with your own eyes. Just like the incident just now. The villagers' groundless suspicion is certainly wrong, but the law enforcement method of that police officer is not much better. It is just deepening everyone's stereotype of your clan. Children don't have deep prejudices against the Uchiha clan, and they don't have the opportunity to contact them on weekdays, so they can easily change their minds because of movies. But if you want to change adults' minds, movies alone are not enough, and it may even have the opposite effect. Before using movies to change everyone's minds, I think Captain Fugaku, you have to change the police department first. Style. Fugaku was silent for a moment, and finally smiled bitterly and said. Teacher Hideki, you really speak your mind. But if you are not really for the good of Konoha, you will not tell me so much. No wonder Shisui and Obito admire you so much. Without waiting for Hideki to be humble, Fugaku sighed again. Since you are so frank, I won't hide it. In fact, I am also very clear about the problem you are talking about. But I have only been the clan leader for a short time, and the younger generation has not grown up yet. So there are not enough people now to let the old people in the police department retire and rectify the discipline through blood transfusion. As for changing their minds, I no longer have such expectations now. Hideki saw that Fugaku looked tired and unloved, and couldn't help but feel a little sympathetic. It is not easy for Fugaku to manage a group of psychopaths and paranoids every day. No wonder he was secretly happy when he found out that the filial son Itake wanted to betray and destroy the clan, and he was probably happy in his heart. "I'm tired, let's destroy it, hurry up." Out of sympathy, Hideki still reminded him slightly. In fact, although the police department is under the charge of the Uchiha clan, it does not mean that the police officers must have the surname Uchiha. To be honest, I think the simple police work can be taught to ordinary ninjas. And the ninjas of the Uchiha clan are responsible for difficult work, which can not only give full play to their strengths, but also reduce friction with the villagers. I have thought of a name, let's call it the Flying Tigers. Chapter 206. What's so good about Cat and Mouse? Let ninjas other than the Uchiha clan join the police department? Hideki's proposal shocked Fugaku's eyes. He subconsciously suspected that Hideki was instructed by the Konoha high level to interfere in the police department and reduce the strength of the Uchiha clan. After all, controlling the power of a department is the goal pursued by almost every ninja in the village. How could the Uchiha clan, who had already regarded the police department as their own private land, share it again? But looking at Hideki's smiling face, he thought calmly and found that this idea might not be impossible. Just like Hideki in front of him. Since he returned to the village, he has been sharing his various inventions and technologies, which makes people can't help but criticize his wasteful behavior. But the facts have proved that his wastefulness has also leveraged the power of the entire Konoha for his use, and in just one semester, a new force has been established. The best thing is that unlike the usual vigilance and suppression, everyone is happy to see this new force, because they know that it will only bring them more benefits. This also made Fugaku realize something. Perhaps as long as he is strong enough and holds the initiative, appropriate sharing can reap greater rewards. But he still couldn't make up his mind immediately. After all, Hideki only needs to make his own decisions, and he has a lot to consider. The opinions of Konoha's high-level officials, the reactions of the clan members, the specific reform plan of the police department, the stay or departure of the team members. Of course, whether there are ninjas willing to work in the police department with a bad reputation is also a big problem. Fugaku can still find a way to solve the previous one, but he is really helpless with the last one. If you want everyone to join, you have to improve the reputation, and if you want to improve the reputation, you have to rely on everyone to join. Forget it, it's a vicious circle. So he can only throw the problem to Hideki again. After listening to Fugaku's doubts, Hideki also complained in his heart. It is indeed a bit stressful to work with a group of red-eyed monsters. Then he pondered. Everyone looks for jobs based on salary and prospects. As long as the remuneration is generous, and the training guidance is used as a selling point, it should be able to attract the interest of many young ninjas. As for the reputation, there is actually a way. Since the situation of the police department cannot be improved immediately, we can only play to our strengths and avoid our weaknesses. In fact, the current police officers are quite responsible in their work and have indeed maintained the law and order of Konoha. It's just that their attitude is too bad, so the villagers can't realize or admit this fact. Take the human traffickers as an example. If it were normal times, even if the team member successfully arrested the criminal, he would not be able to gain the trust and praise of the villagers. Even if you destroy this human trafficking organization later, I think with the character of the Uchiha clan, I guess they won't publicize it. In this way, the villagers have no way of knowing your efforts behind the scenes, and naturally they won't change their views on you. Seeing Fugaku like he had found a wise man nodding repeatedly, Hideki smiled and said, "Since your clan is not good at speaking, why don't you find a mouthpiece that can help you promote?" "You mean using newspapers to promote?" Fugaku hesitated. Hideki spread his hands and smiled. "How can a written description be as credible as seeing it with your own eyes? In fact, I am going to prepare a new program after the new year, called Konoha News. In simple terms, it is similar to newspapers, but it is presented in the form of images. The content includes weather, economy, people's livelihood in the village, interesting stories of ninja schools, political situation outside the village, etc. I think the work content of the police department should also be a good gimmick. As long as they see your silent contribution to Konoha, the villagers will definitely change their views on you. And this will also popularize laws and regulations and reduce conflicts caused by this aspect. And even the most unruly police officers should be restrained in front of the camera." Konoha News. Fugaku was stunned by Hideki's idea again. You should know that although there are newspapers and periodicals in the ninja world, they are generally biased towards business and entertainment. With the pressure of the two mountains of nobles and ninjas, many things are difficult to see in the newspapers. I didn't expect Hideki to be so radical that he would directly put intelligence from small matters involving people's livelihood to big matters discussing the situation in the ninja world on the screen. Is this really okay? Don't worry, Lord Hokage has agreed to let me try. Hideki certainly knew what Fugaku was worried about, so he smiled and said. After all, if we don't occupy the high ground of public opinion, the enemy will occupy it. In recent years, the means of spreading false or unfavorable intelligence through spies have emerged in the ninja world. Instead of letting the villagers be used by those with ulterior motives because of gossip, it is better to provide an official news channel. Then Hideki sighed and said. After all, we have tasted the bitter fruit of letting public opinion ferment before. I think Captain Fugaku, you should not have forgotten the matter of Senior White Fang. Fugaku shook his head solemnly. The wave of public opinion that forced Konoha White Fang to commit suicide to apologize was completely one-sided. He still felt a little scared when he recalled it now. Because he still hasn't figured out who was behind it. Was it the Konoha high-ranking officials who didn't want Hatake Sakumo to be more successful than the master, or the enemy village forces who were afraid of White Fang's strength? Or was it both? And if the enemy used this method on the Uchiha clan, how would he deal with it? Or is the current predicament of the Uchiha clan actually inseparable from it? No matter what, White Fang's previous experience finally made Fugaku determined, and he nodded slowly. Since it is approved by the Hokage, then we, the Uchiha clan, will certainly try our best to cooperate. Then I wonder what we should do specifically. After a while, Hideki and Fugaku walked out of the toy store. Fugaku held the reel with the camera in his hand, with a smug look on his face. It seemed that he had already discussed many details with Hideki. Of course, he did not forget to sincerely say to Hideki. Thank you so much, Hideki, for this time. I have benefited a lot from talking with you. No, I said it was mutually beneficial. The intelligence channels of the Uchiha clan are also very helpful to my program. Hideki chuckled, and then added. The program will probably be officially broadcast after the new year, so Fugaku, you don't have to worry. You can let the team members get familiar with the use of the camera first, and accumulate some materials by the way. If you have any questions, you can come to me at any time. Fugaku nodded seriously, and the two said goodbye. Fugaku couldn't wait to go back to the police department to study the use of the camera. But at this moment, a brand new program started playing on the square screen. Title, Tom and Jerry. Fugaku, who paid more and more attention to this open-air cinema, stopped to see what new programs Hideki had come up with. The screen went dark and then lit up again. Then a scene of a little mouse running on its feet appeared on the screen. Wow, so cute! The clever and cute appearance of the little mouse immediately won the favor of many children and women. Because Hideki had concealed it well before, the children from the orphanage who came to the festival to help and his students did not expect Jerry to appear on the screen, and they could not help but exclaimed. But many adults still subconsciously disliked the annoying mice, and even Jerry's cute appearance could not be completely reversed. Fugaku, who was conservative by nature, was of course no exception. Fortunately, a cute blue and white kitten appeared on the screen next, and this time it received unanimous praise from everyone. It was seen lying lazily on the ground, pressing the mouse's tail with its paws, and showing a very humane playful expression. Perhaps because of their similar personalities, the Uchiha clan and the ninja cats have always had a good relationship. Therefore, Fugaku, a closeted cat lover, also became a little curious and began to watch it patiently. However, this movie, the content of the film was a little difficult for him to understand. Because it was just like the title, a cat and mouse video. It's just that the cat and mouse in it should be ninja beasts, not only can they walk on 2 feet, but also they are quite agile. But that's all. Compared with the powerful ninja beasts he had seen, the abilities of these two little things were not worth mentioning at all. Of course, Fugaku didn't know that Hideki didn't let Tom and Jerry show too many magical powers in the early stage considering the villagers' acceptance. The only thing Fugaku recognized was the wisdom of these two ninja beasts. Because they could flexibly use various daily necessities to fight, and many of their uses were unexpected to him. It's a pity that the cat was too careless and didn't kill the mouse immediately after catching it, so it would run away every time. If it was a ninja cat from the Uchiha clan, it would probably end the battle in a few seconds. This made Fugaku wonder whether he should help Hideki train these two potential ninja beasts, so that they could present a more exciting battle, which could be regarded as a small return for Hideki's help. However, at this time, he found that the villagers in the square would burst into laughter from time to time following the scenes on the screen. What's so funny about this? Fugaku was puzzled. If Hideki was still beside him, he would have seriously discussed with him the relationship between comedy and reality. The magical performance of Tom and Jerry on the screen was indeed not surprising in Fugaku's eyes, but it was unprecedented in the eyes of the villagers. This sense of unreality that deviated from the daily life just gave everyone a sense of alienation. In this way, they would not worry about whether the cute cat and mouse would really get hurt, and they could laugh at their funny behavior without worrying. Fugaku, who had been carefully analyzing the various mistakes in the battle between the two, certainly could not appreciate the beauty of it. Although he didn't find it funny, the tight plot that reversed every 10 seconds still attracted his attention. So he couldn't help but continue to watch to the end with a critical eye. Unexpectedly, the ending made him angry, because it was the mouse that won the final victory. Although there were many people in the square who laughed or applauded. But as a cat fan, he was particularly dissatisfied. Do you know how hard Tom worked? But Fugaku soon let it go. Because it was probably just an experimental work shot by Hideki, and the story of only a few minutes was proof of it. After complaining in his heart, Fugaku took another step and prepared to walk to the police department. Who knew that at this moment, the screen suddenly lit up again and started playing a new episode of Tom and Jerry. The villagers who hadn't seen enough just now cheered, and then watched intently again. And Fugaku's raised foot stayed in the air for a long time, and finally fell back to the original place. He wanted to see what kind of stories Hideki could come up with about Tom and Jerry. With this critical thought, Fugaku continued to watch. Chapter 207, One More Episode. After an unknown amount of time, another episode of Tom and Jerry ended. But what appeared next was not the next episode, but Hideki's image. The square was suddenly filled with grief. No one had ever found that boss Hideki was so hateful. One more episode. One more episode. Under the instigation of Obito, who did not want to reveal his name, a wave of people shouting one more episode gradually formed in the square. This made Hideki on the screen laugh and cry, and he reminded helplessly. I am also very honored that everyone likes my new work so much. It's just that it's almost midnight, and it's time to draw the grand prize and welcome the arrival of the new year. Everyone woke up from their dreams and was surprised that time passed so quickly. It was almost midnight. Especially when they were just watching Tom and Jerry, they could hardly feel the passage of time. Fugaku, who was originally planning to watch one more episode and then leave, was also shocked to find that he was still standing there, and he had already watched one more episode many times. What is the charm of this cat and mouse story that makes him unable to move his eyes away and unable to lift his feet? Just then, someone in the square shouted again. There are still more than 10 minutes before the new year, and there is still time to watch one more episode of Cat and Mouse. Everyone heard it, so the voices of one more episode came one after another. Speaking of which, the biggest reason why everyone came here in the cold weather is actually the final grand prize. But now that they have just become addicted, they no longer care about the grand prize, they just want to watch one more episode of Cat and Mouse first. It seems that they will die without Cat and Mouse. Seeing the indignation of the crowd, Hideki on the screen could only spread his hands and smile bitterly. Well, then watch one more episode first. Great! Everyone in the square cheered. However, everyone didn't know that their reaction was actually expected by Hideki. He just smiled and said, "Then please enjoy the next episode, Tom and Jerry New Year's Eve." Eve? Isn't that right now? Everyone immediately became very interested, wondering what kind of confrontation Tom and Jerry would have in this episode. At the beginning, it was just as they expected. Tom placed a mousetrap at the entrance of Jerry's hole, and put a piece of festive rice cake on it. And Jerry was making trouble as usual, using all kinds of New Year decorations and food in the house to deal with Tom. The villagers all watched their various fights with a smile, and laughed from time to time. But when the story came to the middle, there was an unexpected development. It turned out that Tom was so tough that he not only successfully drove Jerry out of the house, but also blocked the gaps in the doors and windows, which was considered to have finally eliminated the rat infestation. But everyone in the square couldn't laugh at all. Because with the accompaniment of particularly sad music, Jerry outside the house was shivering in the wind and snow, and it seemed that he couldn't hold on for much longer. Some children with low tier points were already in tears, asking their parents whether little Jerry would freeze to death. Even Fugaku, who had been expecting Tom to kill Jerry, was not happy at this time. Although he knew rationally that Hideki would definitely not let Jerry die, he could not help but care about the life and death of a little mouse emotionally. Although Fugaku guessed the result, he did not guess the process. It turned out that Jerry was not able to escape with his own intelligence this time. On the contrary, Tom, who was curled up in the kotetsu, tossed and turned, and finally found his conscience and opened a crack in the door to let Jerry in. Seeing that Jerry did not appear, he hurriedly ran into the snow to look around, and finally found Jerry, who had been frozen into an ice stick. Everyone's heart was in their throat when they saw this, because normally this basically announced Jerry's death. Fortunately, Jerry's gradual display of extraordinariness before made everyone a little bit expectant, and they still held their breath and watched with concern. As expected, Tom did not give up. He quickly held Jerry in his arms and went into the kotetsu in the house, carefully using the heat to melt Jerry. When Jerry was completely thawed and opened his eyes, everyone in the square finally breathed a sigh of relief and showed a relieved expression. After a life and death test, Tom and Jerry seemed to have decided to temporarily stop fighting and share the New Year's food together. It should have been strange for the cat and mouse to be so harmonious, but at this time they were so harmonious that everyone couldn't help but smile. Everyone thought that this episode would end here, which was also a good ending. Then they saw Jerry say goodbye to Tom, return to his cave, and carefully use a stick to take out the rice cake in the mousetrap at the beginning. Then a scene that made everyone inexplicably tearful appeared. The mousetrap that should have closed quickly closed slowly, and it was impossible to catch any mouse. Ah, I understand. So the rice cake was originally a gift. They are so loving, woo woo woo. Everyone in the square suddenly realized. Although the square was cold and windy at midnight, even so many bonfires could not completely dispel the chill. But at this time, everyone's heart was warmed by the friendship of Tom and Jerry. Then the screen lit up again, but this time only the numbers that decreased from 60 seconds appeared. Everyone also understood that this was the remaining time of the year, and they all counted down loudly. So second by second, when the number became 0, balls of flames flew straight into the sky from the Hokage rock, and then exploded with a bang. The originally dark night suddenly exploded with fireworks all over the sky. The fireworks of various colors competed in the sky, dazzling and overwhelming. Everyone in the square looked up to take in the rare beauty, and all the surprised faces were dyed with brilliant colors. The families in the village were also attracted by the sound of fireworks, and they walked out of their homes to stop and appreciate them, and at the same time regretted their decision not to go to the festival. Mom and Dad, look, it's Tom and Jerry. In the square, many children pointed at the fireworks in the sky and shouted excitedly. Everyone carefully distinguished that the fireworks really formed the cartoon shape of Tom and Jerry after blooming, which made them smile knowingly. However, happy times always pass quickly. After a while, the fireworks dissipated, and Hideki's image appeared on the screen again, smiling and saying, "Welcome everyone to the new year, Happy New Year." Everyone also woke up from a dream, and smiled and said words of blessing to the villagers around them, regardless of whether they knew them or not. After a while, Hideki said, "It's getting late, so this New Year's Eve festival ends here. Remember to be safe when you go back." Although they were reluctant to leave, they were also a little tired after watching several hours of wonderful performances. Even many children have become pendants on their parents and fell asleep. So everyone was satisfied and ready to leave, some were ready to go home, and some were ready to go to the village temple to worship. But at this moment, someone suddenly reacted and shouted loudly, "Wait a minute, Boss Hideki, the New Year's grand prize has not been drawn yet." When the villagers heard this, they realized that they had completely forgotten about it. After looking at each other with the people around them, everyone couldn't help laughing. So with the laughter of the villagers, Konoha officially entered a brand new year. Chapter 208 Luxurious News Anchor Lineup. The first snow in Konoha in 45 years came later than usual. It has been more than a week since the New Year's Eve festival, but the aftertaste still lingers in Konoha. The finale of the first part of Fire Boy King, various interesting New Year special programs, and the exciting lucky draw activities. These have become topics that villagers who participated in the festival talk about with relish when visiting each other to pay New Year's greetings. The villagers who did not participate in the festival were on the surface holding up their pants and calling them ordinary stuff, but secretly beating their chests and stamping their feet, regretting their wrong decision at the beginning. So much so that in the following year, when they saw Hideki, they would repeatedly tell him to hold this festival again. It can be seen that the resentment was so deep that Hideki was a little bit amused. Of course, the most popular among all the programs was Tom and Jerry, which was the finale. Fire Boy King was too young and rough after all, and it was only because of the picture and special effects that it was loved by many children. The original work of Tom and Jerry is a classic that has lasted for 80 years. With Hideki's superb puppet control skills, all the villagers have become its fanatical fans. As for the protagonists Tom and Jerry, they have naturally become big stars that surpass Uchiha Fei. After the heavy snow, countless snowmen or ice sculptures in their image appeared everywhere in Konoha. Many pet shops in Konoha did not close during the Chinese New Year, and made a lot of money by taking advantage of this favorable wind. Almost all the cats and hamsters in the store were sold out. If the fur color and appearance of the pet are similar to Tom and Jerry, the price will increase tenfold, but even so, there is still no market. This also made Inyazuka-ja, who came to the orphanage to pay New Year's greetings, look a little resentful. Because the Inyazuka clan also runs a pet shop as a sideline, but they mainly sell various pet dogs and working dogs, so they missed this trend perfectly. He even went to Hideki to discuss with him. Actually, dogs can catch mice, so why don't we, the Inyazuka clan, also invest in a similar movie? Hideki declined the offer, of course. However, in order to build a good relationship with the Inyazuka clan and get advanced ninja beast training skills in the future, Hideki promised to think of a way for them. Pet shops are making so much money, so Hideki's Bandai toy store, which inherited the name of the B Consortium, will certainly not miss this opportunity to make a lot of money. Tom and Jerry looking plush toys, wood carvings, capsule toys and other peripherals are definitely indispensable. However, the most popular among children is the clockwork puppet designed by Hideki. Not only do they perfectly reproduce the appearance of Tom and Jerry, but as long as the hidden springs are fully wound, they can make several vivid expressions and movements, and even run flexibly on 2 feet, reproducing the classic scenes in the animation. Due to the use of some mechanical techniques and programming sealing techniques, and some delicate parts need to be made by Hideki himself, the price of this kind of clockwork puppet is quite expensive. In addition, Fire Boy King took advantage of the finale to sell various commemorative edition yo-yos. Many children can only reluctantly give all the New Year's money they just got and haven't warmed up yet to the toy store. Even if the money is not enough, they have to help with housework to get extra pocket money. It's quite miserable during the New Year. I really love and hate that toy fairy. Hideki did not feel the resentment against him that permeated Konoha. Even if he felt it, he would probably only shed a few crocodile tears, and then wipe them with white money. After a week of rest, he was already a little restless, so he went back to work. The first thing was to fulfill his promise to Fugaku and come up with Konoha news. Actually, Hideki was not in such a hurry. But Fugaku was really efficient. He had already mastered the location of their criminal den through the trafficker 2 days ago. In order to prevent them from getting wind and moving positions, he led a team of people to Huanglong overnight, destroyed the trafficker's den, and rescued a dozen children who had just been abducted. In order not to waste the timeliness of this news, Hideki had to start work early. But he didn't need to do much. After all, what news programs need most is timely and accurate sources of intelligence. And this is not a big problem for the ninja village. With the support of the 3rd generation, Hideki had reached a cooperation agreement with the intelligence department before. That is, he will provide the intelligence department with a batch of cameras and projection equipment at cost price to record various intelligence and create an advanced audio-visual database. Because of the limitations of materials, costs, and technology, the size of the cameras is still very large, so Hideki also provided them with miniature cameras and recorders for convenient use in espionage missions. In exchange, the intelligence department will also share intelligence with Konoha News with low confidentiality levels every day. Of course, in order to avoid being controlled by the intelligence department, Hideki also reached a similar agreement with Fugaku and obtained some intelligence channels of the Uchiha clan. However, Hideki, who has always been cautious, is still not at ease. He plans to make do with this for the time being, but then he has to build his own intelligence department. In this way, intelligence the source problem has been temporarily solved. The only thing left is to find a news anchor to be responsible for the broadcast. This problem is neither difficult nor easy. Because Hideki has no plan to do live news broadcasts for the time being, the professional skills and adaptability of the anchor are not high. So the requirements for selecting anchors are only good looks and nice voices. However, most of the people around Hideki who meet the requirements are very busy and cannot take on the task of broadcasting news every day. As for hiring employees, Hideki has not yet solved the group of female spies hired by Aunt Kelly before, so how dare he make trouble for himself and give others more opportunities to plant spies. However, this gave Hideki inspiration and he came up with a somewhat evil plan. In the orphanage, in the newly built simple studio. Let us be the anchor of Konoha News. Pharmacist Nono and other female spies were a little pale after hearing Hideki's proposal. You know, in order to lurk here for a long time, they did not use transformation or disguise. Although they have used makeup, one of the 4 great evil arts, to change their image, they still feel very reluctant to show their true faces on the huge screen. If they are recognized as the news anchors on the screen every now and then, how can they carry out new spy missions? However, what they don't know is that this is exactly what Hideki wants. There is no way. These people are probably ready to fight a protracted war. Not only do they get along well with everyone in the orphanage, but they also don't do anything suspicious. But Hideki doesn't want to waste time with them like this. So he suddenly had an idea and thought of the plan to let them be female anchors. First, he doesn't have to worry about hiring spies, because they are spies, so there is no point in worrying. Second, whether it is appearance or voice, these people are the best choices. And as senior spies, they have long been proficient in the skills of making their words convincing, and they are simply perfect candidates to become news anchors. Third, this is also a test. The task of this job is not heavy, and he also offers a very generous salary. They know that with their disguised identities, if they refuse, they will definitely arouse suspicion. So whether they decide to simply quit or take risks, it is just what Zayasha wants. On the contrary, if they decide to endure the humiliation, the increased sunk costs will also make them dare not act rashly, and lose the big for the small, so that Zayasha will not always be worried. This way he can also have more time to investigate their backgrounds and see if there is any opportunity to use or win them over. For this reason, Zayasha has not been completely idle during the holidays, and has made a series of preparations. For example, he discussed with Aunt Kelly in a place where they could barely hear. I think in order to improve the children's self-care ability, we really don't need so many caregivers, just 2 or 3 will be enough. Another example is secretly observing them while they are working, and then writing something in a small notebook. Then only now, he added with a smile. Because it has exceeded the scope of the caregiver's work, this job is voluntary in principle, not mandatory. When speaking, Hideki also deliberately used the tone when his boss asked him to voluntarily work overtime without pay in his previous life. Of course, the female spies, who were all smart, understood what Hideki meant, and they were already swearing in their hearts. You said it was voluntary participation. But if they agree, I'm afraid they will be fired in a few days because they entered the door with their left foot first, right? Chapter 209 Heavy Taste Konoha News. Hideki did not let the female spies make a decision immediately after the whole show. He even gave them a New Year's Day break so that they could contact their superiors to discuss matters, which was also a way to test the importance of the forces behind them. The result was not much different from what Hideki had expected. Except for Fujiko, who suddenly said she wanted to go back to her hometown to get married and submitted her resignation letter, everyone else, including Nono, accepted the job of news anchor. Now that everything was ready, Hideki officially started recording Konoha News. Good morning, everyone. Today is Monday, January 10th, 45th year of Konoha. Welcome to watch Konoha News. In the studio, Nono sat behind the long table and smiled at the camera in front of her. She was in charge of the morning news, so she had to get up early to record it so that someone could send it to the open-air cinema for playback later. Seeing Hideki standing next to the prompter giving her a thumbs up, Nono smiled bitterly in her heart, but on the surface she kept a business smile and read out. The main content of today's program is: Strive for the prosperity of Konoha. The New Year's speech of the Hokage has aroused enthusiastic response from the residents of Konoha. The invasion of many places in the Kingdom of Hot Springs by Kumagakure has caused at least 75 deaths. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Konoha expressed strong indignation and condemned it. Colorful activities to celebrate the festival, a list of daily New Year's activities in Konoha Square. Have your Tom and Jerry faded? Unscrupulous merchants selling dyed cats and mice have caused controversy. The new Special Task Force of the Police Department, nicknamed Flying Tigers, has made great achievements in its first mission. Soon after, in Konoha Square, Nono's figure appeared on the screen on time at 7 o'clock, telling various news inside and outside the village in a friendly voice. And the audience just followed Mighty Day's broadcast on the screen, the old people and children doing gymnastics, the curious villagers who heard about the new program, and some hard-working workers who had started working again and happened to pass by. If there were so many people gathering in the square at ordinary times, it would have been as noisy as a vegetable market. But now everyone was silent and focused on watching the big screen in front of them. First of all, Nono is indeed very friendly and speaks well. She is the type that attracts people of all ages and both men and women. But the most important thing is that while she was talking, various images appeared behind her. The ninja world is still full of dangers. Even the beautiful scenery around Konoha can only be appreciated by most villagers who have to watch Inyazuka-ja's travel program. Not to mention the scenery of other villages and towns. But just now, when Nono mentioned the land of hot springs, the screen also showed the scene of the land of hot springs, which was full of hotels and restaurants, with hot springs in the sky, and the scenery was very different from Konoha. The shock brought by this vivid picture is definitely not comparable to words or pictures. Not to mention that the literacy rate of Konoha villagers is not high, and at most they know a little information outside the village through hearsay. So at this time, many people really realized that this world is not just Konoha. There are countless humans like them in the world, living in an environment completely different from Konoha. For the villagers who have never left Konoha, this is more than opening the door to a new world. And it's not just outside the village, from the speech of the Hokage to the fating of the pets they bought. Everyone realized that even in the village where they have lived for many years, news that they never knew about or turned a blind eye to is constantly happening. Although everyone now just thinks that these news are very novel and interesting, and can be used as a topic of conversation with friends and colleagues later. But after playing 1,000 songs, you will understand the sound, and after watching 1,000 swords, you will recognize the weapon. At this time, only Hideki knows how great power even ordinary villagers without chakra talent can radiate after broadening their horizons. After all, he was able to achieve good results with ordinary qualifications, relying on his experience in his previous life. With the previous news as a prelude, the following news about the police department naturally received everyone's attention. I saw Nono began to say. In order to deal with the increasingly rampant infiltration of forces outside the village, the police department officially established a special task force, nicknamed Flying Tigers, and their first show was officially staged a few days ago. In recent months, cases of child abduction have emerged one after another around Konoha. Even during the New Year's Eve festival, the police department successfully arrested a human trafficker. In order to maintain the security and stability of Konoha, the police force members gave up their annual leave and conducted interrogations and investigations overnight, determined to give a severe blow to the organization behind them with thunder. On January 4, the Flying Tigers of the police department successfully destroyed the den of a large human trafficker organization after careful investigation, rescued a group of abducted children, and sent them back home. Even the villagers who disliked the Uchiha clan the most couldn't help but shout good when they heard this. Good and bad are compared. Although the Uchiha clan is annoying, compared with the evil human traffickers, they suddenly look kind. And now it seems that although the police officers have a bad attitude, they are at least doing practical work conscientiously. Everyone is on vacation during the Chinese New Year, but they have never rested from interrogating prisoners to destroying the den and sending the children home. People tend to have a higher tolerance for others who can bring benefits to themselves. As long as it is confirmed that the police department is indeed protecting the peace of Konoha, those arrogance and indifference are nothing at all, and may even become evidence of their selflessness. Of course, prejudice is a mountain, and it cannot be changed by just one or two news. Some people even can't help but question the authenticity of the news and whether there is a trick. Fortunately, Hideki was prepared for this and asked Fugaku to send someone to use a camera to record the whole process of destroying the den and rescuing the children. I saw Nono on the screen kindly reminding. The following video clips will be played, which contain shocking, violent, obscene language, dangerous behavior and adult plots, which may make people feel uneasy, so please pay attention. The villagers who thought the program had ended and were ready to find someone to brag to before they forgot stopped in their tracks. Since you reminded them, they certainly had to watch it. Even the 80-year-old grandfather put on his glasses and came to the rock wall, ready to evaluate whether the warnings were true. Who knew that after a while, a scene like hell appeared in the square? I don't know if the so-called Flying Tigers members hated the human traffickers too much, or were resentful of overtime work, or both. Anyway, Their fighting style in the video was so brutal, they would chop off heads with a knife at any time, and burn people to a char with a fireball at any time. After all, Konoha village has been peaceful for a long time, and the villagers have rarely seen a real battlefield. Even with Hideki's blurring, the images on the screen still exceeded everyone's psychological endurance. Not to mention that the guy in charge of filming didn't know if he had ADHD or his camera technique was learned from India. The filming scene was so dizzying, sometimes far away, sometimes close, sometimes personally, it was just like the scene of a first-person combat game. So the villagers of Konoha also experienced what 3D vertigo is in advance, coupled with the bloody scene that even mosaics could not suppress. The result is of course self-evident. After the first person couldn't help vomiting, the others were affected by it, and a chain reaction naturally occurred, and finally the hell scene that made the sanitation workers crazy was created. To be honest, the little goodwill that everyone had just had towards the Uchiha clan disappeared in an instant, and even a sense of fear arose spontaneously. This made Fugaku, who had been secretly observing, a little anxious, and of course, a little nauseous. Fortunately, at the end of the video, the police rescued the children in a dark and dirty house where the stench could be smelled through the video. Seeing many children who were skinny, wearing only a single piece of clothing to keep warm, and looking terrified, the villagers' simple sense of justice was finally ignited. Good kill. They were just shocked by the cruelty of the flying tigers, and now they wished that the traffickers would be resurrected and killed with even more cruel means. Otherwise, they would have difficulty venting their anger. Fortunately, the video was not over yet, and soon a team member took out the prepared clothes and food to warm the children and feed them, and patiently asked about their home addresses. The villagers saw the rare gentle and kind side of the police team members, and their expressions eased again. Even some girls were attracted by the contrast when they saw the usually cold Uchiha ninja suddenly become a warm man, and they were instantly attracted by the circle of fans. Of course, please do not imitate the above behavior, because the premise is that you have to have the ancestral appearance of the Uchiha clan. Now Fugaku finally felt relieved. Sure enough, preparing rescue supplies according to Hideki's reminder and letting young members with good images join the Flying Tigers were extremely wise decisions. However, the person who carries the camera must be replaced by a more stable tribesman. As for the bloody scene, when Fugaku thought of this, his face darkened and he seemed to be thinking about something. In fact, Hideki had already reminded him that it is best to avoid excessive blood and violence in the film. So the scene in the video just now was actually forced. Because the enemy was not the ordinary bandits he imagined, there were actually several enemies with the strength of Chunin. The battle-hardened Fugaku knew that with the fragile defense of the ninja, even such an opponent could not afford to be careless when fighting in the enemy's home ground. So he chose to fight quickly and let everyone solve the enemy in a simple and rough way to avoid any accidents. Facts have proved that his decision was wise. Because in the unreleased video, they found that there was actually a trap combining detonating tags and gunpowder hidden in this den. If they were a little slower, although they would not die, they would definitely be messed up. As for the kidnapped children, it is impossible for them to survive. But this is just a small matter for the police department, at most they will not publicize this mission. What really concerns Fugaku is the professional quality shown by the opponent and the ruthlessness shown in interrupting the clues. This is not like the small fight of ordinary gangs or small organizations. Behind these human traffickers, there is definitely a big force hidden. The question now is, after doing this, how will the other party respond? Will they be angry and challenge the police department? In addition, the police department has also gained a lot of reputation from this. So should we stop while we are ahead, or should we uproot them and completely become the nutrients for the Uchiha clan to improve their reputation? Chapter 210 The Mastermind. Outside Konoha, in a secret underground base. Boss Tang Mu, you have to make the decision for us. A sly guy stumbled into a dark room and began his exaggerated performance. The Konoha police department actually crossed the border to enforce the law and took down one of our bases outside Konoha. The worst thing is that they actually cooperated with the puppet master Kimura Hideki, recorded the whole process, and played it on that open-air cinema. How can we survive in the underworld now? Just as he took a breath and was about to continue complaining, a pair of cruel and indifferent golden vertical pupils suddenly opened from the depths of the room, making him feel as if he was being strangled by the neck, and he dared not keep silent anymore. The pair of vertical pupils looked at him several times as if they were looking at food, and then its owner slowly said, "Ghost Island, I remember I said that you are not allowed to take action in Konoha. Then why would Konoha's police department target you?" Ghost Island's face froze, and then he rubbed his hands and forced a smile. Of course I dare not forget your order, Boss Tang Mu. It's just that you need so many children recently. The nearby villages and towns have already taken action. Now no one dares to let the children go out, and it's hard to find an opportunity to take action. My men will take the initiative to try their luck in Konoha. But I definitely didn't know about it. I'm also a victim. Then the room fell into silence for a while. Forget it. After a long time, Tang Mu's voice sounded again. Since you have followed me for so many years, I will give you another chance. Get out of here. But you have to find a way to make up for the kidnapped kid twice. The sweaty Gaideo was immediately pardoned. Although he was troubled about where to find so many children, he dared not object to the fact that Boss Tang Mu was so easy to talk to. He nodded hurriedly. Of course. I'll do it right away. After saying that, he had already stepped back a few steps, turned around and prepared to leave happily. However, at this moment, a tall and burly figure suddenly appeared behind him. Swish! 5 cold rays flashed by, and then turned into blood-colored flowers that bloomed and fell on Gaideo's back. With a plop, Gaideo fell forward to the ground, his face full of disbelief. Tang Mu, you actually... However, he couldn't even finish this sentence, and was pierced through the back of his head by a sharp weapon, and he was completely dead. Besides, his back was already stained with blood, and there were 5 claw marks deep into his internal organs, as if he was injured by some ferocious beast. Then a ninja wearing sunglasses and a windbreaker came in, looked down at the corpse on the ground, and said indifferently. You have to use sneak attacks to deal with even such an opponent, Yunhu, your temperament hasn't changed at all. Is it Hai? I don't want to be accused of this by a guy who uses nano-poison insects. Tang Mu, or the figure called Yunhu, sneered. He was a strong man full of wildness, and some black stripes could be faintly seen fading on his naked upper body. The sharp claws on his right hand, which were dripping with blood and emitting cold light, were slowly shrinking and turning back into the shape of an ordinary person's hand. Then he said, better safe than sorry, this is my way of ninja. Besides, this Ghost Island likes to tinker with the mechanism of the detonating talisman. If he has the opportunity to resist, it will be a bit troublesome to deal with him. As if to prove his statement, a group of parasitic bugs pulled out a rough detonating talisman bomb from the arms of the Ghost Island, and the switch was already in his hand, and he even kept it. The danger is all opened. Yunhu laughed triumphantly, and then said. So Danzo-sama has some instructions, and you need to come here in person. Shihei said lightly. Kimura Hideki. I think you have already had the intention to kill him just now. Yunhu said. A little bit. This time my subordinates were wrong first, and it is natural for the police to retaliate. But I have no grudges against Kimura Hideki, and he will die if he interferes. Then he laughed again. Of course, this is just a polite remark. In fact, just like what Gaideo said just now, if we don't say anything, how can we survive in the underworld in the future and how can we control our subordinates? I don't have the courage. Provoking the crazy people of the Uchiha clan, but bullying the fledgling Kimura Hideki, that's a courage, and it's very big. Even Abarame Shijiro was speechless by this shameless speech, and said. Danzo-sama knew you would think so, so he sent me here. Kimura Hideki is the talent he has set his sights on. Even now, his inventive talent has provided a lot of benefits to the root. In addition, the operation to subdue him is now progressing smoothly, and the root has an undercover who has successfully infiltrated the orphanage and obtained an important position. So Danzo-sama will never let you do anything to him. Humph, I know this without you saying it. Yunhu snorted coldly. But if it weren't for his workshop, there would be so few orphans around Konoha. I, who is responsible for replenishing the root, wouldn't have to do this kind of human trafficking business. I can't stand it if I don't teach him a lesson. Anyway, Lord Danzo just said that we can't do anything to him. Does that mean it's okay to do anything to his orphanage? There are so many skilled technicians there, and they can just be put in Lord Danzo's new factory. Shihei recalled the experience of fighting with Hideki and said lightly, it's up to you, but I have to remind you that the guy is not as easy to deal with as you think. You also know that these things can't be seen in the light. Even if you are killed by Kimura Hideki, the root will not provide you with any help. Yes, yes, yes. Yunhu's voice was full of impatience, and then he sneered, although I don't know why he is a small special jonin, Shihei thinks so highly of him. But even if Kimura Hideki is really as powerful as you say, if he wants to kill me, he still has to find me first. The next morning, Konoha Square. Sister Nono, look, Jerry is on the screen. Atra pointed to the Tom and Jerry on the screen and happily pulled Nono. Nono smiled gently, but she was a little depressed. During the New Year holiday, the children of the orphanage will go to Konoha to go shopping and play. And today it is her turn to follow and look after everyone. However, the constant gazes from all around made her feel very uncomfortable. Do you think that beautiful woman looks familiar? Why don't we go over and ask? What? An old-fashioned way to pick up a girl, please add me. It's her, it's her, it's her, our anchor, Nono. Nono, who has sharp ears, couldn't help but smile bitterly as she listened to everyone's whispers. She had already put on a sun hat and sunglasses, so how could everyone still recognize her? If the enemy had such eyesight, she, a walking shrine maiden, would be in danger. Excuse me, are you the anchor of the morning news, Ms. Pharmacist Nono? In addition to those who were watching from afar, some people came forward and asked directly from time to time. Nono wanted to deny it, but Atla on the side said proudly. Yes, this is Sister Nono. But Atla didn't stay proud for long, because before she finished speaking, people pushed her and other children aside and surrounded Nono. Some of them were asking for autographs, some were discussing news details with her, and of course some were really trying to flirt with her. Nono could only keep a business smile to deal with them, and finally let them leave reluctantly on the pretext of work. Sister Nono, you are so popular, you are simply a big star. Atra said with envy. I also want to be a news anchor in the future. Several little girls on the side also nodded in agreement. Nono smiled helplessly. Then you have to study hard, otherwise you can't be a news anchor if you can't read the script. Then she reminded Atla. And your Jerry is the real big star in Konoha now. So remember not to be discovered by others, otherwise it may cause a bigger commotion. Thinking of being surrounded by more people, Atla was also a little scared. So she quickly pressed Jerry, who was looking out of his jacket pocket, with her finger, and whispered. Little Jerry, be honest, be careful not to be kidnapped. Seeing this, Nono thanked the rat for his hard work in his heart, then looked at the sky and said. It's almost noon, we should go back to the orphanage after dinner. Although the children were a little reluctant, they still nodded sensibly. So after eating barbecue at Akimichi Barbecue, everyone left Konoha with a small belly and walked towards the orphanage with satisfaction. However, at this time, they did not realize that a figure with bad intentions had already stared at them. Chapter 211 Hideki's Choice. Soon after, at the door of the orphanage, Hideki, who was studying the sealing technique, heard that there was a visitor, so he went downstairs to check. The visitor turned out to be Fugaku, and he also brought a car full of things, saying that it was a New Year's gift for the children in the orphanage. It seems that the news reports of Konoha these days have made him very satisfied. Otherwise, there are not many families that can let the head of the Uchiha clan come to personally present gifts. Hideki laughed in his heart. Seeing that the car was full of clothes and stationery, he did not refuse and expressed his gratitude to Fugaku. After the greetings, Fugaku looked around and said. It seems that there are a few children in the orphanage today. Hideki shrugged and smiled. Because everyone is either watching Tom and Jerry in the screening room or going shopping in the village. I see. Fugaku nodded, thought about it and reminded. It's better to be careful these days and try to let as few children leave the orphanage as possible. Oh. Hideki asked curiously. Didn't your police department solve the human trafficking organization? Is there any fish that slipped through the net? If it's that simple. Fugaku sighed. From their fighting style and the clues of their hideouts, it can be seen that there is definitely a bigger force hidden behind them. But they seem to be communicating through a single line, and even the leaders of high status do not know the full picture of their organization at all. As for finding out who their leader who rarely shows up is, that is even more troublesome. Now I just hope they learn a lesson this time and stop committing crimes in Konoha village and the surrounding areas. I don't bother to pay attention to them like this. Hideki sighed in his heart when he heard this. To be honest, Fugaku is already quite responsible for doing this. After all, the police department is only responsible for the security of Konoha. If the other party commits crimes in other places, it is not their problem. But letting such a guy go unpunished always makes Hideki feel a little uncomfortable. But the eldest brother doesn't say the second brother. Half a year has passed, and the Third World War is getting closer and closer. In fact, he doesn't have the time in the Land of Thunder to play the game of the messenger of justice. Being able to protect this corner of the orphanage is already his current limit. So Hideki didn't think much about it and was ready to put it behind him. But at this moment, a blond boy hurriedly ran in from the gate of the orphanage wall, and when he saw Hideki, he shouted anxiously. Hideki! Hideki brother, something bad has happened. Atla and the others have been kidnapped. Hideki, who was originally a little moved by himself, suddenly had a cold face. Before the blond boy could explain the situation, Hideki and Fugaku looked at each other, and then carried him out of the orphanage and headed towards Konoha. Galloping away. Along the way, the two of them got the information that the child named Takaki knew intermittently. It turned out that he was not a child who came to Konoha to play, but an employee who worked in a toy store. Because the toy store was doing very well today, the inventory was insufficient, so he needed to go back to the orphanage to get some goods to replenish it. It happened that he saw Atla and his friends who were returning to the orphanage and had just crossed a bridge on the road, and he wanted to say hello. Who knew that at that moment, a group of bad guys suddenly jumped out of the boat on the riverside, and then for some reason, many children suddenly fainted on the ground. Only Nono picked up the two children and rushed into the forest, chased by several bad guys. The other children were soon thrown into the boat, and then the boat quickly went downstream and disappeared in an instant. After telling what he saw, Takaki lowered his head and said in frustration. I'm sorry, brother Hideki, I can only watch from the side and can't do anything. Hideki patted his shoulder and comforted him. No, you've done a good job. Rushing forward regardless of the consequences is just recklessness, not courage. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have gotten the news so quickly. Fugaku, who was squatting on the ground to explore various traces, also stood up and said in a deep voice. The course of events should be no different from what the child said. The other party probably used a larger range of illusions. This kind of illusion has little effect on ninjas, but it has a very significant effect on civilians. But illusions like this are not too difficult to learn. There are at least Chunin-level enemies among the other side. Hideki, I'm very sorry. It seems that this time our police department has implicated you. The one who kidnapped the children should be the human trafficker organization. Zayashu shook his head. Your police department is to maintain law and order, and our wooden leaves are only reported according to real reports, and there is no oil and vinegar. I want to blame the scum. The biggest problem is their ship. As long as you get off the boat halfway and remove the traces slightly, we cannot lock their leaving route at all. If they are really familiar, they will definitely choose this method. Shiushu also felt the same, so he looked at the footprint that extended to the forest. The search along the river bank may be handed over to the shadow body. Watching Neiyu escaped. Fuyu had no opinion, and the seal was divided into two shadow avatars. One was running downstream with Zayashu's shadow, and the other left to the village. Then the three of them followed the messy footprints into the forest. There were spots of blood between the footprints, which made everyone feel uneasy and subconsciously quickened their pace. Soon they came to a hidden cave deep in the forest. After confirming that there was no trap, the three of them walked in and saw Nono and the two girls lying on the ground. Hideki hurried forward to check. Fortunately, the two girls were just sleeping under the illusion, but Nono was injured in several places and bleeding. The wounds were all on the back, which should have been caused when she was escaping with the two children. After removing the illusion, the two girls woke up quickly. When they saw Hideki and Nono lying on the ground, they couldn't help crying. Don't worry, Nono is not in danger of life. I have stopped her bleeding. After Hideki comforted them, he got information from them who were sobbing, but he didn't get much. Because they were hypnotized by the illusion like everyone else, they only remembered Nono picked them up and ran into the forest. As for how they came here and how Nono was injured, they knew nothing. At this moment, Fugaku was suddenly stunned, then shook his head and said. It's just as I thought, the boat stopped downstream, but there was no trace of them nearby. It won't be easy to find them now. Hideki, who also got the memory of the shadow clone, nodded solemnly. Takaki on the side said anxiously. What should we do now? Uncle, aren't you a big shot in the police department? Can't you think of a solution? Fugaku sighed and said. In public and private, our police department will do its best to find the children. But the other party is obviously well prepared this time. If they really want to hide, it won't be so easy to find them. This may be a bit ruthless, but you'd better be mentally prepared that the children can't be found. Hideki, especially you, if you lose your composure because of this, everyone will know that these children are your weak points. Then things like this may happen again and again in the future. You are talking nonsense. Brother Hideki will not give up on everyone. Takaki glared at Fugaku and said. If the children who were kidnapped were children of the ninja clan, would you still say such words? Fugaku remained silent. Indeed, if the children of the ninja clan were kidnapped, then the other party would undoubtedly challenge the majesty of the first ninja village in the ninja world. Even if Konoha had to dig deep into the ground, he would find the child and destroy the other party. But this time, the one who was kidnapped was only they are orphans. For Hideki's sake, the ninjas would at most arrange some people to assist in the search, or ask for information through their own intelligence channels. But it is impossible to get them to mobilize all of them for this New Year's Day. Hideki, who has been in the ninja world for many years and has experienced the warmth and coldness of human nature, is of course very clear about this truth. He couldn't help but glance at Nono, who was still lying on the ground, wishing that she was also abducted by the enemy. Because with her current popularity, at least half of Konoha can be mobilized to help find her. Unlike now, he can only work overtime by himself. To be honest, although Hideki looks calm on the surface, he is already furious in his heart. He, Kimura Hideki, just wants to live a peaceful life, why can't he do it? Seeing that the always smart Takaki had lowered his head with red eyes, Hideki touched his head and said. Fugaku, it is indeed as you said. If I act too eager now, such things may happen again and again in the future. But on the other hand, if everyone can realize how heavy the price will be if they dare to attack the children in the orphanage, then they should think twice before they have any crooked ideas in the future. Then Hideki smiled and looked at Fugaku and said. Fugaku, the video of you destroying the human trafficker's den was indeed not very good. I wonder if you are interested in taking the challenge again. Chapter 212 Escape. Soon after, Hideki carried Nono, who had not yet woken up, and returned to the orphanage with 3 children. Hideki, you guys are finally back. Where are the other kids? What happened to Nono? Is he in danger? Matt Dai, Kelly, Kemp and others were anxiously waiting at the door. As soon as they saw him, they all asked about the situation. Hideki smiled bitterly, asked someone to send Nono to the infirmary, and then briefly explained what happened. Seeing that everyone looked worried, Hideki comforted. Don't worry too much. Whether the other party is simply kidnapping children or coming for our orphanage, the children should not be in danger for the time being. The most important thing is that I already know how to find the children. Probably to reassure everyone, Hideki smiled and explained. Don't forget that Atla took Jerry out today. In order to prevent the big star of our orphanage from running away, its collar is made of precious chakram metal and has many functions. Today, because I have to go out today, I turned off the function that restricts it from going out, but the function for locating its location is still working. Although I can't lock its location because the distance is too far. But fortunately, there are enough materials now. As long as the receiver is modified, the receiving range should be expanded a lot. And the police department has now been dispatched to investigate. Once they narrow the search range to a certain extent, I can use the receiver to find the whereabouts of Jerry and the children. After hearing Hideki's clear plan, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. But everyone didn't plan to wait. Dean Kemp decided to mobilize his connections to inquire about the situation and see if he could find the children as soon as possible. Matt Dai and the children of the security team also wanted to go out to look for them, but were persuaded by Hideki to prevent someone from taking advantage of the chaos to attack the orphanage. So they also patrolled the orphanage like chicken blood, not even letting a mouse go. Aunt Kelly turned and strode to the kitchen, saying that everyone had to eat a full meal to have the strength to win this battle. Hideki was relieved when he saw this, and asked everyone not to disturb him on the grounds that he had to concentrate on modifying the receiver, and then return to his room. However, no one knew that Hideki did not really start working after returning to the room. His body movements suddenly became a little stiff, and he walked slowly to the bed and sat down. Then he held his left palm with his right hand and pulled it hard, but he actually pulled his palm out directly. Squeak! Blood gushed out from the broken wrist and palm, but Hideki did not care at all. He shot out several chakra lines from the fingers of his right hand, stretched them into the palm of his left hand, and fiddled with them for a few times before putting them back on his left wrist. After rotating his palm several times in a manner that violated the limits of the human body, Hideki began to mutter to himself. Sure enough, this puppet clone needs to be improved. It is too inflexible to operate and cannot be used in actual combat. And it takes 1/10 of the chakra just to come back. This consumption is still a bit too much. Yes, the Hideki in this attic room at this time is not the real body, nor the shadow clone, but the puppet clone he is currently researching and developing. How to control the puppet at a long distance without using chakra lines has always been one of Hideki's research and development goals. There are basically two methods. One is to remotely control the puppet through chakra waves like Nagato. However, this is similar to wireless charging technology. The consumption of chakra will increase geometrically according to the distance. Although chakra capacitors can be configured in the puppet to alleviate this problem, there are also problems such as chakra interference and signal delay. Probably only those who are not short of chakra like Nagato and are not short of top-level chakra conducting materials like the black stick are qualified to use it in actual combat. So Hideki's temporary research and development direction is the second one, which is to imitate the robots in science fiction stories and directly make the puppets have self-awareness. This sounds like it is much more difficult than wireless control, but it is not impossible to achieve in the ninja world. After all, only the B-level shadow clone technique can create a shadow clone that has the same memory as the caster and can think independently. And the reason why Hideki's brainstorming technique can be realized is also thanks to the magic of chakra. So Hideki's idea is to combine the shadow clone technique with puppets to create a puppet clone that will not be broken by a single blow and can perform tasks independently. But this is actually not as easy as it sounds. There are ninjutsu that combine the shadow clone technique with external objects. For example, water clone, rock clone, thunder clone, and even bird clone technique. But they all transform external objects into a part of the flesh and blood of the clone, completely losing their original characteristics. At most, after the clone is broken, the original characteristics can be used to exert the effect. In fact, Hideki has done related research before, and he has even been able to transform special clay puppets into rock clones. But he still couldn't solve this problem. Unless the clone is broken or released by itself, the mechanism in the puppet cannot be activated at all. Of course, being able to hurt the enemy through the mechanism after release is already a pretty good puppet ninjutsu. But this is not the effect Hideki wants after all. But it's true, if it's really that easy to achieve, wouldn't it make the Sand Village who have been studying the use of chakra lines to control puppets for generations too stupid? Therefore, until he returned to Konoha as a teacher and got the opportunity to systematically learn the sealing technique, Hideki gradually had new ideas. Since turning puppets into clones doesn't work, let's just let the shadow clones act as drivers to control the puppets. In fact, there is a precedent in the ninja world, that is, Jinchuriki like Kushina. Because if the Jinchuriki cannot suppress the tailed beast can use its own chakra to forcibly control the body of the Jinchuriki. This is exactly the same effect that Hideki pursues. And there are many similarities between the shadow clone and the tailed beast, both of which are chakra life forms in a certain sense. So before the shadow clone is formed, sealing this chakra in the puppet is the fundamental principle of Hideki's puppet clone technique. According to his guess, in the original work, Minato and Kushina were able to meet Naruto in his spiritual space, which should have used a similar method. However, no matter how lifelike the puppet is, it is not a real person after all, and there is no spiritual space. So how to create a carrier that carries the shadow clone's chakra, how to keep the shadow clone conscious inside, and then control the puppet through chakra, has become a problem that Hideki is extremely troubled by. Fortunately, the third generation opened up the reading rights of sealing techniques below B-level to him. After reading several B-level sealing techniques, Zayasha finally made a breakthrough and had the basic idea of creating a sealing cube as a carrier of shadow clones. After installing it on his previous dummy puppet, it became the current test version of the puppet clone. However, if you want to get better results, or even use it in actual combat, you probably have to use more advanced sealing techniques to achieve it. Fortunately, Zayasha now only wants to rely on him to confuse the enemy, so that the main body can go from light to dark and have the opportunity to act in secret. As long as he stays in the room under the name of transforming the receiver and occasionally shows up, no one will be suspicious too quickly. However, in order to save chakra consumption, the puppet clone decided to enter a dormant state, and his eyes began to lose their highlights. Before falling asleep, he murmured to himself for the last time. "It's up to you to perform next, original body. I hope the children are safe and sound." As for the whereabouts of Hideki's original body, it has to start from not long ago. After asking Takaki to take care of Nono and his two sisters, Hideki and Fugaku went outside to continue the previous topic. Fugaku asked. Hideki, from your tone, it seems that you have a way to find the whereabouts of the children quickly. If it were normal, it might be more troublesome. But who made them unlucky to kidnap Jerry? Hideki smiled playfully, and then a square floating cannon flew out of his sleeve, and then turned into a blue and white cat with a bang. Tom. Fugaku said subconsciously in surprise, which made Hideki look at him sideways. Fugaku coughed a few times to cover up, and Hideki also considerately pretended nothing happened and continued. Fugaku, you should know about chakra waves. In fact, similar to electromagnetic waves, as long as there is no interference, chakra waves can also spread to a very long distance. What we usually call chakra dissipation is just that the chakra is difficult to control because of the distance or excessive dilution, not really disappearing. And in order to prevent Jerry from getting lost, I specially added the function of transmitting high-frequency chakra waves to its collar. So as long as the chakra wave direction-finding device built into Tom's body is used to receive it, it should be easy to determine the direction of Jerry. If we continue in this cycle, we will find the whereabouts of the children sooner or later. However, considering the consumption of Jerry's chakra, it will fire once every 15 minutes. And now it's almost time. So the two stopped talking and started watching Tom's performance. It stood up and seriously held its tail to explore around. Fugaku wanted to complain. Normally, shouldn't this device be installed on the ear? Fortunately, Tom soon discovered something. When he pointed in a direction, all the hair on his tail exploded. Hideki snapped his fingers and smiled like a villain. Bingo! I caught your tail. Chapter 213 Tiger and Rabbit. Seeing Hideki's confident look, Fugaku also subconsciously believed that this method should work, and was quite shocked. Chakra waves are an important way to perform illusions, so he has also studied it. So he soon realized how broad the application prospects of this technology of receiving and sending chakra waves over long distances are. In addition to being used for tracking and positioning and remotely triggering traps if it is connected, it should be able to easily achieve the function of long-distance communication. But this reminds him of a very similar secret technique. Fugaku thought about it and reminded him. Hideki, your technique seems to be similar to the Yamanaka clan's perception secret technique. Hideki knew what Fugaku meant when he heard it. If this technology becomes popular, the status of the Yamanaka clan will definitely decline. Now that I am competing with the Hyuga clan, it is not suitable for me to have conflicts with the Yamanaka clan again. However, Hideki was prepared for this and said with a smile. Thank you for reminding me, but it doesn't matter. Because the key to this technology is the amplification and filtering of perception ability. So it can only play the greatest effect in the hands of perception-type ninjas. Even if this technology becomes popular in the future, it will only benefit the Yamanaka clan. Hideki was so sure because he remembered that in the original work, during the Fourth Ninja World War, the Yamanaka clan used a machine to amplify their perception ability. And now they seem to have not developed this technology yet. According to Hideki's guess, they should have borrowed various principles from radio to create such a machine after it became popular. Now that I have figured it out in advance, they have to thank me. After listening to Hideki's explanation, Fugaku couldn't help but smile bitterly, feeling that he was really worrying too much. If there is no win-win solution, how can Hideki maybe show this technology in front of him? Since Hideki knew it, Fugaku nodded and said nothing more. Although he wanted to ask if similar equipment could be provided to the police department, especially to the newly established Flying Tigers. If so, the Flying Tigers would definitely be more powerful. However, considering the current time pressure, he decided to give up for the time being. It would not be too late to ask Hideki after helping to find the children. So Fugaku asked again. Hideki, since you can locate the children's position, but you didn't chase them immediately, you should have other ideas. Hideki sighed and said. It's easy to find the children. But there is only a thief who can steal for 1,000 days, but there is no thief who can guard against thieves for 1,000 days. If we don't completely solve the forces behind the scenes, saving the children now is only a temporary solution. So we have to think of a way to lure the snake out of its hole. I have a preliminary idea of the method, but I have to see the situation of the children before making a decision. In order to let the enemy relax their vigilance, I need to use the power of the police department. Then Hideki began to tell Fugaku about the dozen or so plans he had just thought of. Fugaku's eyebrows twitched from time to time, and he couldn't help but mourn for the traffickers. Isn't it good to be alive? Why did you mess with this guy? After discussing, Hideki and Fugaku, who had a complicated face, began to act separately. Fugaku led the police department to conduct a normal search. Hideki first sacrificed his puppet clone and asked him to take Nono, Takaki and others back to the orphanage, paralyzing the enemy with the reason of modifying the equipment. And his main body controlled Tom to find the whereabouts of the children, and then made arrangements according to the situation. If the children are really in danger, he can only terminate the plan and save the people first. The next morning, in the infirmary of the orphanage. Sister Nono, you finally woke up. As soon as Nono opened her eyes, she saw two little girls saying happily. The wound on her back that was still aching reminded her of what happened. She sat up and asked anxiously. How are the other children? Seeing the joy on the two girls' faces suddenly faded, Nono also understood what they meant. Then the two girls discussed it, one went to the cafeteria to find something to eat for Nono, and the other stayed to update her on the latest situation. So, Jerry's collar has such a function. After a while, Nono had a general understanding of the current situation. The police department was narrowing down the location of the children, and Hideki was still modifying the machine. If he was not exaggerating, then finding the children would be a big deal. The chance is indeed not small. But the premise is that Jerry is really just a little mouse, and the enemy is just an ordinary human trafficking organization. Unfortunately, the answer to both is no. Of course, there is no need to say more about the former, and the latter. It is because she had seen the true face of the other party's leader yesterday. Mautu, long time no see. I didn't expect to see you in this situation, it's so ironic. Yinhu's voice began to echo in Nono's mind, and her thoughts could not help but return to yesterday. At that time, she and the children were happily walking towards the orphanage, but they didn't expect to be attacked by illusion just after crossing the bridge. Seeing that the enemy was coming fiercely, she decided to lift the illusion after weighing the pros and cons, picked up the two children closest to her and ran to the forest, ready to go back to the orphanage for help. Because the children were already asleep, she was able to use the escape ability she had trained for many years to get rid of the pursuers behind her. But what she didn't expect was that a guy she was quite familiar with had already arrived ahead of her and had been waiting for a long time. Tiger. Before she became a full-time spy, she had teamed up with him to carry out various missions. Nono thought for a moment and knew that it must be the other party who did it just now, and couldn't help asking. Yinhu, what do you want to do? I am carrying out an important task assigned by Lord Danzo directly, you should release all the children quickly. Don't worry. Yinhu said with a carefree smile. I am just teaching Kimura Hideki a lesson and replenishing some manpower for the factory at the route. Lord Danzo will not blame me if he knows. But you, Mautu. Yinhu narrowed his vertical pupils and said. Are you too into the role? There is no one else here, so there is no need to pretend to be a kind nurse or a news anchor that everyone loves, right? After all, we have done a lot of things like this before, and we cooperated very well. Don't confuse me with you now. Nono gritted his teeth and said. We were only responsible for recruiting homeless orphans to join the route, but we didn't break up other people's families. So that's how you deceive yourself. Compared with the cruel training in the route, why do I feel that the survival rate of wandering on the streets is higher? Yinhu shook his head and sneered. Mautu, you have really changed. In the past, you would faithfully carry out the tasks ordered by Danzo even if you didn't want to. It seems that you have been pretending to be a good person for too long, and your heart has become soft because of it. But you must not forget that when Kimura Hideki is conquered by Danzo, those children will sooner or later end up in the same situation. And you who facilitated all this are not much better than me. Nono was speechless, and the smiling faces of the children in the orphanage in her mind were constantly disappearing, making her a little unsteady. Yinhu laughed loudly, then waved his hand and said. Forget it, it seems that for the sake of old partners, these two little brats will be left to you to take credit, anyway, they will not be able to escape sooner or later. But in order to make the story more realistic, Nanoyu, you have to suffer a little. Nanoyu knew Yinhu's bad taste and tried to escape, but was hit in the back by him and eventually lost consciousness. When she woke up again, she was already in the infirmary of the orphanage. Although the memories ended, Yinhu's words were still like his claws deeply inserted into Nanoyu's heart, and she could not let it go for a long time. Because as Yinhu said, she was once a cold-blooded root ninja who obeyed Danzo's orders. If not, she would not have been able to survive the cruel root ninja training at the beginning. Until her spy talent was discovered and she was able to experience the emotions that humans should have during the disguise process, she gradually became what she is now. Nono always felt that she was her true nature now. But after what happened yesterday, she was not so sure. The cold-blooded root ninja Yuto, the gentle and kind orphanage nurse and pharmacist Nono, which one is her true face? Just then, a noisy sound came from outside the door. Then the door was suddenly opened, and several children from the security team ran in carrying a stretcher. And on the stretcher was their captain, Izuka, who was unconscious and covered in bruises for some reason. But even so, he kept moaning and mumbling. "No, don't stop." Chapter 214 Searching. In the infirmary. The children quickly lifted Izuka to the bed and began to treat him in a hurry. Nono couldn't sit still after seeing everyone's unskilled skills, and finally stood up and walked over. "Let me do it, I've learned some medical ninjutsu." While checking Izuka's body, Nono asked. "What happened? How could Izuka be injured like this?" A security guard named Eugene gritted his teeth and said. "It's just his own stupidity." In order to find Atla and the others, he went to the gangsters where he used to work to inquire about the situation. When he left, he had already cut ties with the other party. Of course, it would be like this if he ran to ask for help now. "How can you say that?" Another team member couldn't stand it anymore and grabbed Eugene's collar and said angrily. "The captain said that everyone in the orphanage is a family. He is also trying his best." The other team members began to persuade them to stop fighting, and Nono said in a rare serious tone. "Izuka needs to rest now. If you want to quarrel, go outside. And the rest of you, go out too. Don't interfere with my treatment." Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment, but they finally obeyed. After taking another look at Izuka, they left the infirmary. Only Nono, Izuka, and the little girl who was in charge of helping were left in the room. Nono also began to use medical ninjutsu to treat Izuka. Seeing that Izuka was covered with marks of beatings, she felt very uncomfortable. Because she knew very well that although Izuka's intentions were good, they were destined to be in vain. How could an ordinary underworld organization have information about Tora's organization? But she also knew that this kid was promoted to the captain of the security team in a short time, so he must not be a fool. He should also know that the chances were very slim. But for even a slight possibility, he still acted without hesitation. Just like what the kid said just now, this is indeed stupid. But Nono was extremely envious at this moment. She envied the children for having someone willing to sacrifice for them, and she also envied Izuka for having something she would risk her life to protect. Because no matter how harmless she pretended to be before, once Danzo-sama ordered her to do something, she would still have to do something that would hurt the people around her. In the end, what she cares about most is herself. The rabbit who does whatever it takes to survive is the foundation of her personality. And this mission, of course, is no exception. But although Nono kept convincing herself like this, but why did she feel so conflicted in her heart? At the same time, the Hidden Leaf Village Inn. The news that a group of children from an orphanage were kidnapped has spread throughout Konoha. Because of the arrangement of Hideki's puppet clone, Konoha News is repeatedly broadcasting related news, and at the same time issuing a reward for useful clues. And everyone's reaction is slightly better than Hideki imagined. In addition to the entire police department, many ninjas also used their own intelligence channels to help inquire about the situation, trying to do Hideki a big favor. Although the villagers could not help much, they also vigilantly watched whether there were any suspicious guys around them. Especially because Nono did not appear in the morning news, everyone quickly learned about her injury, and everyone was indignant. So the whole Konoha turned into Chaoyang district. With the report of the enthusiastic villagers under the circumstances, the police department really found out a lot of enemy village undercovers and criminal dens. Unfortunately, there is still little information about the key human trafficking organization. This made Fugaku, the captain of the police force, feel something was wrong. Because only the largest ninja clans and organizations in the village can avoid the intelligence channels of the major ninja clans so perfectly. No matter which force is found to be related to human traffickers, it will cause a huge earthquake in the village. Fugaku, who originally wanted to use this to revive the reputation of the Uchiha clan, is now somewhat discouraged. Now that the external environment of Konoha is so bad, it really can't stand this kind of tossing. He just hopes that Hideki, who doesn't know where he ran away, can stop while he's ahead and not get too involved. In a small town near Konoha, a ragged boy is walking in a dark alley, secretly paying attention to the eyes from all around from time to time. Even if you are a student of the ninja school, if you don't look carefully, it's probably hard to recognize that this boy is the second son of the Hokage, Asuma Sarutobi. Of course, Asuma is not running away from home now, but pretending to be a wandering orphan. The purpose is of course to attract the attention of human traffickers and then find the children in the orphanage. Last semester, he got so much help from teacher Hideki, but he didn't repay him at all. Even everyone said that it was because he caused such a big commotion in the final exam that teacher Hideki lost the award for excellent teacher. So whether it is to repay the teacher or to prove himself, he will certainly not miss such a great opportunity. In fact, many classmates have similar ideas. They all spontaneously walk through the streets and alleys, looking for suspicious people and places, and everyone looks like a human trafficker. But he is different from the classmates who are still wandering around the village like a headless fly. He knows that even if there are human traffickers, it is impossible for them to commit crimes in the village now. So he secretly ran to this small town near Konoha to try his luck. However, it was not known whether this place was not far enough from Konoha, or whether the other party had predicted his prediction. Anyway, he had been walking around for a while, and no one had come to attack him. He was at a loss now, not knowing what to do. Just then, a panicked girl's cry for help reached his ears. "Wait, who are you, and what do you want to do to me?" Although the voice seemed a bit exaggerated, Asuma hurried to the corner in front of the voice. "Let go of that girl!" Just after turning the corner, Asuma was about to shout this and then stage a scene. A hero saving a beautiful girl. However, the scene in front of him shocked him. He saw several gangsters walking out with big strides, cursing. A girl in a dress hugged a gangster's thigh and refused to let him go, trying to keep him. "Wait a minute, why did you run away when you saw my face? You are human traffickers, right? Then show your professional ethics." The gangster who was dragging the girl couldn't help it, and even shook his thigh and cursed. "Ugly freak, get out of here. You are so ugly, even if we are human traffickers, we can't sell you for money, and we will lose food money." Then everyone pulled, and finally pulled the girl away, kicked her to lie on the ground with a big letter, and then quickly ran away. Are you okay?" Asuma was stunned by the scene just now and forgot to chase those suspected human traffickers. He first came to the girl and asked kindly. Of course, he was more curious and wanted to see how miserable the girl looked that made the human traffickers avoid her. Then what he saw was a big clown face with heavy makeup that would probably give him nightmares tonight. And this is not the kind of routine that turns into a beautiful girl after wiping off the makeup. The girl's facial features are not good at all. And the more Asuma looked at him, the more he felt that this guy looked familiar. Chapter 215 Dungeon. Coincidentally, the girl he pulled up had the same idea about him, and suddenly said in a boy's voice. "What? Asuma, is that you? Why do you look like this?" "That's what I wanted to ask you," Asuma said with a strange expression. "Obito, I didn't expect you to have a hobby of dressing up as a woman." "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone." Yes, this girl who is avoided by human traffickers is actually Uchiha Obito. He got angry when he heard Asuma's words. "You have a fetish for cross-dressing, your whole family has a fetish for cross-dressing. I'm just trying to attract traffickers to see if I can find Atla and the others. I heard that girls are more likely to be abducted, so I dressed like this." Asuma couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Haha, it seems that your plan is really not very good. Even the traffickers don't want to catch you," Obito retorted. "What about you, Asuma? You look like you have the same idea, why haven't you been caught yet?" "That's right, seeing how big and strong you are, who would believe that you are a hungry street kid?" Asuma was speechless. Then the two looked at each other and couldn't help but sigh. However, Obito and Asuma didn't know an ironic fact at this time. The orphanage children they were looking for were actually underground not far from them. Under a plain house, there was a small hideout with all the necessary facilities. Perhaps they were worried that if they moved too far with so many children, they would leave more traces. That's why Yunho chose this method of hiding the children in the dark and temporarily hiding them in this base not far from Konoha. Outside the underground cell, two guards, one fat and one thin, were eating lunch. Although it was just an ordinary rice ball, the orphanage children locked in the cell were drooling and their stomachs were growling. I'm so hungry. The two bad guys just gave us a few pieces of black bread, which is not enough. Today is Tuesday, and the canteen has my favorite braised pork at noon. I also want to eat fried pork with peppers. Then I want fried chicken legs. Can you stop talking? The more I talk, the hungrier I get. A security guard named Norba couldn't help but pound the ground. Damn it, we were with them, but they were still caught. And when we woke up, all the equipment on our bodies was searched away, otherwise I would definitely be able to lead everyone away from this hellhole. Mikazuki, who had been leaning against the wall with his eyes closed, raised his eyelids, glanced at him and said lightly. It's useless. Even if we have equipment, we are no match for them. How do you know? Norba said unconvinced. Because I held my breath the first time I was attacked, but I fell asleep quickly. This means that the other party did not use hypnotic poison, but a ninja illusion, and the level should be not low. Real ninjas like this are simply not opponents we can deal with. Norba opened his mouth, but could not think of a rebuttal, so he could only grit his teeth and say. What should we do now? Nothing. Mikazuki said, Brother Hideki and the others must be looking for us everywhere now. All we can do now is save our energy and wait for the opportunity to escape. It seems that this is the only way. Norba sighed. I hope Brother Hideki can find us before we starve to death. To be honest, I finally understand what it means to go from luxury to frugality. I used to be hungry all day. There's nothing wrong with my stomach. I've been eating full meals for several months, but now I'm starving after not eating for just one day. Let alone the delicious food in the cafeteria, even if you give me a mouse, I can eat it alive now. The other security team members nodded slightly in agreement, and then subconsciously looked at Atla in the corner. As if sensing everyone's malice, Jerry in Atla's jacket pocket began to tremble. What do you want to do? Atla covered Jerry in his pocket and whispered. Jerry is our partner, how can you think of braising, steaming, frying, or boiling it? No, we just looked, but we didn't say that. Everyone was complaining in their hearts. Mikazuki also reminded. Atla, your saliva is about to fall down. Slurp. Atla just reacted and wiped the saliva with the back of his hand. However, at this moment, Jerry probably realized that his master was unreliable, and took the opportunity to jump out, and then ran out of the cell. Wait, now is not the time to run around, everyone catch it. Atla shouted loudly, but attracted the two guards. What are you arguing about? Be honest, otherwise you will be in trouble. The fat guard hit the fence of the cell with a stick and shouted viciously. But the next moment, he was scared by the brown thing that jumped out of the fence. Fuck. Why is there a rat here again? Didn't we clean up properly because several children died of illness before? After saying that, he raised the stick and prepared to use the rat-killing stick method he had learned before. But the next moment he was stopped by his companion. Wait, don't you think that rat seems to have been seen somewhere before? Hearing what you said. The two people's rusty brains began to spin with difficulty. When they thought about the identities of the little ghosts in the cell, they suddenly realized and said in unison. It's Jerry. Quick! Catch it! This little thing is more valuable than the little ghosts in the cell. I heard that the price of pet rats that look similar to it has risen hundreds of times. If it is the real Jerry, I dare not think about how much it can be sold for. When the two of them said this, their eyes turned into copper coins, and they threw away the sticks impatiently and leaned over to grab Jerry. Run, Jerry, run! Atra shouted hurriedly. But even if she didn't say it, Jerry knew that he had to run away immediately. If he was caught by these two guys with bad intentions, he would definitely not have a good ending. So he continued to run out at full speed, avoiding the capture of the two hands. However, this does not mean that his current situation has improved. Because the basement is not big and the door is tightly closed, it has no room to escape or hide. With its little brain, it really can't think of a way to break the situation. Seeing that the two guards were approaching it again, Jerry squeaked anxiously. Who knew that at this moment, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Too much, too much. Oh, Jerry, my lovely Jerry. It seems that you need a little help now. Chapter 216 Two Fools Fight Jerry. It's the boss. Jerry didn't expect that Zayasha's voice, which usually made him hate it, would be so pleasant now. Squeak! Jerry shouted hurriedly. It means, boss, where are you? If you are nearby, come to save me quickly. That's impossible. Hide-Sho said indifferently. I won't show up until you get close enough to that guy. If the other party realizes my existence and runs away, then everything will be completely over. Squeak. Jerry said again. It means that boss, you have to help me solve the current dilemma. Oh, Jerry, my lovely Jerry. Hide-Sho's voice sounded again. I have given you enough power to defeat them a long time ago. Have you forgotten? Well, it seems that it's too early for you to fight in real combat. This time, I will help you through this difficult time. The person who was speaking in Jerry's mind at this time was of course not an illusion, but the real Hideki. As early as yesterday, he found this base through the Chakra Wave Direction Finder and had secretly searched it. Because no useful clues were found, Hideki could only choose to play the long game and did not rescue the children immediately. Instead, he kept eating red bean buns outside and watching. Because according to his guess, if the other party really came for him, then these children would be very good bargaining chips. Then they would most likely be sent to a hideout with a higher level of confidentiality, which would be closer to the location of the enemy leader. At the very least, this could provide Hideki with more clues. However, with the cautious style that the other party has always shown, it is not so easy to catch him by this. Even Hideki has made preparations for a long-term battle. That is, to keep fighting without alerting the enemy. Follow them, trace up along their organizational structure until you find the other party's leader. Of course, this is the only way out. Hideki is still hoping for a lucky break, and puts his greatest hope on little Jerry. After all, the reputation of Tom and Jerry has become more and more famous these days. Every day, many people around Konoha go to the open-air cinema just to enjoy the wonderful fight between Tom and Jerry. Even pets with similar fur and appearance have increased in price by 100 times, so the real thing has certainly been coveted by many. It is said that there is already a related reward in the gold exchange, and the amount is soaring, even surpassing Hideki's reward, which makes him a little helpless. So whether it is out of curiosity or to make a fortune, as long as the other party's leader finds Jerry's existence, he should not miss the opportunity to contact him. Even if the other party is cautious, he will not be wary of a cute little mouse, right? So when Jerry exposed himself, Hideki was quite happy to see it happen, so that he didn't have to do it himself. But what made him a little helpless was that although this kind of single-line connection and loose structure organization had good confidentiality, its disadvantage was that the loyalty of its members was too low. These two guys didn't even have the slightest intention of handing over to the organization, and they just wanted to take Jerry for themselves. Of course, Hideki couldn't watch them disrupt his plan, so he had to intervene. It's time to show the real skills. Hideki murmured softly, and then completely took over Jerry's body. In the eyes of other people in the dungeon, they only saw Jerry, who was running around, suddenly stop, and had no idea what had happened to him. Yes, just stand there and don't move. Just be good, and you'll get rice balls later. The fat guard was overjoyed when he saw this. While coaxing Jerry, he gently picked up a lunchbox from the table and slowly approached. Watch me. Suddenly, the fat guard raised the lunchbox high and suddenly flipped it over Jerry, trying to trap him. But Jerry had obviously anticipated it and dodged the attack with a flash. Then it actually jumped onto the fat guard's hand and crawled into his sleeve. Ah, ah! The unbearable itchy touch made the fat guard scream sharply and dance with joy. Calm down, it's just a mouse. Now is a good opportunity, stand still. The thin guard scolded, and the fat guard calmed down a little. He endured the discomfort and dared not move. The thin guard raised his hands and carefully observed the changes in the trajectory of the bulging parts of the other party. Back. Left shoulder. Chest. The thin guard made a series of moves, but failed to catch Jerry. He was a little angry, and only Jerry's movements were in his eyes. Fortunately, he had gradually mastered the trick of prediction. After he failed to catch Jerry by grabbing the belly, he grabbed it hard downwards. Wait. That's not okay. The fat guard felt something was wrong, but it was too late to stop him. So after a scream, he fell to the ground, holding his crotch, and rolled on the ground in pain. The little girls in the cell applauded, while the little boys took a breath of cold air, feeling a little sad. Sorry, I got carried away by mistake. The thin guard touched the back of his head and laughed, then said righteously. It's all that little thing's fault. Don't worry, I will avenge you. Then he saw Jerry crawling out of the fat guard's trouser leg, and he was overjoyed, and hurriedly strode towards it. Who knew that Jerry would not retreat but advance this time, and directly rushed under the thin guard's raised foot. In fact, after many days of transformation by Hideki, Jerry's body has become more and more solid and elastic. So even if the other party stepped on it, it would not suffer any substantial damage. But the thin guard didn't know about this. He was afraid of stepping on the priceless mouse to death, so he waved his hands and leaned forward, finally forcing himself to stop. Then he subconsciously took a step back, ready to regroup. But he didn't expect that Jerry had already rushed out when he stopped, pushing the stick he had just thrown behind him. So the thin guard stepped on the stick, slipped and couldn't stand, and fell backwards exaggeratedly. With a bang, the back of his head hit the forehead of the fat guard hard, making both of them dizzy. Everyone in the cell couldn't help but cheer. Someone even urged, "Jerry, steal the key to the cell now." However, Jerry didn't seem to listen to them, and ran to the table and fiddled with something. After only a few breaths, the two guards stood up with gritted teeth. The thin guard even took out a knife and stared at Jerry. Although the fat guard was very angry, he still advised, "Calm down, Jerry is worthless if he dies." "Of course I know that," the thin guard said unhappily. "And I already know that it is smarter than we thought, and it is probably a real ninja beast. But this also gives it a big weakness." After saying that, he reached out to the cell and grabbed a child who was eating melons near the fence, and then threatened, "Jerry, surrender. I know you should understand what we say. If you don't want these little ghosts to get hurt, just be obedient. Don't think I'm bluffing, there are so many little brats here, the boss won't care too much if one or two are missing." The fat guard was speechless. He didn't expect that the way was to threaten a mouse with a hostage. But to his surprise, Jerry seemed to really understand. After hesitating for a few breaths, he raised his hands and stood still. And the fat guard approached Jerry carefully at the nod of the thin guard, and then stretched out his hands and really caught it easily. "Ha ha 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 ha. This time we really made a fortune." The thin guard pushed the child into the cell and shouted excitedly, "Jerry! You two bastards, give Jerry back to me." Atla slapped the fence and shouted. But before the guard could speak, she was pulled back by several security team children covering her mouth. "Be patient, Atla," Mikazuki said. "They are just seeking money, they won't hurt Jerry." "You are smart," the thin guard sneered. "Anyway, we are going to get rich, so we don't need to care about your life or death." But the two of them were too lazy to pay attention to the children. After stuffing Jerry into a purse, they strode to the door, imagining the wonderful life in the future. But when they pushed open the door and walked out, suddenly two short knives pierced their hearts without bias. Plop! The two fell to the ground, their eyes full of confusion. "Boss Butch, why?" The one who killed them was a strong man in black, who sneered when he heard it. "Tops, lightning, you made such a big noise, do you think I am deaf? As for why? You should know that this little thing is in the gold exchange, and the bounty has reached 35 million taels. With it, I don't have to do this kind of daunting work anymore, and I can go abroad and become a rich man. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself." After saying that, he twisted his hands, completely cutting off the lives of the two. Then he picked up the bag containing Jerry's money, opened it and took a look, and a flash of ecstasy flashed across his face. But he quickly restrained his expression and walked out. The child actually heard the movement at the door of the cell, and he was so scared that his face turned pale. Only Sanriku had a multifunctional belt that was standard for the security team in his hand for no reason, and he was thinking about it. Chapter 217 Asuma's Brilliant Plan. Outside the mansion, Hideki, who was hiding in a tree, was completely speechless. In fact, he didn't care about the threat from the other party just now. He just decided to let Jerry surrender when he noticed that the little leader came to the door. But he didn't expect that even this little leader had no intention of handing Jerry over to the organization. Is it possible that his opponent this time is Jin, and none of his subordinates are reliable? It seems that even if it is left alone, this organization will be doomed. But Hideki is not the elementary school student who will never grow up. He doesn't have time to fight over 1,000 episodes with this broken organization. While he was thinking, the little leader named Butch had already met a subordinate and ordered, "Deal with the bodies of the two idiots inside. Also, plan ahead and have someone send those little ghosts to the next base as soon as possible, saying that we are at risk of being exposed here." After saying that, he ignored the surprise of his men and walked straight to the gate of the mansion. Hideki guessed that this guy probably didn't need to come back, so he didn't bother to care so much. But this was also an opportunity for him, so he could go to the next base to see if there were any new clues. But Jerry couldn't be ignored, otherwise it would be very troublesome to find him back in the future. And Hideki hadn't completely given up on the previous plan. The biggest problem was how to get Jerry's story to the leader's ears without causing too much vigilance. Now Hideki could only adapt to the situation and make a decision after seeing the situation. So he first sent a shadow clone to follow Butch, and he continued to follow here, waiting to move the base. As soon as Butch went out, he walked towards the shopping street not far away. Hideki knew that there was an underground money exchange disguised as a small restaurant there, and it was estimated that this guy was prepared to go there. It seems that he wants to exchange Jerry for the bounty, and then go abroad to live happily with the money before the organization finds out. It's a pity that Hideki certainly won't let him do what he wants. Just when Butch hurried to the street where the money exchange was located, a horse's neigh suddenly sounded. A black horse was frightened for some reason, and suddenly pulled the carriage behind it and ran forward. Finally, it ran right into the restaurant disguised as the money exchange. The next moment, a wave of perception and several vigilant eyes suddenly appeared, searching for all suspicious people and things around. As a place where a large amount of money is stored, the money exchange certainly has its own set of protection systems. Otherwise, how could a money lover like Kakuzu obediently do the bounty mission to exchange for money? But after observing for a while, they still found nothing. There was nothing wrong with the horse, and while shouting "my horse," he came from behind. The coachman who came was just an ordinary person. Because it was just a restaurant on the surface, they only sent the restaurant owner to discuss compensation with the coachman according to the normal process. The driver was also very perceptive and instinctively felt that it was not appropriate to stay here for a long time. So he quickly accepted the compensation with a bitter face, and then drove away, ready to find a place to check the condition of the horse and carriage. However, at this time, he didn't know that a stack of banknotes had appeared in the corner of his carriage. And the money exchange, out of caution, also asked the restaurant owner to announce that the store would be closed for maintenance and closed for one day. Butch, who was mixed in the crowd, was immediately numb. It rained first, how could this guy not like me? Just when he was about to exchange Jerry for the bounty, he encountered the closure of the money exchange. Why was he so unlucky? But he didn't dare to ask for it, because it would expose the secret that he was carrying a huge treasure. To be honest, he was very suspicious now, and everyone looked like a thief. So Butch had to turn around and go back to the base to make plans. However, good fortune never comes alone, and misfortune never comes alone. Butch's bad luck is far from over. Because the next moment, a small brown figure suddenly jumped out of him, and after landing, it quickly ran to the alley. Butch subconsciously reached into his pocket, only to find that the purse had been torn into a big hole at some point. Wait! Jerry! Seeing that 35 million taels of silver had just run away, Butch was of course so anxious that he shouted and followed. Of course, he stopped shouting halfway, and felt the scrutiny of the people around him, and changed his words. Brother Jerry, don't do it. I don't know if he fooled everyone, but he had already run into the alley. Seeing that Jerry was running towards a sewer entrance, Butch rushed at full speed and caught it again before it jumped in. After a long sigh of relief, he knew that it was not suitable to stay here for long. After hiding Jerry in his sleeve, he walked quickly to the exit of the alley. On the way, he also saw two young kids hugging each other, and couldn't help but sigh that the world was going downhill and morality was declining. After he left, the two kids let go of each other, bent over and retched a few times. Then the two whispered. Did you see it, Obito? Of course I saw it. The mouse he just caught looks like Jerry. Yes, these two people are Obito and Asuma who were fishing nearby just now. What should we do now? Obito said. Of course, we'll follow them and see what's going on. Asuma said, fortunately, there are two of us. We can use the two-person tracking method taught in school, so it shouldn't be that easy to be discovered. I agree. Obito said, but before that, can you tell me what the two-person tracking method is? Asuma was immediately confused, feeling that his partner seemed unreliable. Probably realizing that he was a little conspicuous just now, Butch kept turning around when he went back, trying to get rid of possible tracking. Fortunately, Asuma and Obito used the tracking technique taught in the ninja school. One person followed from a distance, and the other took a detour in front, and they rotated their duties and changed their appearance from time to time, so that the other party didn't have any suspicion at all. So after a while, the two finally followed each other to an ordinary mansion. The two found a tree where they could see the front and back doors of the mansion and observed for a long time. Seeing that the other party didn't come out, they began to discuss. Asuma touched his chin and said, "It seems that this is most likely a base for human traffickers." Obito said happily, "That's great, let's quickly notify Teacher Hideki and the police department. This time we can be considered to be of great help." Although Asuma was somewhat tempted, he still held back and said, "Obito, you are too impatient. We just saw a mouse similar to Jerry, and we can't be completely sure. The teacher is busy modifying the machine now, and the police department is also busy investigating. If we make a mistake, being laughed at is the worst, but it will be bad if we delay the rescue of the children in the orphanage." Obito calmed down a little after hearing this, scratched his head and asked, "What should we do then?" "Of course, we need to get more accurate clues before notifying them. For example, take a look at the situation inside this room." Obito was surprised. "Do you want to sneak in? This is too dangerous." "I'm not that stupid." Asuma rolled his eyes, and then laughed. "Don't forget that even if we don't go in, we still have a way to know the situation inside." Obito opened his eyes wide after hearing this, and gradually realized what Asuma meant. After a long time, in the training room of the orphanage, Obito ran in quickly, and wanted to speak, but he could only press his hands on his knees, out of breath. There were only Ebisu and Might Guy who were training with their tortoise shells on their backs in the training room. They were originally looking for clues in the village, but were driven away by the police department, so they had to come back to practice. "What's wrong with you, Obito? Why are you so anxious?" Ebisu asked curiously. Obito panted. Ha, no time to explain, where are Asuma and I's training clothes?" "Yes, Asuma's method is to use the perspective function produced by the combination of tortoise shell and sunglasses. Teacher Hideki introduced before that as long as the perception array is changed to the outward detection mode, a simple perspective ability can be exerted. In this way, you don't have to enter the house to see the situation inside, right? It's a pity that Might Guy and Ebisu certainly can't listen to Obito and hand over the precious training clothes to him obediently. So Obito can only tell the cause and effect in this way. Of course, it also includes the reason Asuma said not to tell the teacher for the time being." Ebisu pondered for a moment and had to admit this makes sense. Recently, the news also reported that in addition to unscrupulous merchants, many people also dyed their pet hamsters brown to cosplay as Jerry. Even the collar can be bought in many places now. It is indeed not appropriate to mobilize so many people just for this reason. But Ebisu was a little worried about letting Obito take the important training clothes outside. This time he was lucky enough to experience the effect of the training clothes in advance. If he was disqualified for violating the rules, he would definitely cry in the toilet. Just then, Akai suddenly thought. "Is this what Teacher Hideki meant just now? What does it mean?" Ebisu and Obito asked curiously. Akai said, "I just met Teacher Hideki, and he suddenly said something to me inexplicably. It's if you encounter a situation where you want to implement the ninja way but you don't have enough ability, then that will definitely come in handy." "What is that?" Obito was a little crazy. Akai smiled but said nothing, just took them to the training equipment storehouse not far away. As soon as Obito and Ebisu entered the door, they saw 4 sets of turtle shell training suits on the table against the wall, but they looked different from before. The tights were dark green and also included a headgear. The sunglasses became eye masks of different colors. Finally, each turtle shell was equipped with different weapons, including double swords, long sticks, nunchakus, and 10 hands. Akai explained proudly. "This is what Mr. Hideki has been researching recently, the combat turtle shell suit. By the way, don't grab the nunchaku from me." Obito and Ebisu looked at each other, not knowing where to start complaining for a while. Chapter 218 Ninja Turtles. Combat Turtle Shell Suit. It's okay when training, but does Mr. Hideki really think anyone is willing to wear this thing to fight? Obito knocked on the hard tortoise shell and said with a sad face. "I'm afraid that my opponent will laugh to death before the fight starts. Is this the teacher's purpose?" "What do you mean?" Akai, who couldn't help playing with nunchakus, asked in confusion. "Why do I think they are pretty good looking? You are wearing tights all day, so you are not qualified to comment at all." Obito complained mercilessly, and then worriedly said. With so many things to say, how can we carry them over? If we just wear them and walk over, it will probably attract a lot of attention. Akai gave a thumbs up and smiled proudly again. Don't worry, Teacher Hideki has already made arrangements. In the open space outside the orphanage, Nono was drying clothes. The tender singing of children came from the infirmary not far away. Flower of hope, connecting our bond. It was all Izuka's fault for wanting to sneak out of the orphanage before his injury healed, and it seemed that he had some other plans. So the child who was singing was arranged by Hideki to watch the other party and prevent him from running around. When I thought of Izuka's persistence, Nono felt a little entangled. Sister Nono, your injury hasn't healed yet, why don't you rest in the infirmary? Just then, a passing child made a fuss. Don't worry, it's just a skin injury. Nono waved his hand and said. And your brother Hideki's medical skills are very powerful. He cured me in a short time. The child immediately said happily. It turned out that brother Hideki helped with the treatment, so there must be no problem. Obviously, in the eyes of the children in the orphanage, their brother Hideki has always been omnipotent. Nono could only smile with deep bitterness. Indeed, Hideki's medical level surprised her. You know, although Yunho's sneak attack did not hurt the internal organs, it could not be cured so quickly. It seems that he just wants Nono to recover and not disrupt his plan. But thanks to Hideki's timely treatment and the novel healing technique combined with chakra lines, she was able to get out of bed and work so quickly. Even now she can feel that the healing chakra compressed in the suture line is slowly being released, promoting her body's recovery. It is worthy of being a genius that even Danzo covets, and even the medical ninjutsu field that he has not been deeply involved in has such a novel result. Nono couldn't help but sigh in his heart. What a pity. His opponent this time is Yunho, the insidious guy. Relying on the talent of invention alone, it is impossible to really catch the opponent's tail. Not to mention there is the variable of Rat. Nono knew that Rat and Tiger never got along. So even she couldn't guess what actions the kidnapped rat would take. So she was too lazy to think about it, just wanted to do her job well and leave here as soon as possible. After waving goodbye to the child, Nono started to dry clothes again. But at this moment, she happened to see Obito and the other three walking out of the training room and sneaking out of the orphanage. Her keen spy intuition made her a little concerned, but after thinking about it, she gave up the idea of investigating further. After a long while, on the tree outside the human trafficker's base. Too slow. Obito, have you been carrying the turtle shell for too long recently? Have you been assimilated by the turtle? As soon as Asuma saw Obito coming back, he couldn't help complaining. There has been a lot of movement in that room from just now to now. I almost couldn't help but sneak in to take a look. Then he looked at the two behind Obito and said. Akai, Ebisu, why are you here too? Akai's eyes lit up with a little flame and said. Save the children in danger, this opportunity to uphold justice and praise youth, how can I be left out? Akai, don't be too excited. Ebisu held up his sunglasses and said without hesitation. Nai said. I knew this would happen, that's why I followed you to supervise you, so as not to lose the teacher's precious equipment. Don't forget that you all promised to only use perspective to see what's going on inside. If you really find a kidnapped child, you must immediately ask the teacher and the police department for help, and you must not act on your own. I know, I know. Asuma said impatiently. Where is the key training suit? How come I can't even see its shadow? Obito said with a strange expression. I brought it with me, but Asuma, you have to be mentally prepared. As he said this, he threw a belt and a red scroll to the other party. Asuma took it and raised his eyebrows. What a strange belt, and this is a storage scroll. Can you use this thing? Ebisu showed off his knowledge. Hehe, I have read the attached manual. This is a storage scroll that Teacher Hideki has improved using the programming flow sealing technique. It can be used as long as chakra is injected. Obito interrupted. There is no time to explain so much. Anyway, you should tie the belt first, put the scroll into the groove on it, and finally inject chakra and shout out such a command. After a while, a sound rang out in unison on the big tree. Bang! 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 After the white smoke, Asuma saw three strange-looking human-shaped turtles in front of him, and he was so scared that he almost fell off the tree. After being pulled by Akai wearing an orange eye mask, he came to his senses and found that he had actually become the same. Ha ha ha, did you see Asuma's expression? Obito, wearing a blue eye mask, laughed. Ebisu adjusted his purple eye mask, and seemed to be uncomfortable with it, and then complained. When we just tested it, your reaction was not much better, Obito. Indeed, Asuma can't be blamed for making a fuss. Because although this suit is similar to ordinary training clothes, it is actually very different. The tights don't have the cheap fabric feel of the previous ones, and look more like the texture of the skin of cold-blooded creatures. Plus a headgear that covers the entire head and only exposes the eyes. Once wearing the eye mask and the turtle shell on the back, it really looks like a weird half-human, half-turtle creature. However, Asuma, who was wearing a red eye mask, quickly adapted to it. He subconsciously explored the various functions of the suit and couldn't help but admire it. Teacher Hideki is really amazing. Sure enough, apart from aesthetics, he has never let us down. And this suit can actually help us change clothes directly, it's so convenient. So, this multifunctional belt is also used to locate the position of clothes. And there is a respirator in this mask, and it is connected to the oxygen tank in the turtle shell, so it is much easier for us to perform breathing. Hey, 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 who said there is no time just now? Obito couldn't help interrupting. Let's get started quickly. Asuma came to his senses and took the three of them to a bush closer to the house. Then everyone pressed the switch on the belt to activate the perspective function. Just as Teacher Hideki said. Compared with the clear image when looking inside the body, the effect of this incidental outward perspective function is indeed much inferior. The four people who had not practiced how to adjust the focus precisely soon felt like vomiting because of the blurry and overlapping images in front of them. Fortunately, they had experienced this feeling many times before, so they managed to hold it back and were struggling to identify the images inside. Oh my! I saw several children locked in cages. Sure enough, this is the den of human traffickers. Then let's go and notify Mr. Hideki and the police department. No hurry, let's see if the children in the orphanage are there first, so as not to hit them. The grass is startled. Hey, they seem to be packing their luggage, everyone hurry up to find someone. Wait, look at the basement of the house, there is actually a more secret room. Those children inside, they look so familiar. Chapter 219 The Curse of Kappa Too Slow. Everyone said that we should move the base quickly, why are you still dragging your feet? In the house, Butch touched a small box in his pocket and urged impatiently. The exchange office was closed before, and Jerry's appearance might be seen by others, which made him feel more uneasy. So he couldn't wait even for a day or two, and decided to go to the exchange offices in other towns to exchange the bounty. In order to be on the safe side, he also asked everyone to leave together in the name of moving the base as a cover. A subordinate came over and asked, "Boss, there are still a few children who have not died of the disease before, but they don't even have the strength to stand up. Should we take them with us? What do you care about those money-losing goods? Just throw them here, don't you even understand this? No, wait, they have seen what we look like. Just in case, let's cut the grass and root it out." After that, Butch took out a knife and threw it to the other party, and said, "This job is handed over to you, don't let me down." Although the subordinates were a little reluctant, they didn't dare to disobey the boss's order. Soon he came to a remote woodshed filled with a foul smell and opened the door. Looking at the pale and weak children lying in the straw in front of him, he hesitated for a moment, but still gritted his teeth and said, "Every grievance has its perpetrator. If you want to blame someone, blame Butch, the boss." After saying that, he drew out his dagger and prepared to step into the woodshed. Ah! But at this moment, a dark green foot suddenly flew from the side and kicked him hard in the face. The next moment, he was kicked directly and hit the wall not far away. He groaned and fell into a coma. Then three more green figures jumped into the yard. "I'm sorry Ebisu, my ninja way does not allow me to turn a blind eye to this." Might Guy, who had just kicked someone away, said seriously. "So I can only break my promise to you." Ebisu glanced at the scene in the woodshed and sighed. "This can be regarded as force majeure. Teacher Hideki would not want to see us die without help." Obito also patted Kai's tortoise shell and said, "Yes, if you hadn't gotten there first, I would have done the same." Asuma urged, "Is it time to assign responsibility now? Hurry up and get ready for battle, the enemy is coming." As he said, the movement just now has attracted the attention of others. The cautious Butch directly pulled all the people and rushed here fully armed. But when they saw the appearance of Obito and the others, they were shocked. What are these four green things? At this time, the sky was getting darker, and the afterglow of the winter sunset was gradually swallowed by the night. And Obito and the others' original weird appearance was added with a bit of gloom, a kind of inhuman temperament. Just like the movie of Hideki's previous life, as long as the picture is darker, it is not easy to see the flaws of the special effects. Some imaginative guys were already horrified, pointing to the pond next to them and shouting, "It's a kappa monster! In the past, we would throw the children who died here into the pond to feed the fish. Now their resentment must have turned into a kappa monster to seek revenge on us." Monsters and ghosts in the ninja world are not simply superstitious products. Even Hideki has encountered them several times. So it's not surprising that they would think so when they first saw this half-human, half-turtle creature. "You are the kappa monster." Obito wanted to spit back at him. But Ebisu had already rolled his eyes and said in a very resentful voice, "I hate it so much. Why did you kidnap us? Why did you let us die of illness?" He raised his hands and walked towards the traffickers with a stiff movement. The other three people also understood what was going on and imitated Ebisu's movements and wailed, "I hate it so much. Oh my god! It's really a monster. Everyone run!" After getting a clear answer, the traffickers were furious and were so scared that they wanted to turn around and run away. Then, puff! A thug who turned around and ran away was suddenly stabbed in the chest by a dagger. He fell to the ground in disbelief and died with his eyes wide open. The rest of the thugs were frightened by the scene and didn't dare to run anymore. Bah! A guy pretending to be a ghost. Butch, who had just killed someone, pulled out his knife, spat and sneered. "I don't know how long I have been doing this business. If there is any resentment or monster, I would have died countless times. It's not that easy to scare me with just a few talking monsters." The next moment, the hospital there were faint cries of children in the room. Everyone thought it was the voices of other children, but after listening carefully, they found that the cries were actually coming from the pond. Hiss! After realizing this, everyone felt a chill on their backs. The original scientific explanation of Boss Butch suddenly became unreliable. Some people even thought that perhaps it was the change in quantity that caused the change in quality. "I am afraid that Boss Butch has done too much evil, which has implicated them." Seeing that everyone was looking at him with increasingly strange eyes, Butch was afraid that they would drown him in the pond to appease the children's resentment, and hurriedly said, "This must be a trick similar to illusion, don't be fooled. I don't believe that they can continue to play tricks after their heads are cut off. 100,000 taels. Whoever can cut off the head of one of them, I will give him a reward of 100,000 taels. There must be a brave man under a heavy reward." The people present were basically greedy, otherwise they would not do such a shameless thing. So when they heard that there was money to be made, many people forgot their fear and became eager to move. A burly man was afraid that others would get ahead of him, so he strode forward, raised a thick mace and chopped it down on Akai's head. Akai could no longer pretend, so he could only dodge to the side, then took out his nunchaku and slammed it on the other's nose. Pa! The giant man was hit and fell down with his head raised, and blood flew everywhere. The minions who didn't know about the existence of breathing methods were surprised that this small kappa monster had such great strength. However, their fear was greatly reduced. After all, nunchakus and monsters don't go together, so they began to believe what Boss Butch said. Who knew that at this moment, something strange happened again? It turned out that several people rushed forward and attacked Obito and the others. This time, Obito and the others took out their weapons to block the opponent's sword attacks. But before they could start to fight back, their opponents suddenly began to convulse like epilepsy, then fell to the ground and foamed at the mouth. This scene undoubtedly poured a bucket of cold water on the minions who were just ready to move, and they felt cold in their hearts. It's a curse. They must have been cursed to become like this. The previous setting party began to supplement the setting, scaring themselves. And as the last blow, two arms suddenly stretched out from the two piles of soil that had just been turned over in the corner. Then, one fat and one thin, the two dead guards slowly climbed up with stiff movements, roaring and rushing towards them. This time everyone's psychological defense line was finally broken. No matter how Butch explained the approach to science, the minions were unmoved, and they dispersed directly and climbed over the wall. Remember this. Butch, who became a bachelor commander, felt a little weak in his heart and decided to slip away. Before leaving, Butch subconsciously touched his pocket, and his face turned pale instantly. Because the box he used to store Jerry disappeared without a trace. Could it be that he accidentally lost it during the chaos just now? Butch lowered his head and looked around, but still found nothing. At this time, the four monsters were approaching him with unfriendly faces. I will definitely come back. Butch gritted his teeth, and finally could only throw out this sentence, then turned around and ran away. Chapter 220 Approaching Science. Seeing that all the human traffickers had fled except the one who fainted on the ground, Ebisu wiped his sweat and said. Finally, we scared them all away. Otherwise, even if we had this set of equipment, it would be difficult to defeat them all. Obito scratched his head and said. But is it okay to let them go like this? And Jerry hasn't been found yet. Asuma spread his hands and said. This is the best result. Don't forget that they may take children as hostages, it will be troublesome then. As he said, he looked at Ebisu and praised. I really admire you this time. I didn't expect you to study this combat suit so thoroughly. You can even use the functions inside to play tricks and scare them away. However, Ebisu, who was praised, did not show any joy, but said with a puzzled look. Wait, I just pretended to be a monster at the beginning, and the things that happened later were not done by me. I thought it was one of you who did it. He and Asuma looked at Obito and Kai again, and the two of them shook their heads in confusion. Then, what are those supernatural phenomena just now? Obito crossed his arms and said with trembling teeth. In fact, he has always been unable to stand such supernatural things, especially the resurrection of the dead. At this time, the sun had set, and it was dark everywhere. A gust of cold wind blew, making the four people's backs cold. Could it be that what those guys just said was actually true, and the ghost of the child really came to claim his life? Just then, a voice suddenly sounded from a dark corner not far from them. Leave here! Get out of here as soon as possible! Ah! The four of them were frightened and screamed, then jumped far away, picked up their weapons and got ready, and then dared to look in the direction of the sound. Then they saw two pupils emitting faint light appear in the shadows, and they became more nervous. Then they were surprised to find that it was just a little mouse in a robe that came out of the shadows. Jerry! Obito said in surprise. But he was stopped by Asuma just as he was about to step forward. Wait a minute, as far as I know, although Jerry is a ninja beast, he can't speak yet. The other three also realized that something was wrong when they heard it, and stared at Jerry again with vigilance. Jerry spread his hands. It is indeed commendable to be vigilant. But before that, didn't you hear whose voice it was? Everyone was so shocked just now that they didn't have the energy to identify it. Now, after hearing this, everyone realized that the voice was indeed very familiar. It's Teacher Hideki. Are you nearby? Akai was the first to react and looked around. I was still there just now. Hideki's slightly helpless voice sounded again. It's just that some of the children in the orphanage have been transported to other places through the underground waterway. So my real body has followed. As for the situation on my side, it's a bit troublesome to talk about. You can just treat it as a kind of shadow clone. Actually, what Hideki is using now is the puppet clone technique. It's just that this time he is not controlling a puppet, but Jerry, who has just been secretly stolen back. As for the puppet core that sealed the shadow clone, it is made into a backpack for Jerry to carry. And the robe on its body is also to conceal the existence of the core. It is definitely not for Cos Splinter. Hideki urged again. We will talk about other questions later. Let's leave here first. You are better off not showing up in front of people. So you know that there is something wrong with this dress, teacher. Obito complained in his heart, and then couldn't help asking. What about the children here? And there are some children from the orphanage underground. Hideki said, don't worry. You made such a big noise, the police officers who are investigating nearby will definitely arrive soon. They will make appropriate arrangements. We understand. Asuma looked at everyone and said. But before that, we have to do one more thing. After a while, several police officers discovered the situation here and quickly reported it and requested reinforcements. Not long after, Fugaku, who arrived at full speed with his team, looked at the messy house and was a little confused. Fortunately, one of his subordinates handed him a note found here. Fugaku raised his eyebrows slightly after reading it, and then began to order. The children of the orphanage are in the basement, and a few people will take them back to the orphanage. The other children should also be handled according to the rescue process last time. Especially the children in the woodshed, give priority to the medical ninjas for treatment. There should be a lot of skeletons in this pond. Find a place to bury them after we fish them out. Not long ago, in the sewer of the town. Teacher Hideki. Although we need to find a secluded place to talk, you don't have to bring us to the sewer, right? Asuma looked around with a look of disgust. Although this sewer was newly built a few years ago and a clean place was found. But the stench that kept drilling into their noses still made them choke. Until Hideki reminded them to use respirators, they gradually recovered. To be honest, Hideki came here just to match their dress. So he couldn't explain it, so he just changed the subject and updated them on the current situation. Everyone then learned that the teacher had known the children's location for a long time, but just kept silent in order to find out the mastermind behind the scenes. I thought we had made a great contribution. Asuma said a little frustrated. This has disrupted your plan, teacher. Hideki manipulated Jerry and spread his hands and said. That's true, but a blessing in disguise. After all, planning the enemy's defense in advance cannot ensure victory. Being able to adapt to changes is the real way to win. Actually, I was also worried about how to lure out the enemy leader. And what can make people waver and reveal their flaws is nothing more than desire and fear. Just like I wanted to use Jerry to arouse the other party's greed. And you accidentally realized another way. Fear. Teacher, are you saying that you created all those supernatural phenomena just now? Ebisu suddenly realized. Hideki said, yes, I played the crying sound with a mini recorder, and I also copied the corpse with a human body. As for the sudden twitching of the other party, it was because I activated the hidden electric shock mode of your weapons. Of course, it was thanks to your performance at the beginning that they believed it so easily. To be honest, the appearance of your suits was originally made by me to intimidate the enemy designed. I didn't expect to get unexpected gains. Obito was puzzled. Teacher, we just scared them away. Is it really as powerful as you said? Hideki laughed. I saw you were still scared just now, why don't you take it seriously now? You know the unknown is the most terrifying. Even if the police department destroys more human traffickers' dens, it can only make them quiet for a while. Because they know that the police department will not always pay attention to them, there will always be people willing to take risks for huge profits. But once the legend of the revenge of the vengeful spirit is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, it is equivalent to hanging a sword of Damocles over their heads. Because the revenge of the vengeful spirit is not timely and unreasonable. Even if they don't suffer retribution, they will be suspicious all day long. When there is any disturbance, they will subconsciously attribute it to the vengeful spirit. If people lose their morale, it will be hard to lead the team. As long as they realize that being a human trafficker is not worth the loss, this loose organization will collapse and cease to exist. By then, even if the leader alone does not show up, it will not matter. And this is exactly why I asked you to come here. Are you willing to leave home for a while and transform into the spirit of revenge that walks around Konoha, symbolizing the resentment of the abducted children? Chapter 221, Tiger Landing. 2 weeks later, in the early morning, in the orphanage studio. Nono, who has returned to work, is reading the manuscript of today's Konoha news. The police department has made another great contribution. Yesterday, another human trafficker's den was destroyed and many abducted children were rescued. In recent days, the police department has successively destroyed several dens of human traffickers around Konoha, making great contributions to the stability of Konoha and even the Land of Fire. According to the head of the police force, Uchiha Fugaku, the success is not only due to the unremitting efforts of the police department, but also because human traffickers have voluntarily surrendered and provided information about their dens. They did not have a change of heart, but claimed that they encountered various supernatural events and chose to surrender because they could not bear it anymore. These include the cries of various children echoing in their ears, corpses moving on their own, the body suddenly losing control, or unbearable pain. The most important thing is that, as before, they claimed to have been attacked by a strange creature that was half human and half turtle and short in stature. They believed that it was a kappa monster transformed from the resentment of the abducted children. Since these human traffickers were already insane when they surrendered, these testimonies have yet to be verified. However, some of the rescued children also said that they had seen similar creatures and said that they claimed to be ninja turtles. There are many different opinions about their true identities. A kidnapped teenager seeking revenge. A creature mutated by chakra. A ninja in disguise. Or maybe it is really a turtle monster transformed by the children's resentment. If there is any latest news, Konoha News will continue to follow up on the report, so stay tuned. At this point, Nono pressed the pause switch, then restrained his smile and murmured, "Ninja turtles. These strange creatures have become household names these days." Because Hideki has done a good job of keeping secrets, Nono has been very law-abiding so far and has not been asking around. So she doesn't know about the turtle shell training suit yet. But Obito and the others' sneaky behavior still caught her attention. In addition, they have not been seen for these days, especially those who live in Akai from the orphanage also disappeared. Thinking of the eyewitness reports of the short stature of the ninja turtles, she couldn't help but have some speculations. But she didn't report the matter to the organization in the end, but only reported the information that the rat was also kidnapped. "Boss Yunhu, several of our men disappeared yesterday." In the human trafficker's base, a subordinate wearing gold-rimmed glasses was reporting tremblingly. Since the legend of the Ninja Turtles spread around Konoha, this situation has happened every day. I don't know if they were scared away or if they really encountered a disappearance. Disappearance. This is obviously a trick by Kimura Hideki to attack our organization. Yunhu's eyes flashed with cold light, and the subordinate lowered his head and trembled. Then he grinned again. "Since he is doing this, I don't have to be polite. I remember there are still 5 or 6 little ghosts in the orphanage. Then chop off one of their heads and have someone send it to the orphanage. Let's see who has more self-control." Soon after, in a cell, Mikazuki was quietly breaking a ration pill into pieces and handing it to other children, while whispering, "We may be imprisoned separately by them later, so this thing will be given to you to keep. This is the last ration pill in the belt that Jerry secretly gave us. So you have to hold back until the last moment. Otherwise, even if you try to escape later opportunity, without physical strength, it is useless." Atra and the others looked at the small piece of Bing Liang pill in their hands, and they couldn't help swallowing hard. Just when they were struggling with their conscience, the door outside the cell was suddenly opened. They quickly put away the Bing Liang pill, and then saw 3 guys with different expressions walked in. "I really don't know what the higher UPS are thinking." The minions named Agan scratched their heads. "Before, they asked us to keep a close watch and said we couldn't let them die. Now they suddenly ask us to chop off a kid's head and send it over." When Atla and the others heard this, they were immediately horrified. And Mikazuki's face sank, and he quietly reached into his pocket. The minions named Ah and said with a little worry, "Haven't you heard the legend of the Ninja Turtles? Will we really not suffer retribution for doing this?" The thug named Akui laughed and said, "Even if that's true, they should deal with the boss first. How can it be our turn so soon? Anyway, after I finish this job, I will retire and go back to my hometown to get married. There's nothing to be afraid of. The car is ready, so let's deal with it quickly. And my pocket watch just stopped, and I just wound it up before, so I have to find someone to fix it later. If there's time, I'll treat you to barbecue tonight." After saying that, he drew out his knife and scanned Atla and the others with a look as if he was selecting livestock. Who knew that the next moment, his vision suddenly began to spin, and finally froze on the ground with a plop. Indistinctly, he felt that he saw a strange yet familiar headless corpse, with blood gushing out of the neck. "Hey, isn't that me?" Akui used his last thoughts to figure out this problem, and then his eyes went black. "Fuck. Awen. What are you doing?" Agump witnessed Awen suddenly draw his knife and chop off Akui's head, and hurriedly stepped back a few steps, drew his weapon and questioned. But the other party also looked terrified and confused. "I don't know either, I can't control myself." After saying that, he had already rushed towards Agan waving a knife. "All dead?" "Yes, and they all died in infighting." After a while, the gold-rimmed glasses subordinate reported to Yunhu with a pale face. "As long as you get close to those children, you will end up like this. It's really weird." Yunhu gritted his teeth and said, "What a weird shit. Don't forget that Kimura Hideki is the only puppeteer in Konoha. It's not difficult to control the human body to do such actions." But boss, do you mean that guy is lurking around those children? Why doesn't he just rescue the children? Why does he have to go through so much trouble? Stupid guy, he just wants you to think so." Yunhu sneered. "Otherwise, would you be so nervous now? It seems that this guy has a big appetite. He will not stop until our organization is completely destroyed." To be honest, Yunhu felt a little regretful. Why did he offend that stubborn guy for such a small matter? And the other party was the same. It was just a few children from the orphanage. If they were gone, he could just find a few more. Is it necessary to go to such lengths? Now he was in a dilemma. The reason why he was so calm before was that as long as he was patient and didn't do it himself, the other party would definitely not be able to do anything to him. But now Kimura Hideki has created the Abominable Ninja Turtles legend, which just hit him in the nick of time. In order to avoid exposing himself, his organization is a single-line connection with a loose structure. It is a makeshift team that is held together by huge profits. If he lets this legend develop, everyone will be scared and leave sooner or later, and then the organization is completely finished. You have to know that the reason why Yunhu can have his current position in the root is because of this organization that he has worked hard for many years to build. If he loses it, he will just be an ordinary thug. Should he ask Danzo for help? No. Shijiro said before that the root will not intervene. Even if he really intervenes, he will be labeled as incompetent by Danzo and lose control of the organization. Yunhu scratched his head with both hands and thought for a long time, and finally he could only say dejectedly, "Please write a letter to Kimura Hideki for me, saying that I want to talk to him about returning the child. I hope that guy will stop while he is ahead, otherwise." An uncontrollable hatred flashed across Yunhu's eyes. "Then I will not care about the order of Danzo-sama, and I will definitely let him see how I, Don Mu, got the name Yunhu." Chapter 222 Negotiation. At noon the next day, in the hall of the orphanage. Almost everyone gathered here at this time, watching Hideki read a letter with a nervous look. This letter was delivered to the orphanage by a man in black this morning, and the other party disappeared in a puff of white smoke after it was delivered. The child who received the letter informed the adults, resulting in the current situation. Hideki read the letter over and over again 3 times before put it down, then smiled and said, "It seems that the other party has finally given in and said that they will return the remaining children to us. Great! Atla and the others are finally coming back." The hall was immediately filled with deafening cheers from the children. Especially those children who were rescued first, who have been feeling the guilt of survivors these days. Now they can finally smile with relief. Matt Dai and Aunt Kelly were also happily wiping their tears. Only Nono looked relieved on the surface, but was full of doubts in his heart. Are they really going so smoothly? Indeed, there is no irreconcilable contradiction between the two sides. It is normal for Yunhu to give in a little for the survival of the organization. But just as Yunhu knows her nature, she also knows Yunhu's character. Will he, who has always been cautious and very petty, really give in willingly? Is this really not a cheap trick? More importantly, will Kimura Hideki, who has devoted a lot of time and energy to this, really let Tora and the others go so easily? It may not be so easy to reach a result that satisfies both parties. In this way, the children who are still in the enemy camp may not be truly out of danger. Not long after, in Hideki's office, Fugaku shook his head after reading the letter and said, "The other party is really calculating. They already know that your real body is near the children, but they still use returning them as a bargaining chip. Isn't this too easy for them?" Hideki smiled. The chips must not be thrown out all at once. In addition to returning the children, the other party should propose conditions such as not to attack around Konoha in the future. Otherwise, the other party will not let me pick up people at the place they designated, and there will definitely be specific negotiations at that time. Fugaku raised his eyebrows and said, "Hideki, you don't really want to agree to him. We have such a big advantage now, we should take the opportunity to root them out." Advantage? If the opponent is just the human trafficking organization, it is true. Hideki spread his hands and smiled bitterly, but the problem is the power behind it. Don't forget that we have attacked so many dens these days, and we have caught some cats and dogs, but we still can't find any clues to catch the leader of the other party. And this negotiation is a good opportunity. Whether to stop while we are ahead or take the opportunity to catch them all in one fell swoop, we have to make a decision at that time. Otherwise, if the other party plays a game of life and death with us, it will not be worth it for us. Fugaku is obviously a little eager for quick success because of the recent surge in the reputation of the police department. Now that he has calmed down, he nodded in agreement. It seems that this is the only way. Do you need me and the Flying Tigers to go with you? Hideki shook his head and said. The letter states that the other party wants to meet me alone. Obviously, the other party knows that he is at a disadvantage, so he used me as bait to lure me over for negotiation. If he finds out about your existence, he will definitely not show up. Of course, both parties are likely to use shadow clones to meet, so traps and ambushes are actually meaningless. But just in case, I still have to ask you Fugaku for something first. The next morning, Hideki drove alone to a remote manor near Konoha according to the address on the letter. As soon as he arrived nearby, he felt a chakra fluctuation of the perception array, and the coverage area was quite large. It seems that the other party decided to stay here to prevent Hideki from bringing the flying tigers to encircle them. Hideki had a smooth journey and finally came to a beautiful courtyard. A burly man bowed and said, "Mr. Kimura, please wait a moment. Our leader will be here soon." Did he dare to come here only because he was sure there was no encirclement? Could it be that the guy didn't know the shadow clone technique? Hideki muttered to himself, then nodded to indicate that he had no objection. Then he looked to the east of the courtyard, where there was a secret base of human traffickers not far from here. The children of the orphanage were sent there yesterday. Because he was worried about touching the other party's sensitive nerves, he was unwilling to show up. So Hideki still didn't rescue the remaining children, as a way to give the other party courage. A moment later, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses walked into the courtyard, as if meeting a business partner, and extended his hand to greet Hideki familiarly. "Mr. Kimura, I have heard of your name for a long time, and I finally meet you today." Seeing that Hideki did not move, he withdrew his hand without embarrassment and said, "Then please sit down, do you need something to drink?" Hideki said lightly. "No, let's get to the point. But before that, how do you prove that you are the leader of the organization?" The other party's face froze slightly, then he lifted his gold-rimmed glasses and smiled bitterly. "This question is really difficult for me. For a while, I can't find any witnesses or physical evidence that can convince you. I'm afraid it depends on your own eyesight to determine it, Mr. Kimura." "I see." Hideki smiled slightly, then turned his head to look at the burly man who was still standing at the gate of the yard and said, "Then in my opinion, the man guarding the gate, he looks more like the boss of your organization." Pa 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 pa. The guy that Hideki was talking about suddenly changed his temperament, clapping and smiling while walking over leisurely. And the man with gold-rimmed glasses just now quickly stepped aside and made way, with a respectful attitude. "I admire you. I didn't expect that you, Mr. Kimura, would see through us so quickly." The man said with interest. "Can you tell me where we were exposed?" Hideki shrugged and said, "You probably graduated from a professional school, so your acting skills are not a problem. But this guy's acting skills are too exaggerated, especially the obvious restraint when he entered the door and received your greetings, which showed the level of your true identity. And your organizational structure is loose and the quality of the personnel is low, which is not something that a gentleman with gold-rimmed glasses like him can control. It seems that this gentleman seems to have a deep prejudice against people wearing gold-rimmed glasses." The man with gold-rimmed glasses smiled bitterly. The burly man, Yunhu, laughed loudly, then waved his hand to let him leave. Hideki was thoughtful. Looking at this guy's posture, it is very likely that he is the leader of this organization. In fact, Hideki has always been skeptical about the other party's letter saying that he would come in person. He even thought that he would only see a coder. At least this would save him a lot of effort to follow the clues, and it would be much easier to track him later. But Hideki knew at a glance that the guy in front of him was quite powerful. As the boss of a human trafficking organization, he was already a bit condescending. And he had a domineering temperament that was rarely seen in ordinary ninjas. This temperament can only be developed by those who have been in a superior position for a long time and often give orders. So Hideki was very suspicious that he was the leader. But why did he come here in person? To show sincerity? Curiosity? Not trusting others to take care of it? The sense of security brought by the shadow clone technique? In any case, the other party's status must be extraordinary, which means that the plan can be advanced. Just as Hideki's brain was spinning at high speed, Yunhu also spoke. "Since you, Mr. Kimura, speak so quickly, I won't beat around the bush. I hope you will announce the truth in the Konoha news. Tell everyone that the Ninja Turtles are just a legend made up by you and the police department to crack down on human traffickers." Yunhu said with emotion. "I have to admit that the legend of the revenge of the Ninja Turtles and the vengeance of the vengeful spirits is indeed a stroke of genius. Combined with the brand new propaganda method of Konoha news, the speed of spread and influence of this legend completely exceeded my imagination. In just 2 weeks, my organization lost 1/10 of its staff. Others are also worried all day long, worried that the vengeful spirits will find them. This effect is indeed much more effective than directly asking the police to arrest people. Your Excellency is worthy of being Konoha's most popular invention genius recently, and your ideas are just wild and unrestrained. However, Hideki listened to the other party's praise and just said with a puzzled look. Ninja Turtles. I have nothing to do with that thing, don't frame me. And Konoha News has always adhered to the spirit of seeking truth from facts, and will not make false reports. Chapter 223 Fate, Wonderful. You are so careful that you didn't leave any excuses. Yinhu shook his head and laughed. But don't rush to refuse, Mr. Kimura. Listen to the conditions I offer. Return the child and never attack around Konoha. I think you can guess these. And I have prepared a generous compensation, which should be enough to compensate for your hard work during this period. Plus, if you do that, you can also gain a lot of praise for yourself and the police department. It is definitely beneficial and harmless. If you are worried about my revenge later, then I also have a suggestion that can reassure both parties. That is, why don't we become partners? Yinhu said in a tone of mutual respect. As orphans, I can see that you are ambitious like me. Using the name of the orphanage to adopt a large number of children, rapidly expanding their own power. Share technology without asking for anything in return, in order to build good relations with other ninja clans and buy time for the development of the power. It is obvious that your ambition is not limited to being a puppetry teacher. Seeing that Hideki was still calm, Yinhu said leisurely. But you should have realized that the orphanage can no longer recruit many orphans, right? That's because other forces are consciously limiting your development speed and are also secretly adopting stray orphans. Speaking of which, I am also a victim. If it weren't for the decrease in stray orphans, I wouldn't have to pay attention to ordinary children. So we can actually cooperate. You get a steady source of manpower, and I get a stable buyer. If you really have any moral cleanliness, then I can also help you find some war orphans. In the surrounding small countries, there is no shortage of such children. Hideki couldn't help but say. In that case, why do you want to be a human trafficker? Yinhu smiled as if it was a matter of course it's because of the cost issue. Those orphans are so hungry that their bones are exposed. It's too expensive to raise them. And every time they are transported back by boat, half of them will die. The cost effectiveness is too low. Zayashu's eyes flashed with a faint light, and then he sighed, this is the difference between us. I am indeed using the power of children to rapidly grow myself, but I have never regarded them as goods. The premise of cooperation is trust. Unfortunately, I really can't trust a guy who only cares about himself and can treat people as goods without guilt. Yinhu's eyes flashed with regret, and then he laughed, I didn't expect that you, who have wild ideas, are still as pedantic as others in this regard. I want to introduce you to a big customer who looks like you. But it doesn't matter, people with different ideas can't work together. I will prepare a compensation that will satisfy you, that's fine, right? I'm sorry, it's still not possible. As you just said, many ninjas are watching my actions. If you pursue win-win situations blindly, you will be considered weak and vulnerable. So when this fight starts, it's up to you. But when it ends, I'll decide. Ha 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 ha. Yinhu laughed in anger. It seems that Kimura Hideki, you really misunderstood. I thought we were the same kind of people, so I spoke to you in a nice tone. You don't think you've got me? To tell you the truth, I'm just a shadow clone now, so it won't work even if you set up a trap around me. Since you're so ignorant, I don't need to pretend to be a gentleman anymore. If you still refuse to change your ways, don't blame me and my shadow clones for visiting your orphanage and toy store every now and then. And you won't have a chance to find your children this time, because I'll kill them on the spot. It's a good opportunity for you to experience this feeling of being in a state of constant anxiety. Yinhu thought that after he said this, Kimura Hideki would put away his annoying smile. As a result, Hideki still smiled. If you had used this move not long ago, it would have really given me a headache. After all, even in the war between ninja villages, this move is a taboo among taboos. It's a pity that you are already one step too late. Humph, bluffing? I'm not so easily. Bang! Before Yinhu finished speaking, he was hit by something and disappeared into the void in a cloud of white smoke. Then, a boundary stone floating cannon appeared in Zayashu's hand. He locked his eyes in a direction and said softly. Whether it is bluffing or not, you will know later. In the canopy of a large tree at a considerable distance from the manor, Yunhu, who was lurking in it, was suddenly stunned, and then he became angry, punching the tree trunk one by one. Boom! 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 The thick tree trunk was immediately hit with holes, and the violently shaking treetops scared away a large number of birds. After venting for a long time, Yunhu stopped, but he was still indignant in his heart. Damn! Kimura Hideki! I just wanted to scare that guy. Since he is stubborn, don't blame me for doing what I said. Meow! Just then, a cat's cry caught Yunhu's attention. It's a cat's cry, why is there a cat here? Yunhu looked in the direction of the voice, and his pupils shrank instantly. Because he saw a blue and white cat walking on 2 feet, which seemed familiar. More importantly, it looked like a guide, and pointed out its hiding place with its hand in a flattering manner. And the person it told was the Kimura Hideki that he had just cursed. At this time, the other party also saw him and waved to him. What a coincidence, I didn't expect us to meet so soon. Yunhu certainly didn't believe in such a coincidence, and gritted his teeth and said. Kimura Hideki, how did you lock my position? Even if you master the perception ninjutsu, the range can't be so far. Who knows, maybe there are really wronged souls in the world, and the children you killed guided me to find your location. Hideki shrugged and smiled. He is not a novice, how could he easily expose his skills? However, the principle is somewhat similar to the ghost's death. It's just that it is not the ghost, but Yunhu's own chakra. Because after the shadow clone disappears, the remaining chakra will not dissipate on the spot, but will quickly return to the main body. In this way, the main body can obtain the memory of the shadow clone through the returning chakra. In other words, Hideki can successfully find the other party's main body by following this chakra. Of course, it is not as easy as it sounds to do this. Because once intercepted, this chakra will fly away like a kite with a broken string, unable to return to its original body. So Hideki's approach is to first use the floating cannon to smash the enemy's shadow clone. At the same time, he uses the sealing technique he has recently mastered to seal a small amount of the opponent's chakra in the floating cannon, and then twists it into a chakra line to keep it connected with the rest of the chakra. Finally, Hideki can find the location of the opponent's original body through this chakra line. So this move is also jokingly called by Hideki as 1,000 miles of fate. Seeing Hideki's riddle-telling style, Yunhu knew that he couldn't get the answer, so he suppressed his doubts. The most important thing now is how to get out of the current predicament. Fortunately, the guys from the police department don't seem to have arrived yet, so he still has a chance to escape. No, that's not right. Why do I only want to escape? Kimura Hideki obviously wants to end himself here, so the one in front of him is very likely to be the original body, or at least the original body is nearby. This means that as long as he is caught, I still have a chance to turn defeat into victory. Poison, brainwashing, a collar with a hidden bomb. As a veteran human trafficker, he has many ways to control others. As long as he is given a little time, he can always find a method that suits Kimura Hideki. Although it will disrupt Danzo's plan, he can't care about so much now. If the other party can find him once, he is likely to find him a second time. If he is not completely captured here, when he calls for reinforcements from the police department, everything will be over. Ha! After making up his mind, Yunhu suddenly retreated a distance and shouted angrily. The next moment, a strong chakra wave burst out from his body, blowing the branches and leaves around him to shake wildly and the leaves flying. At the same time, his originally burly figure became taller and more ferocious, giving Hideki a sense of déjà vu. Chapter 224 Tigger. As Yunhu's body grew bigger, brown-yellow hair grew all over his body, covered with black horizontal stripes. His face, which was grimacing in pain, was also changing into a feline, and even had 2 triangular ears on his head. Add to that the claws that kept getting longer and sharper and the thick tail, and it looked like a tiger that had become a spirit. Looking at the familiar scene in front of him, Hideki said subconsciously. Tiger. How do you know this name? Just after completing the transformation, Tiger, who was originally full of confidence, suddenly became doubtful. Because this is the code name given to him by Danzo, only the members of the root and his most trusted subordinates will call him that. Of course, Kimura Hideki is not a member of the root, so who told him this information? Or maybe someone in the 12 earthly branches has been known to him, so he made such a guess after seeing his transformation? Rabbit? No, that guy didn't dare to betray the root, and he didn't like this code name, and rarely used it to call himself. The only one left is Rat. The more Tiger thinks about it, the more likely it is, because that guy's recent movements are so strange. According to Rabbit's intelligence, Rat disguised as Jerry was also kidnapped by him by mistake. But after the first appearance of the Ninja Turtles, it disappeared without a trace. Add to that the descriptions of the strange appearances of the Ninja Turtles by his subordinates. Tiger couldn't help but start to speculate, could they actually be related to Rat? For example, they were his subordinates who he secretly adopted and taught the art of transformation? Boy? Mutation? Ninja? Turtle? Are all the speculations in the world actually the correct answers? But what is his purpose? Is it to avenge himself for disrupting his plan, or is he already cooperating with Kimura Hideki? No, I can't think about it anymore. Tiger's brain, which had shrunk due to the transformation, began to ache. He was in a state where he was not suitable for such mental work. Anyway, as long as Kimura Hideki is caught, everything will be revealed. If Hideki knew that the other party had made up so many settings, he would definitely applaud. But at this time, he was still a little speechless. I didn't expect that he just casually tested the other party's true identity. Sure enough, the mastermind behind the scenes is Danzo again. This answer is too uncreative. But it's okay this way. Before, he had been cautious, just afraid that he would accidentally dig out the dark side of other major forces in the village and find himself another powerful enemy. Since it was the root that had been offended long ago, there was no need to worry about so much. Just before the Jounin exam, he used this Tiger to do a rehearsal. As he wished, Tiger, who saw that he didn't get a response, let out an angry roar and then bent his knees slightly. Its two golden vertical pupils were tightly locked on Hideki, and it was truly a tiger staring at him. Hideki didn't dare to be careless and took a fighting stance. Then he saw that Yunho's already extremely strong legs began to swell again, and at the same time, a trace of visible chakra was emanating. Swoosh! The next moment, Yunho suddenly kicked his legs and flew towards Zyashu. Seeing that the opponent was coming fiercely, Zyashu did not choose to resist, and quickly jumped to the side. At the same time, he also released 4 boundary stone floating cannons to form a barrier to prevent the opponent from having any tricks. But the facts proved that he thought too much. Yunho's attack was really a simple charge attack. But before Zyashu could think as he started to complain, Yunho had already adjusted his body shape in the air, stepped on the tree trunk with both feet, and crouched down again. Under the superposition of the force of the previous charge, his abnormally swollen legs creaked like a spring being wound up. Then, whoosh! Yunho's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Then the tree trunk he had just stepped on rang loudly, cracking with spider web-like cracks. So fast! Hideki could only vaguely see a group of yellow figures shooting towards him, and quickly dodged again. But this time Yunho's speed was much faster than before, and it was too late for him to dodge. Hideki moved his mind and controlled the floating gun to erect a blue barrier to intercept. Swish! With the blessing of speed, Yunho just waved his hand casually, and Hideki's barrier was instantly torn apart like paper. But this was enough. Because of this delay, Zyashu finally completed the evasive action and avoided Yunho's swift and thunderous attack. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he saw Yunho squatting on the branch again with the force of the advance. And this time, before he even started to kick his legs, the branch under his feet had gradually cracked, making a sound of being unable to bear the weight. The moment Zyashu witnessed this scene, he realized that he should not be able to dodge the opponent's next attack. Boom! The thick branch broke and broke directly. When Zyashu reacted, Yunho's figure had flashed in front of him, grinning and swinging his claws in an X shape. Unfortunately, his smile did not last long. Because the moment his claws touched Zyashu's body, Zyashu suddenly turned into a white smoke and disappeared. Shadow clone! Yunho's pupil shrank. He was actually on guard against this move before. But when he saw Zyashu controlling the flying prop that was obviously not possible to be transformed by the shadow clone, he subconsciously believed that he was the real body. So when he found out that he was only attacking the shadow clone, Yunho was also confused for a while. And Zyashu was waiting for this moment. The boundary stone floating cannon that had lost its support and was falling suddenly regained its power. They connected 2 by 2, generating chakra lines as condensed as steel wires, and quickly cut across Yunho's neck and waist. However, Yunhu relied on the instinct of cats and his body was the first to react. He adjusted his body in mid-air, passed through the two chakra cutting lines in a Superman flying posture, and finally landed on a tree trunk. So the confrontation between the two could only be considered a draw. Yunhu kept an eye on the floating cannon with his peripheral vision while searching around. Since he could take over the strange flying puppet so quickly, Xiaoshu's real body must be nearby. However, despite the keen perception of a cat, Yunhu still failed to find Hideki's hiding place. And the opponent's chakra line technology is also very advanced, leaving no trace, so he can't use it to lock the opponent's position. Now Yunhu is in a dilemma. Because catching Kimura Hideki now is his best chance to turn defeat into victory. If he continues to attack those flying puppets, it should still be possible to force him out. But God knows how long it will take for those guys from the police department to arrive. If he is surrounded, even if he is confident of his amazing speed, it feels difficult to break through the siege. Perhaps running away now and making plans later is the right choice. Fighting and running away. The most basic reaction of a creature when it feels threatened also makes Yunhu, who is half human and half tiger, extremely entangled. But years of experience tell him that doing nothing is the stupidest choice. After weighing it for a few seconds, Yunhu decided to retreat temporarily, so he bent his knees again, ready to leave the area quickly in this form. Who knew that at this moment, Hideki's voice suddenly sounded. Daiyu. No, it's Yunhu, please stay. After saying that, Hideki's figure suddenly emerged from the ground and jumped onto the tree, with a slightly helpless look on his face. Chapter 225 Hideki fights Tiger. If possible, Hideki didn't want to show up. But seeing that Yunhu was so determined to run away, he had to use himself as bait to keep him. According to the original plan, it would be best to catch Yunhu. If it doesn't work, it would be acceptable to track his base camp and let Fugaku send people to encircle and suppress him. But after seeing the opponent's speed, Hideki realized that this plan might be difficult to succeed. Because he really didn't have 100% confidence that he would not lose this guy. It's really unlucky. The guy with the code name of Tiger, who is so burly, turned out to be not a power type ninja, but a speed type. According to his observation just now, if the Flying Thunder God technique is not counted, this guy's speed is even faster than Minato's. If he is not a root ninja who is not willing to show his true colors, perhaps Minato may not even get the title of Yellow Flash. Of course, the level of the body flash technique is not entirely based on speed. There is still a big gap between the direct and aggressive moves of Tiger and the body flash technique that Minato can adapt to the situation. The reason why Hideki can be so sure is that he has roughly understood it. The principle of Yunhu's ability. Flying Thunder Tiger. In the bizarre beast atlas left by Zishu, there is a record of such a creature. It is said that its hind legs are extremely strong, full of elastic tendons and muscles, which can accumulate a lot of potential energy through compression like a spring. The speed generated by just kicking its legs is already quite amazing. But once it jumps back and forth in the woods between the mountains, accumulating the potential energy of its thigh muscles to the extreme, its speed is like lightning, which is difficult to catch with the naked eye. In addition, there will be a huge sound every time it kicks its legs, so it is named Flying Thunder Tiger. However, Hideki thinks that Tiger may be more appropriate. And the ability displayed by Yunhu is very similar to that of Flying Thunder Tiger. Presumably, like Zishu, he has obtained the ability from bizarre beasts with the help of the power of transformation. It's just that he has gone a step further than Zishu and has not completely transformed. Instead, he merged Flying Thunder Tiger with himself and became a half-orc with the advantages of both creatures. This made Hideki feel a little lucky. Fortunately, the opponent was not the dog. Otherwise, the opponent only needed to shout, "Big brother, come and play." Hideki would definitely turn around and run away. However, even if it was Tiger, it would not be easy for Hideki to deal with it. After all, it is a recognized fact in the ninja world that puppet masters are restrained by speed-type ninjas. The parents of the Red Sand Scorpion killed by White Fang are a good example. Not to mention that Hideki had to prevent the opponent from escaping this time, which increased the difficulty to another level. Fortunately, Hideki also had a way to deal with it. It seems that now is the time to test the effects of those moves. As for Tiger, Hideki's retention did not stop him from moving, but deepened his desire to run away. Because if he was not confident that he could defeat himself, a cautious guy like Kimura Hideki would definitely not show up openly. Or maybe he wanted to delay time and wait for the guys from the police department to arrive and encircle him. No matter which situation it is, it is quite bad. So he didn't even bother to talk to Hideki, and he just kicked his legs and shot out at high speed. However, just as he flew into the air, 2 floating guns suddenly appeared from behind the trees on both sides in front of him. They were even faster than before, quickly connected into a line, and cut towards the tiger in the air in a cross shape. This time, the tiger had no time to adjust his body shape, so he could only grit his teeth and swing his claws towards the chakra line in front of him. Swish, swish, swish. When the two intersected, it was hard to tell who won for a while, and even sparked countless sparks like gold and iron intersecting. However, after a few seconds, the chakra line disappeared by itself. After all, they were made entirely of chakra, and they were remotely controlled, so the chakra consumption was not small. Hideki felt that it was not worthwhile to continue to consume it, so he decisively cancelled it. Anyway, the purpose of blocking the opponent's progress had been achieved. Seeing Yunhu landed on a branch below, Zayasha came to the vicinity with light footsteps and said with a smile. "Senior Yunhu, why are you in such a hurry to leave? My main body has come out, why don't we spar again?" Yunhu ignored Zayashu and was observing everywhere. He seemed to be unwilling to give up and was looking for a suitable escape route. It's a pity that the abominable guy Kimura Zayashu had already prepared, controlling the strange flying puppet to circle around him, blocking his best escape routes. If he was stopped again this time, Kimura Zayashu behind him would definitely not miss this god-given opportunity. After gnashing his teeth, Yunhu had to look at Zayashu again. The puppeteer is so disgusting, no wonder he is so hated. It seems that if he doesn't give this guy a heavy blow, he can't leave here at all. But is this guy underestimating himself too much? The flying puppets are placed on the periphery to prevent him from escaping, so doesn't he have any protection? The puppet master is the biggest weakness of the puppetry system. Will this guy really not guard against this problem? Or is the Kimura Hideki in front of him a shadow clone? No, it is unlikely. Although hiding in the dark is safe, it cannot quickly block my escape route, so this should be the real body. Oh, and there is also the breathing method. As one of the hot topics in Konoha recently, Yunhu has certainly heard of the breathing method. It is not difficult to guess that this breathing method is an attempt made by Kimura Hideki to improve the close combat ability of the puppet master. It seems that after developing the breathing method, this guy is also quite confident in his close combat level and feels that it is enough to temporarily hold himself back. Yunhu couldn't help but grin. Because he will let Kimura Hideki know how wrong he is next. Yunhu first bent his knees outward and pretended to break through. When the floating gun began to intercept, he slightly adjusted the angle and jumped to the trunk of a big tree, and then took the opportunity to accumulate power and flew towards Hideki at a faster speed. Hey! Hideki exhaled like an arrow, and then took a deep breath. Just as Yunhu expected, he activated the breathing method. However, the breathing method at this time only improved him moderately, and Hideki had a more powerful killer. I saw Yunhu coming at me like lightning, and his right hand claws stretched straight forward to pierce Hideki's shoulder. But Hideki was still not panicked. No hurry, the left hand wrapped with blue light slowly raised, and gently flicked outward. His hand seemed to be raised slowly, but in fact it just blocked the claws of Yunhu. However, no matter how you look at it, it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, and it seemed that blood would fly everywhere in the next moment, which was horrible to watch. At least that's what Yunhu, who was grinning on the opposite side, thought. However, he never expected that his indestructible claws could not penetrate directly after touching the blue light on Zayashu's hand, but easily deflected outward. How is it possible? Yunhu was shocked and subconsciously swung out the claws of his left hand. But Zayashu was also prepared. His right hand, which was also wrapped with blue light, gently blocked it, and Yunhu's claws deviated outward again. But this time Yunhu had seen some tricks. The moves performed by Zayashu were quite similar to the soft fists of the Hyuga clan, both of which released chakra to relieve the opponent's attack. Compared with the Hyuga clan, Hideki used significantly less chakra, and the feeling was more like slipping than unloading. What strange moves did Kimura Hideki invent? If Hideki knew the other party's guess, he would definitely be quite impressed. Because Yunhu almost guessed the principle of his move. The inspiration and technique of this move are indeed derived from the soft fist of the Hyuga clan. It's just that Hideki doesn't have so much chakra to squander, so he chose to work on the characteristics of chakra. And the result of his research this time is to make the chakra line as smooth as silk. As long as it is wrapped around the hand, the enemy's attack power can be unloaded with less chakra. Probably as a reward for the correct answer, Hideki quickly raised his knee and hit Yunhu's wide-open abdomen hard. Chapter 226, Telepathy. Ugh! Yunhu, who was hit by Hideki's flying knee, felt his internal organs churning for a while and almost vomited his breakfast. Fortunately, he managed to hold it back in the end. Hideki was afraid of being vomited all over, so he retreated decisively, which gave Yunhu some time to breathe and think. He knew that Hideki's flying knee itself was not very powerful, but it was only because of the superposition of his own forward force that the power was so amazing. This skill of using force to counter force is the exquisiteness of the Hyuga clan's soft fist. I didn't expect that Kimura Hideki had learned the essence of soft fist in addition to the movements, and had also made considerable improvements. This made Yunhu regretful while admiring. Of course, he also knew about the conflict between Kimura Hideki and the Hyuga clan. So it was hard for him not to suspect that this new soft fist was Hideki's response to the Hyuga clan. This guy dared to provoke the Hyuga clan, which had been passed down for thousands of years. Why did he provoke him in the first place? But now was not the time to regret. The fighting instinct made Yunhu rack his brains to think of a way to break the situation. And Hideki certainly would not wait obediently. He had already attacked Yunhu again with the floating gun. Yunhu did not fight immediately, but moved between the trees, as if trying to break through by force. But under the precise interception of the floating gun, he was forced back every time and could only continue to fight. Seeing that the battle had entered garbage time, he just had to wait for Hideki to force Yunhu into a dead end. However, Hideki was keenly aware of a sense of disobedience at this time. But before he could think about it, Yunhu increased his speed to the extreme by jumping back and forth between the trees. Then with a whoosh, Yunhu attacked him like an arrow from a bow, and swung out a claw. Hideki was on guard, but still used the thousand threads hand to deal with it. Who knew that as soon as he raised his glowing palm, Yunhu's body twisted and turned in the air, and the extended claws also changed their moves. From waving to stabbing, Yunhu's claws were able to avoid the interception of Hideki's palm and pointed directly at Hideki's chest. Block with the other hand? No, it was too late. Hideki's mind moved, and then another floating cannon shot out from his sleeve, hitting Yunhu's stabbing claws. Tisk! Seeing that the carefully prepared first wave of attacks did not work, Yunhu couldn't help but smack his lips secretly, but then launched another wave of continuous attacks. At this time, Hideki finally saw clearly that Yunhu's appearance had indeed changed a lot. The legs of Flying Thunder Tiger didn't change much, but his body became smaller, and his attack became more agile and nimble. And his claws became longer and sharper, reminding Hideki of the strange beast recorded in the rat book, the Claw Tiger. Although this creature is not big, it can tear any creature into pieces with its razor-sharp claws, and the death is horrible. Obviously, Yunhu's escape just now was just a disguise, and he was actually taking the opportunity to perform the transformation technique. And using this more agile form to launch unpredictable fast attacks is exactly how he cracked Hideki's soft fist. I have to admit that he did hit Hideki's sore spot. If you want to use this thousand thread hand to completely remove the opponent's force, or even make the opponent lose balance, the force removing action and the angle of the smooth surface woven by the chakra line must be exactly the same. Although Yunhu's speed just now was very fast, he went straight, and Hideki could certainly do it easily. But now his attack is not only extremely fast, but also mixed various changes and feints. Hideki was unable to react in time. Even if he activated the spider sensing technique, he could only barely get rid of the attack and had no chance to counterattack. So Hideki couldn't help but sigh this time. You are a beautiful woman, but you are a thief. If he could shine on the battlefield, he might be a hero of Konoha, instead of the despised leader of human traffickers. In the final analysis, it was still Danzo's fault. Just like sending Nono and Kabuto Yakushi, who could shine in the medical field, to be undercover. Danzo only used them as tools after all. Even if they had stronger strengths, he would only use them in places that were beneficial to him. But it's too late to say anything now. Tora, who has changed from a victim to a perpetrator, has lost the qualification to whitewash. After a sigh in his heart, Hideki gathered his thoughts and used chakra to connect a new part on his belt. He had known the weakness of the thousand threads hand for a long time, so of course he had prepared a countermeasure. Recently, he had been studying the puppet clone technique, but it had not yet reached the level where it could be used in actual combat. However, as the key to this technique, the puppet core used to seal the shadow clone has already had another wonderful use. Or in other words, This is the real reason why Heidke chose to redeem the right to read the sealing technique first and focus on developing this technology. Brainstorming technique. Its principle is to connect the spirit of the main body and the shadow clone, so as to obtain faster and more comprehensive thinking ability in a short time. However, this time, Heidke was not going to connect to an ordinary shadow clone, but to the shadow clone sealed in the puppet core he placed on his waist. In this way, Heidke was finally able to achieve his goal of using the brainstorming technique in battle. In order to distinguish, Heidke also called it the telepathic technique. Because he had been rolling in the ninja world for many years, he felt more and more that it was difficult for humans to understand each other. Perhaps only between oneself and oneself can one reach the realm of telepathy. So, clock up. When the telepathic technique was activated, Heidke felt that the world in front of him seemed to enter slow motion mode. But he knew very well that it was not time that slowed down, but his thinking speed that accelerated. So the movements of Yunhu that were originally difficult to see became clear in his eyes. But Heidke paid more attention to the movements of Yunhu's body, and used them to activate the Thousand Threads hand. Because the ninja world is also under the jurisdiction of Newton. If Yunhu's attack wants to have enough destructive power, it also requires the coordinated action of the muscles and bones of the whole body. So no matter how he changes his moves, the subtle movements of his body have already revealed what kind of attack he will eventually use. Of course, Yunhu himself also concealed something. In the breathless fast attack, not many people can detect such subtle clues. It's a pity that Heidke is an exception now. Thousands of threads hand. Heidke ignored Yunhu's fake move, and his palm, as if wrapped in a glowing glove, reached straight into the void. Yunhu's eyes widened, because he was too late to retract his move, and could only watch the sharp claws change their trajectory and hit Heidke's palm first. As expected, the sharp claws slipped outward uncontrollably when they touched the chakra line. Yunhu also fell forward and was hit hard in the chest by Heidke's elbow. This time, his body that was reduced for flexibility finally had the opposite effect. Without strong muscles as a barrier, Heidke's elbow strike made him grimace in pain. But Yunhu could no longer care about this, and he felt quite bad. Because if Heidke was not lucky just now, then the result of this battle was actually already decided. Unfortunately, Yunhu's premonition came true. No matter how he changed his moves, Xiaoshu remained unmoved, directly parrying his final attack, and then took the opportunity to give him a painful blow. If he forced himself not to change his moves, the attack lacking strength and speed would be easily blocked by Xiaoshu and would not work. Finally, Yunhu had to give up changing his moves and try to win by continuous rapid attacks. However, without the blessing of bounce, the speed of his claws alone did not break through Xiaoshu's limit, so it was in vain. So in a short while, Yunhu had become bruised and swollen, and covered with bruises. If Xiaoshu hadn't found it rare to find such a good target, he would have been unable to get up again. Sure enough, as he had just thought, after Xiaoshu launched the telepathic technique, the winner had been revealed. Happy times always pass quickly. Because the shadow clone connected by Xiaoshu was sealed in the puppet core, it did not have a real brain. So not only is the effect not as good as the usual brainstorming technique, but the amount of chakra consumed is also quite amazing. If Heidke had not alleviated the problem of insufficient chakra through chakra capacitors, he would not be able to withstand such consumption. In order to avoid a crash at the last moment, Heidke felt it was time to end the battle. Seeing his momentum change, Yunhu, who had been beaten to doubt his life, hurriedly stepped back a few steps, raised his hand like Erkang and shouted. Wait, you can't kill me. Chapter 227 Moment of Decision. Oh? Why? Heidke really stopped and asked curiously. But the most important thing is that he has seen the death of Danzo in the original work, and has experienced the death of Rat, so of course he has to beware of the opponent's dying counterattack. However, Tiger's will to survive is quite firm, and he began to show a ferocious smile and said. Thanks to your confidence, Kimura Heidke, you left those little ghosts here with us. I don't think you can guess that a large amount of explosives have been buried deep underground in their base now. And if I don't send a signal to cancel the detonation, then at 10 o'clock, the whole place will be blown up. You who have gone to great lengths for those little ghosts don't want to fail now. I am now very clear about the gap between us, and I don't ask for anything. As long as you let me go, I will never appear in front of you again. Heidke sighed and said. I thought that the 12 earthly branches of the root must have a high theory, but I didn't expect such a humble statement. It's fine. Although I've been a ninja for so long, I'm not used to killing people every time, fortunately, I don't want to get used to it. Your threat just now finally made me dispel the last bit of hesitation, and I have to thank you for this. So, please go on your way, Senior Yinhu. Yinhu saw that Hideki was walking towards him with a firm tone and murderous intent, and his expression changed from mockery to fear, and finally only madness. Wait. Do you really not care about the lives of those children? I knew that you didn't care much about them. As long as the price is right, you will give them up without hesitation. There is no difference between you and me. At the same time, the den where the children of the orphanage were held. A masked black shadow was quietly sneaking into it. Her real body was none other than Yakushi Nono. In fact, she left a shadow clone in the orphanage this morning, and her real body had been observing secretly nearby. As for the reason, Nono convinced herself that it was because Hideki always valued those children. She knew Tora's character well and knew that if the negotiations failed, he would most likely kill a chicken to scare the monkeys. In this way, the conflict between Hideki and the root would intensify, which would be detrimental to Denzo's future plans. So she came to investigate, just in case. The result was as she expected. Hideki came out not long after entering the manor, and he did not take the children with him, nor did he go back to the orphanage, but ran straight in one direction. Nono knew that the negotiations between the two sides had failed when she saw this. So she didn't care about hiding, and caught a man with gold-rimmed glasses who looked quite high, and found out where the children were held. At this time, she was preparing to sneak in and rescue the children in advance. Nono thought that according to Tora's character, this place should be heavily guarded. Who knew that she had no obstacles all the way, and did not encounter any obstacles at all, but saw someone fleeing here in a hurry. There must be something wrong when things are out of the ordinary. Nono became more alert and quickly headed towards the dungeon. As a result, she just arrived at the entrance of the dungeon and saw an unexpected person sitting there. Yinhu. Why is this guy here? Nono instantly pulled out a kunao and stared at the other party vigilantly. However, the other party seemed to recognize her as Nono at a glance, and smiled bitterly. Maotu. I didn't expect to meet you here in the end. Don't worry, I won't fight you, and I don't have the ability to do so. Because I am just a shadow clone, and the original body has just died. Now I am also on the verge of disappearing, and only one belief keeps me from disappearing. Nono became more suspicious after hearing this. However, Yinhu no longer cared and said, believe it or not, you are here to save those children. Sure enough, you still can't change your hypocritical nature. Whether to completely obey the orders of Denzo or obey your cheap kindness, you will have to make a choice one day. Well, they are in there, if you want to take them away, hurry up. Because there will be an explosion here soon. After all, after years of getting along, Nono still judged that Yinhu was very likely to be telling the truth. So she didn't care about the doubts in her heart and ran straight to the cell. As soon as she entered, she saw Atla and the others in a cell, and quickly cut the door lock with a chakra scalpel, and then quickly said in a disguised voice. It's about to explode here, you should leave with me. However, the children just stood up and looked at her vigilantly, and did not walk out of the cell. Mikazuki stood in front and said. Who are you? Why should we trust you? Damn it! Nono would have praised them for being vigilant at other times, but now it wasted time. That's right, a masked man suddenly appeared and said there was going to be an explosion here, which was a bit suspicious. If they were taken to another place for detention, it would be even more difficult for them to return to the orphanage. Yes, she was too concerned and confused. If she disguised herself as a guard or Hideki to take them away, it would be much easier. But now she couldn't do it again. In her anxiety, she even thought of taking them out by force. Perhaps sensing her intention, Mikazuki suddenly stepped back behind everyone, took out a red ball and shouted. Don't move, or I'll crush it. Seeing this, Nono's pretty face behind the veil turned pale. Because she had recognized that this was the pepper ball commonly used by the security team in the orphanage. And it was not for ordinary shooting, but for throwing pepper balls equipped in the belt. Once it broke, the entire cell would be within the range. Even for her, it would be difficult to rescue all the children in that situation. And Mikazuki was hiding behind other children, so it was not so easy to snatch the pepper balls. Time passed second by second, and Nono was already sweating profusely. She never expected that the moment of decision that Yinhu just mentioned would come so soon. Soon after, Yinhu watched Nono leave with a playful smile. After a while, his figure became more and more ethereal, as if he would die at any time. But it was enough. The time has come. Yinhu murmured, but the big explosion he expected did not happen at all. After forcing himself to wait for a while, there was still no movement, and Yinhu finally smiled with relief. The only explanation is that even the explosives hidden deep underground had been noticed by Kimura Hideki a long time ago, and they were quietly defused in advance. It turned out that he did not give up these children, but was fully prepared. I'm afraid his shadow clone is hiding nearby, watching me and laughing secretly. It seems that not only in fighting, but also in terms of caution, I am not as good as him. Yinhu. No, Tang Mu was finally convinced this time. Then the next moment, his figure turned into a puff of white smoke and flew away in the void with the wind. Chapter 228 Nono's Last Request. Just as Yinhu guessed, Hideki's shadow clone had indeed been watching the situation here nearby to avoid a capsize in the gutter. As for explosives and the like, he easily found them when he used the improved radar device to conduct a large-scale investigation last night. The chakra contained in the special detonating talisman used as a timing device was as obvious as a firefly in the dark under the perception of the high-precision radar. How could he miss it? Just as Yinhu couldn't understand how Hideki found his real body through the shadow clone. He thought the trap was foolproof, but in Hideki's eyes, it was also full of loopholes. No matter how careful Yinhu is, he can't guard against things beyond his cognitive range. Under the dimensionality reduction attack of the time traveler Zayashu, his defeat was actually doomed. Hideshu's shadow clone shook his head and smiled, and seeing that his mission was completed, he also turned into white smoke and disappeared with a bang. The rest of the finishing work will be handed over to the main body that is about to arrive. In the forest not far from where the children were imprisoned. Because she didn't know the specific scale of the explosion, in order to be on the safe side, Nono ran a long distance before stopping, looking back with a complicated expression. Yinhu is dead. At this time, she had time to digest this fact, but she still didn't feel much reality. I didn't expect that Yinhu, who had always cherished his life and was cautious, would lose his life so easily. And it seems that the one who killed him is likely to be Kimura Hideki, who smiles all day and treats people kindly. This made Nono feel a chill in her heart. Because she was facing a similar situation to Tora at this moment. No. No, why hasn't the explosion you mentioned happened yet? Atra, who was standing by, was holding his knees and panting, but couldn't help asking. The other children nodded repeatedly, their faces becoming more suspicious. Actually, I don't know much either. I heard about the explosion from the people in that den. Nono smiled bitterly with a headache. Yes, she didn't escape alone, but brought all the children out. Because time was tight, she had to take off her veil and reveal her true face. Of course, she didn't tell the truth, but just said that Hideki asked her to come here to save people. Although this statement was still very suspicious. Fortunately, after showing her face, her super affinity for children's special attack finally worked, and everyone chose to leave there with her first. But the children did not completely dispel their doubts. It was just that in their opinion, even if Nono had ulterior motives and was taken somewhere else by her, they believed that Brother Hideki would find them back sooner or later. But if she was telling the truth and an explosion really happened, even Brother Hideki might not be able to revive them. But now they had run so far, and the so-called explosion had not happened yet. This made everyone's heart tilt towards suspicion again. Everyone silently stepped back a few steps, and Mikazuki even clenched the pepper balls for throwing, ready to throw them at Nono's feet at any time, and then lead everyone to run away. Nono was a little helpless when she saw this. The moment she untied the veil, she knew that her mission had failed. Even if she could fool the children, she could not fool Kimura Hideki himself. However, Nono was not frustrated, but I felt relieved. That's good. Although she will be severely punished after returning to the route, she shouldn't lose her life. The most important thing is that she doesn't have to go against her conscience and continue to secretly harm the orphanage. Even if it's just a cover-up, it's a difficult decision that Nono made with all her courage. The problem now is that Kimura Hideki should be coming here. She doesn't think that he will let her go easily after knowing her identity. But this is still a dangerous forest area. If she leaves the children here, she is a little worried. Fortunately, Nono doesn't have to worry about it anymore. Because at this moment, a familiar voice sounded. So you are here, I've been looking for you for a long time. As soon as the voice fell, Hideki appeared beside the children. Brother Hideki. As soon as the children saw Hideki, they surrounded him excitedly with tears in their eyes. Thank you for your hard work this time, but the problem has been completely solved, so don't worry anymore. Hideki patted everyone's head one by one to show his approval, then looked at Nono who was quietly retreating, and said with a smile. It's also hard for you, Miss Nono, to bring everyone here. Nono stopped immediately, feeling bitter. It's over. Even the powerful Yinhu lost to the other party. She, who has never been good at fighting, didn't think she had any chance of escaping. The other party didn't turn hostile on the spot, probably because he was concerned about the children. Sure enough, Hideki took out a box of cheese pizza from somewhere and said. You should be hungry, so take this to fill your stomach first. After you go back, Aunt Kelly and everyone should have prepared a sumptuous meal for you. But everyone was not as happy as Hideki imagined. Why is it cheese pizza again? Brother Hideki, you've been sending us cheese pizza every day these days, and we're tired of it. Yeah, at least you should change the taste, like pineapple pizza. Nono felt creepy when she heard this. Of course she wasn't Italian. The reason for this was that being able to secretly deliver food to the children meant that Hideki had already found their location. Obviously, he wanted to kill Yinhu, the mastermind behind the scenes, so he left the children as bait. So, the explosion Yinhu mentioned didn't happen, and it was also resolved by this guy a long time ago. Nono felt a little sad. Even if Yinhu died, he was still firmly controlled by Hideki. Although the hungry children were picky, they soon rushed to eat pizza. And Hideki took the opportunity to walk towards Nono and said. Miss Nono, let's talk aside. Finally. Nono nodded with a heavy heart and followed Hideki to the forest. On the way, she looked at Hideki's back and struggled in her heart, constantly thinking about how successful she would be if she ran away now. But the result made her quite desperate every time. As if she was walking to the execution ground, this not too long road was long and short in Nono's heart. Seeing that her life was about to come to an end, Nono couldn't help but recall a lot of memories. From the life of a wandering orphan who had memories, the cruel training of the roots, and the various lives after becoming a spy. Looking back, although it was very short, the life in the orphanage and the days when she became an anchor to broadcast news to everyone were the best time in her life. As a spy destined to deceive and betray, being able to put an end to her life in this way may have been a blessing from God. Satisfied? No, in fact, the struggle between the mission and conscience has made her exhausted, and she just wants to end it as soon as possible. So when she came to a place where the children could not see her, Nono said frankly. Since you caught me in the act, I have nothing to say. I only have one small request. Please don't tell the children in the orphanage my true identity, just say I quit my job. Then Nono added in her heart. I really don't want to see anyone feel sad because of my betrayal. Chapter 229 Hideki's surprising proposal. Hideki scratched his head helplessly. Why does it seem like you are telling me what to do after your death? Ms. Nono, you don't think I am a murderer, do you? Unlike those traffickers, you haven't caused any substantial harm to the orphanage, and you have even helped me a lot. How could I take your life so easily? Nono smiled bitterly and said. You are still too naive and kind. It is difficult to protect the children in the orphanage in this way. Although the method cannot be stated clearly, I have indeed stolen important information from the workshop, but you just don't know it. Oh, you mean the ones Jerry gave you? Hideki snapped his fingers and laughed. There is nothing to hide now, it was just a play I manipulated Jerry to perform. Nono's brain crashed instantly after hearing this. After a long while, he stammered. That, did you do that? Then Jerry. Yes, it was just an ordinary ninja beast. Hideki said with a little regret. The real senior rat has long been dead. Although he had some guesses, Nono couldn't help but widen his eyes when he heard the clear answer. It turned out that not only Tora, but also Rat had died at Hideki's hands. I wonder if Danzo would regret his decision after knowing the truth? Nono smiled bitterly in her heart, and then wondered. Since you don't plan to kill me, why do you tell me so much important information? Are you going to lock me up and torture me for information? I'm very sorry, I can't provide you with much useful information. Miss Nono, you worry too much. Hideki spread his hands and smiled. The most popular news anchor in Konoha suddenly disappeared. I'm afraid everyone will come to me every day to make trouble. So I have a small suggestion, that is to continue to maintain the status quo. Because even if you are eliminated, Danzo will only send new spies or take more radical actions. What I need most now is time, and I don't have time to continue to waste time with that guy. You should have fully seen the situation of the orphanage and the workshop. The power of chakra is not only used for killing, and can also be used in production in conjunction with mechanical techniques and sealing techniques. In this way, even children who have not yet grown up can easily support themselves through labor. And my lifelong ideal is to popularize these technologies and ideas throughout the ninja world and improve everyone's lives. Ms. Nono, you are willing to expose your identity to save the children, which shows that you are essentially a good person. That's why I told you everything, hoping that you can lend me your strength. Don't worry, I'm not asking you to completely betray Danzo. That guy just wants my technology. As long as you help me reveal some less important technologies to him from time to time, you should be able to buy me a lot of time. You can also get through this and continue to stay in the orphanage. Nono opened her mouth slightly, and was completely stunned by Hideki's ideals and proposals. She has been in the ninja world for many years and knows how bad the situation is everywhere. So when she found that Konoha had such a paradise, she was particularly reluctant to destroy it. But Hideki's wish is to turn the entire ninja world into such a paradise. How can this be done? Nono wanted to refute it. But her heart was excited by Hideki's words and she was eager to try. And Hideki's proposal was also very feasible. As long as it was done properly, it should be enough to deal with Danzo for 2 or 3 years. And she can live the life she wants during this period. But no matter how nice it sounds, it is obviously a naked betrayal of the root. The habit of obeying the orders of Danzo for many years still makes it difficult for her to make up her mind. Perhaps compared to the previous time in the cell, now is the time for her to make a real choice between the two. Just when Nono was struggling with her mind and didn't know where to go, Atla, who had already finished his pizza, couldn't wait to run over and urged. Brother Hideki, haven't you finished talking yet? We are still waiting for a big meal. Because of Hideki's evidence, Atla has believed Nono again, so he took her hand as usual and said, Sister Nono, the food will not taste good if it gets cold. Let's go home together. Go home. As these words echoed in her ears, a warm feeling surged into Nono's heart. She suddenly made up her mind, held Atla's hand tightly and smiled. Well, let's go home. With the return of the children and the surrender of Tora, the struggle between the orphanage and the human traffickers finally came to an end. However, its aftermath did not dissipate immediately, and it continued to affect Konoha inside and outside. First of all, due to Tora's death, the entire human trafficker organization with him as the core in a loose structure quickly collapsed. Even his most trusted gold-rimmed glasses were delayed by Nono, and were caught by the police who were closing the net. Under the effect of the Sharingan illusion, he even told everything about peeping at a widow bathing when he was a child, and of course the information about the organization was no exception. Afterwards, the police department followed the clues and successively destroyed a number of human traffickers' dens including the headquarters, and rescued many children, which was considered a great reputation. As for Hideki, although he had the help of the police department, he was able to destroy a difficult organization, which made everyone look up to him and recognized the existence of the small force of Kidian Orphanage. Late at night, in a town somewhere around Konoha, in a secret human traffickers' base, several human traffickers were hurriedly packing up their belongings and preparing to run away at night. They had been online for several days and could not be contacted. Feeling that the situation was not good, they finally decided to stay out of the limelight. But just as they put on their bags and walked out of the room, they saw 4 dark shadows waiting in the yard. They looked carefully in the moonlight and were immediately scared to death by their appearance. Ghosts. No, it's a ghost, it's a Ninja Turtles. The 4 of them pressed the switch of the eye mask, and their eyes began to glow, illuminating each other's bodies. But this probably only had a side effect. The Kappa monster with glowing eyes and a strange and scary appearance scared the traffickers so much that they rolled their eyes and fainted. It's really not challenging. Asuma sighed. I'm a little tired of seeing us like this recently. At this time, a mouse walked out of the shadows, and then Hideki's voice sounded. It's just right to be tired. Including here, we have been around Konoha. And I have received news that the main body has also solved their leader and rescued the children, and the matter has finally come to an end. So we can also end the mission here and go back to Konoha. Then Hideki smiled again. And after this incident, it is estimated that there will be few kidnapping cases around Konoha for a long time. So if you wish, I can let Konoha News announce your identities. It's thanks to you that we were able to find out the enemy leader so quickly this time. So it's only right that you let everyone know your efforts and enjoy the treatment of heroes. The treatment of heroes. Which boy doesn't have a dream of being a hero? The four of them didn't expect to realize their dreams so soon, and they couldn't help but fantasize about the treatment they would receive after returning to the village. But Kai was the first to react, scratched his head and asked. But teacher, in this way, won't everyone know that the legend of the Ninja Turtles is fake? The other three were slightly stunned when they heard this, and then they also reacted. Then the four of them exchanged glances, and then reached a consensus. Asuma, as a representative, said. No need, teacher. Let the Ninja Turtles become a true legend. Hideki was not surprised by this, and nodded with Jerry's body. Although the four of them were laughing and joking, they saw a lot of dark sides of the ninja world during this journey and have matured a lot. In order to reduce the occurrence of kidnapping incidents as much as possible, they will voluntarily give up the glory under the sun and be willing to become unknown heroes in the dark. In this way, the legend of the Ninja Turtles can continue to be passed down and deter those bad guys with perverted thoughts. But Hideki certainly would not be stingy with rewards, and said again. Since you said so, I won't force it. And don't worry, I will convert your contribution into points reward, and I will never let you down. The four of them cheered immediately. Kawabanga. Then Hideki said again. Especially Asuma, I have good news to tell you. In view of your contribution, the original holiday work penalty has now been cancelled. Hideki originally wanted Asuma to go to the factory to screw for a month and experience the suffering of the world. But he had obviously exceeded the task in his recent journey, so there was no need to do it again. Asuma was of course overjoyed. Great, now I can finally have a good time for a few days after returning. Jerry, who was controlled by Hideki, said with a strange expression. Unfortunately, that's impossible. Haven't you realized that when you return, it will be the day for the training camp to start? The four of them were stunned when they realized that their vacation had somehow passed halfway. Chapter 230, Training begins. It was already early February. As Hideki said, when Asuma and the others returned to Konoha, the holiday training for the breathing method would also begin. Early in the morning, in the newly built training ground near the orphanage. Hideki was standing on a platform, smiling and introducing himself to nearly 100 children below the stage. Hello everyone, my name is Kimura Hideki, and I am the person in charge of this holiday training activity. If you have any questions, you can always come to me for consultation. In fact, he is now quite famous in the school, and there should be no children who don't know him. The reason why Hideki has to introduce himself is that the participants in this training camp are not only the students of the ninja school, but also some of the ninjas who graduated in recent years. After all, the biggest advantage of the breathing method now is that it can allow children whose meridian systems have not yet fully developed to obtain chakra beyond the age limit. In addition to the students of the ninja school, the ninjas who graduated in recent years also meet the conditions and can get a lot of improvement through the breathing method. Even in the eyes of the Sandame, compared to the younger generation, the ninja school students who are studying in the school and have already started working can bring immediate improvement to Konoha's strength by mastering the breathing method. However, the genin usually undertakes various jobs and tasks, so they can only be trained in batches like this. As the first batch of genin to receive training, they are of course elites who have been carefully selected. So Hideki also saw some familiar guys in it. For example, Inairi of the Uchiha clan, who was later chosen by Minato as the Hokage's guard, and Yamashiro Aoba who didn't appear much but was full of style. Of course, there is also Might who is doing squats excitedly and makes people around him retreat 3 meters away. Kai. Hideki introduced everyone again. This is Teacher Might Dai, who is responsible for guiding you in breathing and physical training. Oh! Let's shed the sweat of youth together. Might Dai greeted everyone passionately, but unfortunately everyone's response was mediocre. Just like when they signed up before, everyone had doubts about the guidance level of his 10,000-year-old genin. It's just that perhaps because of the advice from their families, even the most unruly ninja children did not protest. So the popular plot of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, pretending to be cool and getting slapped in the face did not happen, which disappointed Hideki who loved to watch the show. Then Hideki introduced another teacher. This is Teacher Nono. She has considerable attainments in medical ninjutsu and will be responsible for managing everyone's physical condition. Nono stepped forward in response, smiled and waved to everyone, but there seemed to be a hint of helplessness in her eyes. Obviously, she didn't expect that she would have such an additional job just after she agreed to Hideki's proposal to maintain the status quo and become a double agent. You know, Danzo is also coveting the breathing method, and he will definitely not miss this opportunity. I don't know how Hideki will deal with him later. At this time, a warm cheer broke out in the training ground, and it didn't stop for a long time, forming a sharp difference in temperature with the previous cold scene. There is no way. In Konoha, where entertainment activities are scarce, even the Konoha news with quite serious content is deeply loved by men, women, and children in the village. Therefore, Nono, who is responsible for the morning news, is also very popular in the village. With her joining, the children immediately became full of energy as if they were injected with chicken blood. And this is of course within Hideki's expectations. It seems that Nono-sensei is quite popular. But don't get yourself hurt just to get in touch with her. After teasing for a while, Hideki took advantage of the situation and said, "Let's get back to the point, then let's get to the point. First, I have to ask everyone to change into the training clothes exclusive to Kame Senryu." Unlike before, this time there were so many people and so many opinions that Hideki couldn't clearly explain the necessity of this set of turtle shell training clothes. So he expected that everyone might be more resistant and had prepared a new trick. No, a new rhetoric. But unexpectedly, the turtle shell training clothes were more popular than he thought. At first, Hideki was a little puzzled. When he saw the younger children coming out of the locker room and playing the game of Ninja Turtles beating human traffickers, he suddenly realized it. Obviously, under the high-density broadcast of Konoha News, the legend of Ninja Turtles has also become a trend. As the guardian of children, they are surprisingly popular among children. So as long as the children pretend to be Ninja Turtles, they can easily wear them. Of course, this situation is limited to boys. Even with the blessing of Ninja Turtles, this tights and turtle shell suit is still unacceptable to girls. However, Hideki is no longer worried. Because the boundary between normal and abnormal is actually quite vague. As the number of children wearing turtle shell tights on the training ground increases, girls wearing ordinary clothes feel more and more uncomfortable. Seeing that all the cars are going against the flow, it is estimated that few people can firmly believe that they are not going the wrong way. Under the pressure of herd mentality, they finally joined the family of tights obediently. Anyway, if everyone is embarrassed, it means that no one is embarrassed. After Hideki's bad taste was fully satisfied, he began to announce. Our training this time will combine the study of breathing methods with physical exercise to promote each other. And this kind of exercise needs to approach your physical limits to achieve the greatest effect. So in order to facilitate the arrangement of training projects, we will first conduct a small physical ability test, and then divide the groups according to the results. Everyone will be divided into 3 groups, Squirtle, Squirtle, and Blastwaz. Different groups will then undergo exercises of different intensities. The children couldn't help but rub their hands and try when they heard this. Especially those genin who have already graduated, they can't wait to show off their skills in front of their juniors and show the improvement they have gained from various tasks. Hideki was very satisfied with everyone's enthusiasm, and then smiled and said, "The test method is very simple. You should have seen the particularly tall tree in the western forest." He said that Hideki took out a fist-sized stone for everyone to see, and there was a big turtle written on it. "I have placed a lot of such stones under the big tree about 10 kilometers away from here. And your task is to go there, pick up a piece, and then return here. And the order in which you come back will determine the grouping situation." Many children were already impatient to hear this. Hideki pressed his hand again and smiled. "Don't worry, I haven't finished. Because this test tests everyone's physical limits, there is a special restriction. And this restriction function has been integrated into your training suits. Just inject chakra into the tortoise shell behind you and press the red switch on the bell to activate it." The children didn't understand why, but they did it subconsciously. Then the next moment, they all stood up straight, and then fell straight to the ground, completely unable to move. Chapter 231 Bondage Play. What's going on? Why can't I move my body suddenly? It's this tights, it suddenly became hard. I can move a little, but I have to do my best, otherwise I will return to the standing position if I'm not careful. Damn it! Someone help me stand up, it's hard for me to stand up with a tortoise shell on my back. Alas, we are already lucky. Look at Obito. He is still falling forward. Looking at the nearly 100 students lying on the ground and waving their hands and feet with difficulty, like a turtle turning over its shell, Hideki was already laughing in his heart. Nono, who was standing next to him, quietly moved away from Hideki a few steps, with a look of laughter on his face. I always feel that my new boss is not a good thing either. Might Dai also put on a tortoise-shell training suit. Of course he didn't fall down easily, but for a while he seemed to have some inconvenience in movement and was busy struggling with his body. After finally holding back his laughter, Hideki shook his head seriously and said, "You are really too impatient. I just told you that there is this function, but I haven't let you try it yet." If they couldn't even stand up, the children in the audience would definitely give Hideki an international friendly gesture. Hideki continued to explain with a smile. In fact, this is a highlight of this training suit, called the binding body training function. You should know that when we exercise, we often use weights to improve the effect of exercise. The tortoise shells you carry actually have this purpose, but now there is no weight, so it is not very obvious. Because after previous tests, I found that it is difficult to exercise all parts of the body by weight training alone. Simply increasing the weight will only increase the burden on the spine and other parts of the body. That's why I will further modify the tights. The tights you are wearing now are mixed with fibers from a chakra plant called hungry ghost vine. The properties of this fiber are very interesting. It is usually very soft, but once chakra passes through it, it will instantly tighten and become as tough as beef tendons. The hungry ghost vine uses this property. When a creature passes by, it uses chakra to tighten the vines and strangle the prey to fertilize the soil. And I also use this characteristic to distribute this fiber reasonably in the tights, so as to restrict your body's movements in all aspects. You can only move your body smoothly if you use the strength of every muscle in your body, plus the blessing of chakra. In this way, your muscles throughout your body can be exercised to the greatest extent. But don't worry, because this function can actually adjust the strength of the restraint to suit everyone's physical fitness. Now everyone is in the preset highest gear. Just turn the red button just now to adjust it. You might as well try it. Try your big head ghost. Look, do we have hands to turn the button now? And why is the preset state the highest gear? Is it sure that this is not intentional? The children's resentment soared into the sky, and the weather began to turn from sunny to cloudy. Sorry, let me help this time, Hideki seemed to have just realized the problem. As soon as he finished speaking, a chakra line shot out from his hand, then continued to fork, and finally connected to the buttons of all the children's belts at once and began to rotate. The next moment, everyone felt a sense of relief. Although they were still as stiff as wooden men, at least they could barely stand up. The original resentment in the hearts of many genin disappeared instantly after seeing what Hideki had just done. There was no way, they couldn't beat him. While everyone was getting used to it, Hideki walked towards Might Dai. Seeing that he had mastered the trick and even started to walk upside down, Hideki couldn't help but be a little surprised. In fact, Might Dai was just as surprised. When he saw Hideki, he said happily, "Hideki, your function is really amazing. There are breathing methods for internal organ training, and other parts of the body also have this function to assist in training. This time, it really achieved the feat of training the whole body without dead angles. Senior Dai, you are too kind. Without your experience, I would not have thought of this way of training." Hideki waved his hand and continued. "In order to facilitate the subsequent teaching, I would like to ask you to participate in the test with everyone to show everyone your strength. Haha, even if you don't say it, I won't miss this opportunity to shed youthful sweat with everyone." So after everyone practiced how to move their bodies, Hideki said, "Then the test will begin. I almost forgot to say that since your participation as genin was only confirmed a few days ago, I don't remember too much whether there are enough stones there. But it's not a big problem. Students who failed to get the stones back may not be physically fit enough to cope with the special training. They should wait until next semester to study slowly with other students. This is a big problem." Many children who were not confident in themselves and were ready to complete the test slowly roared in their hearts. Many of them were carrying the expectations of their families and even the ninja clan. How could they be driven away on the first day? But before they could raise any objections, Hideki announced, "Then the test begins." As soon as the voice fell, the children rushed forward to the forest with all their strength. But they had not taken a few steps before they saw a green figure rushing into the forest. No need to ask, it must be Might Dai with full firepower. The little ninjas stopped in their tracks, all dumbfounded. Wait, did that guy take medicine? How could he run so fast? Then Hideki added. By the way, Senior Dai is still using the highest gear restraint function. The reason why he can do it so easily is because he has complete control over his body. It must have taken years of hard work to train every part of the body like this. Now he is willing to share these experiences with you so that you can avoid detours. You should feel lucky. Hideki's words simply refreshed everyone's three views. Complete control of your own body. Most of the people present were talented children, and they immediately realized the value of these words. It was hard for everyone to believe that Might Dai, who had always been called a 10,000-year-old genin, actually had such a terrifying ability. But they couldn't refute the scene they had just seen, and could only accept the fact that this Konoha genin was so terrifying. After listening to Hideki's words, the little ninjas were less impetuous in addition to being shocked, and began to move towards the forest step by step. They no longer paid too much attention to the rankings, but focused on feeling the movement of the body muscles when walking, trying to mobilize more muscles and connect their strength. But due to the difference in physical fitness and talent, the children soon began to compete with each other. The gap between them began to widen. The leading group was of course the children who had already learned the breathing method, led by Akai and Asuma. Although Shisui was very talented, he was still too young and slightly behind them. Also, these children had been advised by Hideki before and did not use the breathing method. They were able to get ahead only by relying on the body control they had developed when practicing the breathing method. Following closely behind them were the genin such as Bingzu Lietong. Everyone was in a period of rapid growth, and of course, the physical fitness of the older ones was far superior to that of the average person. Ninja school students. After that, they formed a long line of ninja school students, including Nohara Rin, Yui Kurane, Shiranui Genma, and others. From their order, it is easy to see the difference in their physical fitness. Whether they can change their ranking depends on their endurance and how much they can improve their body control in this test. After seeing the last child run out of the training ground and enter the forest, Hideki smiled and said to Nono. Ms. Nono, it seems that they will not come back so soon. While we have time, let's have some tea, eat some buns, and sit down to discuss the mysteries of the human body. At the same time, at the gate of Konoha, a white-haired, dead-eyed boy walked slowly here, looking at the familiar scenery inside, a flash of pain in his eyes. He had been staying outside to perform tasks in order to escape the unbearable memories. But the Hokage's special recall still forced him to return to this sad place. Chapter 232 Landing Plan. Beside the orphanage training ground, Hideki and Nono were sitting at a stone table, drinking tea and exchanging their experiences in medical ninjutsu. So that's it. Nono took a sip of black tea, and then muttered to himself. Through the meridian spinning method, the healing chakra and ordinary chakra of different meridian lines are twisted together. In this way, a chakra line with strong operability and healing ability can be obtained. Using it to suture ordinary wounds, the effect should not be much worse than the palm fairy technique, and it does not require such precise chakra control. Nono's eyes became brighter and brighter, and he said with admiration. If it can be popularized, it will definitely greatly lower the threshold for becoming a qualified medical ninja. Tsunade-sama's dream of equipping all teams with a medical ninja may really be possible. That's right in theory. Hideki smiled and spread his hands. It's a pity that this technique is not yet completely completed. After all, I don't have much knowledge and experience in medical ninjutsu, so at most I can use this suture healing technique to treat ordinary external injuries. For more complicated injuries or even internal organ damage, I have no way to deal with it for the time being. At this point, Hideki looked at Nono and said. So if you are interested, Miss Nono, you may want to perfect it in your spare time and see if you can summarize a set of operating procedures that ordinary medical ninjas can also perform. Me? Nono's eyes widened. She didn't expect that Hideki would throw such an important task to her. Hideki nodded and said. Yes, as you said, the potential of this technique is quite good. It's a pity that I can't do it now, so you, who have superb medical ninjutsu attainments, are the best candidate. And if you can really perfect it thoroughly, it will also prove that your value as a medical ninja is no less than that of a spy. Then I will have the confidence to convince the Hokage and let you be completely free. When Nono heard this, she was moved. Because she knew that as long as Hideki handed this technique to the village, there would be many medical ninjas who were better than her who could complete it. Hideki gave this task to her mainly to help her regain her freedom. Developing medical ninjutsu that can save lives and get rid of Danzo's control is indeed what Nono desperately wants. Even though she was a little tempted, Nono still shook her head regretfully and said, "Thank you for your kindness, but I still have to refuse. Because if Lord Danzo forcefully demands this information, I can't refuse him." Hideki understood Nono's doubts. He had already inquired before that as a top spy, Nono might go in and out of places with advanced sensory arrays during missions. To avoid exposing her spy identity, she was not cursed like ordinary root ninjas. This is probably the important reason why Nono was able to temporarily get rid of Danzo's control in the original work. However, the training of root ninjas also includes many obedience training projects, which still left a deep ideological imprint in her heart. Even though she has been on missions outside for many years and gradually recovered the emotions that humans should have, it is still difficult for her to completely disobey Danzo's orders now. However, Hideki knew this a long time ago and didn't care. Instead, he smiled and said, "It doesn't matter, he wants to give it to him. Anyway, this technique will be handed over to Konoha after it is completed, and Danzo will get it sooner or later. And here in the orphanage, technology will continue to improve. The rapid technological innovation cannot be caught up with by simply stealing things." Perhaps because the previous test of the telepathic technique was very successful, Hideki has gained a little more confidence and his words are more convincing. And Nono was infected by Hideki's confidence, and after thinking for a moment, he slowly nodded and said, "Then I will give it a try, thank you, Hideki." Poor Nono. After being a nurse at the orphanage, a news anchor, a double agent, and a doctor in training, she was outsourced by Hideki to work as a medical ninjutsu researcher. In the end, she had to thank Hideki. About half an hour later, Might Dai came back carrying a large stone the size of a millstone. Hideki looked at the large turtle character on the stone and felt a little amused. Because he only placed this stone at the tree out of bad taste, he didn't expect that Senior Dai would really carry it back. Another full hour later, Asuma and the others each carried a basin-sized stone and ran back panting. "Teacher Hideki, you didn't say that the size of the stone would be so different." After putting the stone down, Obito complained with a face full of resentment. Hideki smiled and said, "I also didn't say that the stone was only the size of a fist. In fact, there are so many small stones at the tree, you can also choose to take them back." The children looked at each other helplessly. "Teacher, you said before that we didn't know if the number of stones was enough. How could they, who were far ahead, take the small stones and leave the big stones for everyone?" Not long after, most of the genin, as well as talented students like Shenjian and Inyazuka Hitomi, ran back exhausted. But this time they took fist-sized stones, so they could shorten the distance with Obito and the others. And Hideki also started counting at the finish line. 30, 31, 32. After waiting for a while, seeing that the other children had not returned, Hideki announced, 32 people, just the right number, so you will be assigned to the Blastwas team, congratulations. However, most of the little ninjas who were still lying on the ground gasping for breath at this time really had no energy to celebrate. After a while, the remaining children like Noharolin and Ui Kurane also ran back one after another. But their condition was even worse, and they were all sweating profusely. Once they crossed the finish line, both men and women immediately fell to the ground, making a sound of relief. The children who participated in the training camp were actually quite talented, so even the last child finished the test crying. However, this also caused many children to have a question. "Teacher, didn't you say that there were not enough stones? How come everyone got a share in the end?" It's a pity that they were worried about being eliminated, and they ran to the bottom of the big tree in a hurry before. Hideki spread his hands and smiled. "You heard it wrong, I just said that I don't remember whether the number of stones is enough, I didn't say it must be insufficient. But this just happens to stimulate your greatest potential, which can be regarded as a blessing in disguise." Obito and the others shouted in their hearts, "Don't be fooled, Teacher Zayashu must have done it on purpose." Of course, Zayashu didn't know what they were saying. Seeing that the children had finally arrived, he divided them into two groups, Squirtle and Squirtle, and then said, "Now that the groups are over, let's move on to the next stage and officially start learning the breathing method. Don't worry if you come back late. I will give you one-on-one guidance at the beginning of this practice, and it will be in the order of test scores. You will have plenty of rest time. Before that, I have to introduce another function of the practice suit to you. Speaking of which, it is actually the real purpose of this practice suit, the inner vision function. You can activate this function by pressing the blue button on the belt. Although Zayasha said so, no student pressed the button rashly. Obviously, the previous bondage play has taught them a painful lesson. Where is the most basic trust between people? Hideki saw this and said with a bit of a smile. Don't worry, the trap is not here this time. The little ninjas were immediately confused. Is the teacher completely done with this? Isn't he clearly telling them that there are traps later? Even in class, he didn't forget to set up various traps to test students. Is this the self-cultivation of a puppet master? Obito and the others noticed everyone's thoughts and shook their heads in their hearts. No, this is just Hideki's bad taste. Chapter 233 Turtle Crane Longevity. Under Hideki's urging, the children pressed the blue button one after another, and then they had an unprecedented experience. The so-called inner vision is actually the function of perceiving the body's condition through the principle of the perception array that Asuma and the others had tested before. So everyone seemed to have opened the door to a new world, marveling at the wonderful feeling of knowing their own bodies like the back of their hands. And Hideki also popularized his chakra sensitivity theory to everyone, which also made everyone amazed. Especially Shisui, after he activated the inner vision function, he didn't feel much change, and almost thought that his training clothes were broken. After listening to the teacher's explanation, he realized that it was because he originally had a strong chakra sensitivity, so the improvement after connecting the perception array was not obvious. The magical function that everyone regarded as a treasure, he had it from the beginning. This made Shisui feel a little ashamed, and at the same time a sense of mission arose spontaneously. God gave him such a good talent, he must use it in the right way. Then Hideki added. In addition to helping improve body control and practicing breathing methods, this inner vision function actually has another wonderful use. I don't know if you have noticed that the heyday of ordinary ninjas is actually very short. It is often difficult to make progress soon after adulthood, and it is good enough to maintain it without declining. The little ninjas nodded one after another, because many of their parents are the best examples. Hideki explained. This is because the structure of the human body and the meridian system are actually quite fragile. Even with the seemingly mature chakra training system now, there will still be many hidden injuries in the body during training and fighting. You don't feel it when you are young, but as you age, your body's recovery ability declines, and these hidden injuries will grow rapidly like a snowball, eventually crushing the ninja's body. Of course, many ninjas have lost their lives due to the decline of their strength, and they can't even see this day. The young ninjas couldn't help but show their worries when they heard this. Some were worried about the situation of their parents and elders, and some were worried about whether they had damaged their bodies. Hideki smiled and said. Don't worry, at your age, even if you have hidden injuries, they can be completely cured. And this is exactly the beauty of this inner vision function. As long as you use it to check your body, you can easily detect potential hidden injuries, so that you can treat and maintain them in advance. For example, the weight training mentioned earlier, I also used this function to detect the burden it caused to the body. And everyone should have noticed that as long as a genius ninja like Hokage doesn't die young, his strength won't decline too fast even if he grows older. As long as you have this training suit, everyone can achieve similar results. Add to that the strengthening effect of the breathing method on fragile internal organs, and it will be even more foolproof. In fact, the reason why I named the breathing method schools Turtle Immortal Style and Crane Immortal Style is also for this consideration. Turtle and Crane Longevity, naming them after these two long-lived creatures is also my good wishes for everyone. I hope everyone can stay healthy and witness more changes in Konoha with me in the future. The children were moved when they heard this. Ninjas are just tools, and training is equivalent to the process of making these tools. Users often only care about whether the tool can be produced quickly and complete the task, and do not have too high expectations for its durability. Although it is forced by the external environment, the continuously lowering graduation age of ninja schools is the best proof of this concept. They rarely see a teacher like Teacher Hideki who treats them as living people and pays more attention to their long-term development. The original hesitation caused by the teacher's bad taste disappeared instantly. Everyone encouraged themselves secretly in their hearts, and they must not let down Teacher Hideki's painstaking efforts and good wishes. After drinking the chicken soup, Hideki officially began to teach the breathing method. For efficiency, he created 3 shadow clones to guide the children's practice. Obito and the others had already learned it, so Hideki asked them to practice on their own. When it comes to learning breathing methods, of course, the breathing restriction helmet is indispensable. However, This time Hideki took out a helmet in the shape of a turtle head to match the turtle shell training suit. Many children were quite happy to see this helmet. First, after the two major functions of the training suit before, everyone has full confidence in teacher Hideki's invention. Second, the cosplay of Ninja Turtles has become more restored. Only Obito and his companions were looking at everyone with sympathy, secretly sighing that you are still too stupid and naive. Sure enough, not long after, the first batch of students who put on helmets to learn breathing techniques fell to the ground and rolled around, groaning in pain. It's so hard to breathe. Air. I need air. The children on the side had already huddled together and trembled. What is this hell-like scene on Earth? They have never heard that learning breathing techniques can be so painful. Is it really okay to let the body master breathing techniques through suffocation experience? Why do they feel that even if they learn it, their lifespan will be shortened by several years? What about the promised longevity of turtles and cranes? The little ninjas had countless questions in their minds, but when they saw the four teachers Hideki who were smiling at the fallen students, they couldn't help but feel cold in their hearts and didn't dare to ask more. And the emotion they had just felt disappeared again. It seems that their previous feelings were correct. This teacher Hideki is really problematic. Soon after, in Konoha Square, the screen of the open-air cinema was broadcasting the noon news. In recent days, the police department has successively destroyed many dens of human traffickers and rescued a large number of abducted children. According to the captain of the police force, Uchiha Fugaku, these children come from all over the land of fire, and some can't even remember their home addresses and parents' names. So the police department has set up a special team to ensure that all the children will be sent back to their homes. With the consent of Captain Fugaku, our station has also sent reporters to accompany them to record the various touching details of this journey to find relatives. For details, please watch the large-scale documentary 3000 Miles to Find Relatives broadcast every Sunday at 7 p.m. Although it is not easy to see, Kakashi is already stunned on the square. If it weren't for the avatars of the three Hokage, he would have doubted whether he had come to the wrong place. A Bandai toy store that sells all kinds of strange toys. An open-air cinema that broadcasts all kinds of novel programs. The destruction of the human trafficking organization and the legend of the Ninja Turtles. Even the police department, which has always been hated by everyone, has improved its reputation. Why did Konoha become unrecognizable after only half a year of absence? Even the reason why he was recalled by the Hokage was related to the changes in Konoha. Breathing method. It is said that this secret technique can increase the amount of chakra in the user's body, especially for children. Kakashi is only 8 years old now, of course, he is also within the suitable range. It's just that he is a chunin, and he was on a mission outside before, so he came back a little late and missed the reporting time. But Kakashi is not in a hurry, because he already knows that there are two schools of this breathing method. In order to improve his strength as soon as possible and wash away the shame that man brought to the Hotaki clan, he decided to look at the situation on both sides before making a decision. The first place he came to was the Hyuga clan, which had also started training. Chapter 234 Kakashi's Choice. At noon, the orphanage training ground. After the bondage play, the effect of the suffocation play was also quite outstanding. After just one morning, everyone had learned the entry-level breathing method under Hideki's guidance. Although they still had to concentrate on maintaining their breathing, they would have difficulty breathing if they were not careful and fall to the ground again. But the learning progress was already faster than that of Obito and Asuma. And this was of course thanks to the internal vision function of the Kame Senryu training suit. In this way, the young ninjas can more clearly perceive the changes in their bodies and the flow of chakra, so that chakra can be more easily integrated into the operation of the respiratory system. In fact, this is also the reason why Hideki is confident in popularizing the breathing method. The children he selected to test the breathing method before were essentially rare geniuses. So they can stimulate their potential through the near-death experience of suffocation and quickly master the tricks of the breathing method. Ordinary children don't have such a talent. Given the difficulty of the breathing method, even if it suffocates to death, they probably can't easily master it. Just like when people are pushed to the limit, math problems or not. It is the inner vision function of this training suit that gives them the possibility to break through their own potential limit. It is a pity that most of the children are still immersed in the fear of being suffocated to death, and they don't realize how lucky they are. Suddenly, the bell rang from the main building of the orphanage. Hideki waved his hand and said, "It's noon, so everyone can take off their helmets for the time being and go to the canteen to eat first." Gather here at 1 o'clock and disband. Great! The little ninjas cheered subconsciously. As a result, several people forgot to maintain the breathing method and had difficulty breathing, and fell to the ground. Then everyone took off their helmets and sighed that the air was so sweet when they breathed normally. Then they found a very important problem. Teacher Hideki, you haven't taught us how to remove this turtle shell yet. Hey, didn't I tell you? Hideki smiled kindly. As the saying goes, walking, standing, sitting, and lying are all for practice. In order to allow you to learn the breathing method in a short time and get the biggest improvement. So except for taking a bath, you will wear this training suit for 24 hours. Of course, the helmet can only be taken off when eating, bathing, and sleeping. The little ninjas were petrified when they heard this. They thought they could temporarily escape from the sea of suffering for a while, but they didn't expect that this was just the prelude to their miserable life. However, the little ninjas didn't know at this time that compared with the subsequent training projects, these were just appetizers. At the same time, the Hyuga clan. Soon after Kakashi and the doorman explained their purpose, Hyuga Hisashi personally came to the door to take him in for a tour. Unlike Hideki who used an open space as a training ground, the Hyuga clan's Tsuru Senryu was much more particular. In the spacious and bright dojo with simple decorations, nearly 100 children in Taoist robes were imitating the demonstration of Hayashi in front of them, performing a set of light and flexible boxing at a very slow speed. And Kakashi soon noticed that their breathing rhythm was exactly the same, which matched the boxing movements, giving them an indescribable sense of coordination. Hisashi, who was standing by, saw this and began to whisper to Kakashi. The breathing method invented by Mr. Kimura is indeed an amazing idea. But his method of using suffocation to stimulate the body's potential is still a bit too radical, and may even hurt the fragile internal organs. So our Hyuga clan has made some improvements to this. The soft fist of the Hyuga clan originally has a corresponding breathing method. Exhale when exerting force, and inhale when storing force. As long as the dispatch of chakra, the rhythm of breathing and the movements of the boxing are linked to form a conditioned reflex, the children can safely master the breathing method by practicing this set of boxing. And don't look at the slow movements of this set of boxing. In fact, all the moves in it can be used in actual combat, killing two birds with one stone. With your talent, Kakashi, you will definitely be able to master the tricks quickly. Kakashi remained calm on the surface, but he was still quite shocked in his heart. The Hyuga clan is indeed a ninja clan with a 1,000-year heritage. I didn't expect that they would improve a set of bodybuilding boxing that combines breathing and soft fists in such a short time. Compared to the suffocation training method, this does sound much more reliable. However, Kakashi did not make a decision immediately. After all, the Kame Senryu of Mr. Kimura should have some tricks to make the Hyuga clan use the secret soft fist to deal with it. So Kakashi said calmly. Hisashi-senpai, thank you for your introduction. But I have to go to Kame Senryu first before making a decision. Hisashi smiled and said. Of course, the door of the Hyuga clan is always open for you. After sending Kakashi away, Hisashi returned to the dojo, just in time for a break. Hayashi walked over and asked. How does the son of White Fang react? After all, Kame Senryu has geniuses like Uchiha Shisui and Sarutobi Asuma. If we can get Hitaki Kakashi to join us, we will have a better chance of winning the next competition. It shouldn't be a big problem. Hisashi said with a strange look. Haven't we just received a report on Kame Senryu's training? After seeing the situation there with his own eyes, Kakashi will definitely make a wise choice. Hayashi recalled the content of the report, and he, who was always old-fashioned, almost laughed out loud. Kimura Hideki really doesn't follow the ordinary path, even the content of the training camp is so different. Although the effect is still unknown. But unless it can really bring about a rapid improvement, it is estimated that many children will be discouraged. Geniuses like Kakashi, they Tsurujiryu accepted them without hesitation. Hisashi's speculation is actually quite accurate. Kakashi wanted to turn back before he even got to the orphanage. Because when he got to the orphanage, he saw a group of guys in ridiculous turtle costumes repairing the road with extremely stiff movements. Some people would suddenly have shortness of breath and fall to the ground and roll around. Many villagers who heard the news stood around and watched. Seeing the mistakes made by the little ninjas due to their inconvenience in movement, they couldn't help but laugh, thinking it was some new and funny show. And everyone's laughter made the turtle people feel embarrassed, and the scene was quite eye-catching. This extremely abstract scene made Kakashi rub his eyes, feeling a little doubtful about life. Are you really in Konoha and not in some strange place? Listening to the pointers from the surrounding villagers, Kakashi has determined that these guys in strange clothes are children undergoing training in Kamizen-ryu. But why are the painting styles of Crane Senryu and Turtle Senryu so different for the same breathing method? To be honest, if it's just hard training, or even relying on suffocation to master the breathing method, Kakashi can actually accept it as long as the effect is significant. But he couldn't bear the combination of wearing a turtle suit and using funny and stiff movements to build roads in front of the public. Now he only wants to clear his family's reputation and become a perfect ninja who can't fault anyone. So he really couldn't accept this kind of deviant style that deviated from the style of ninjas and even humans. Then he discovered that among the turtle men building the road, there were several figures with nimble movements. They seemed not to be ashamed of it, but rather proud of it. They even thought about playing tricks and interacting with the onlookers, calling themselves Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Seeing them laughing and joking and mingling with the people around them, Kakashi felt that he was out of place here. Because the image of the perfect ninja in his mind is ruthless and has absolutely no chance of such a happy atmosphere. So even though he heard the voices of some of them sounded familiar, he had no intention of stepping forward to recognize them. After taking a deep look at them, Kakashi immediately turned around and left, heading towards the Hyuga clan again. At this time, the two turtle men who were playing with treasures seemed to have noticed. But when they looked over, Kakashi's figure had disappeared. Chapter 235 A Life of Pain and Joy. In fact, among the students who are busy building roads, there are also many who have similar ideas to Kakashi. Even some genin began to suspect that Hideki-sensei was using his power for personal gain and asking everyone to work for him in vain. When Hideki visited the area, he couldn't help but ask. Teacher Hideki, why do we need to build roads here? I understand how to exercise body control under restraint and practice breathing maintenance techniques. But there are obviously so many ways to move your body. Hideki stopped and said with a smile. It seems you are not very interested in building roads. But don't worry, the other two groups are cutting down trees and farming, and you will also have the opportunity to rotate in later. That's great, that's weird. They both complained in their hearts. Okay, cutting down trees and farming is indeed better than being watched here, but that's not what he meant. So he said again. I mean, why do we need to do such chores? We genin have been tired of doing these jobs before. Why can't we directly practice physical skills? The children on the side couldn't help but stop when they heard this, wanting to hear the teacher's explanation. Hideki shook his head and said with a smile. Using physical training to move the body sounds like it's a good thing that kills two birds with one stone. But in fact, it can only achieve twice the result with twice the result. Because you are now bound by the training suit, and every action must be fought against it to be completed. If you practice physical skills in this situation, you will develop some bad habits of overexertion. And simple and repetitive physical work like this is the best way to exercise, and you can also make a little money on the way. The real actual combat training will not officially begin until you can move freely under the constraints of this level. Even though I am similar, I am not an unreasonable person, and I know that what the teacher said does make sense. But he still couldn't help but look at the melon-eating crowd around him and said weakly. Then at least find some job where you don't have to be watched. It's embarrassing to be looked at like that. When Zayashu heard this, his heart moved, and he knew that it was time for the rhetoric he had prepared before to come in handy. A ninja is a person who is good at patience. Zayashu smiled and said. Chakra is a mixture of physical energy and mental energy, so if you want to increase the amount of chakra, you have to go hand in hand with both culture and sports. The physical training effect of breathing methods, as well as current physical training, are all behaviors that can increase body energy. The method of improving mental energy is more mysterious. In addition to accumulating knowledge and experience, enduring hard exercise is also the most common way. That's why ninjas are called ninjas. However, I found that in addition to hard exercise, as long as you are practicing patience, your mental strength will increase to a certain extent. So actually, teacher, I also know that this training uniform is indeed not in line with today's aesthetics. This design is not out of bad taste, but to give everyone another way to increase their spiritual power. Would you feel ashamed if everyone looked at you? That would be great. Feel shame, consider shame, accept shame, understand shame. When you can walk on the streets of Konoha wearing it as if nothing happened, your mental strength will also be elevated to another realm. Then you can be considered a ninja who can stand on your own. No, we usually call that a pervert. Obito and Asuma on the side looked at each other and complained in their hearts. There it was again, teacher Hideki's specious arguments. But seeing that they had begun to nod repeatedly, showing an expression of admiration, the two couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. Alas, they were still too stupid and naive, just like their former selves. Sure enough, they couldn't find out the true face of teacher Hideki without suffering a few times. It was near dusk when Hideki led the team back and joined the tree-cutting and farming team led by Senior Dai and Nono. Then he began to say, "Before we go to dinner, I have to tell you about the evening schedule." As soon as Hideki finished speaking, he could feel the children's resentful gazes through the helmet, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Don't worry, I understand the principle of combining work and rest. So there will be no physical exercise at night, and even before 8 o'clock it's free time. You can eat in the cafeteria, take a bath in the bathhouse, watch movies in the projection room, or even play games in the game room. Of course, except for eating and taking a bath, the binding function of the training suit and the breathing restriction function of the helmet must be kept at the lowest level at other times. Although this arrangement is quite good, everyone dare not be careless at all, for fear that the teacher has buried some trap in it." Hideki was speechless when he saw this, and then he said, "After 8 o'clock, please gather in the classroom on the second floor of the orphanage. You can carry out different learning projects according to your own situation. For example, students who take my puppetry class can learn related content. Students who are interested in medical ninjutsu can also get guidance from Mr. Nono. If you are not interested, there are many books sponsored by the Hyuga clan in the library for you to read. You may not know that when the human brain is sleeping, it will automatically convert short-term memory into long-term memory. So studying during this time before going to bed can achieve twice the result with half the effort. Finally, everyone will go back to the dormitory to sleep at 10 o'clock, and get up at 6 o'clock tomorrow for morning exercises and breakfast. This is the training schedule for the early stage. Do you have any questions?" "Yes, but everyone is exhausted, hungry, and sticky at this time, and just wants to eat and take a shower quickly." So the little ninjas shook their heads again and again, indicating that there is no problem. So Hideki also announced the disbandment. He looked at the scene where the children were eager but had to walk to the canteen step by step because of the binding function, and laughed in his heart. Although the children were nervous, Hideki didn't set any traps in the evening activities. Due to Aunt Kelly's great performance, the dinner was naturally very rich. For everyone who was physically and mentally devastated today, it felt that this was the most delicious meal they had ever eaten in their lives. As they devoured, both the food and the staple food were swept away, and Aunt Kelly smiled so hard that her back teeth were exposed. Bath time is also worth mentioning. Hideki had set up a barrier in the locker room outside the bathhouse, and only there could the tortoise shell be removed. As the only time in a day to take off the tights and the tortoise shell, every minute and every second made them feel an unprecedented sense of liberation. Of course, this sense of liberation did not last too long. Under the force of the binding function of the training suit, they had to use many muscles that they didn't usually use today. They didn't feel anything before, but once they touched the hot water in the bathhouse, those parts suddenly felt extremely sour and refreshing, making them feel pain and pleasure, and they couldn't help but scream. If someone who didn't know the truth heard it, they might think it was an unorthodox bathhouse. After taking a bath, everyone put on new tights, put on tortoise shells, put on helmets, and then reluctantly turned on the restraint function and breathing restriction function. The familiar feeling of restraint and suffocation came again, and the little ninjas under the helmets were all in tears. Fortunately, they really had a very happy time during this relaxing time. You can watch various programs on demand in the screening room. Even the Tom and Jerry that Hideki filmed in advance but has not been broadcast yet is included. And the various toys that have not yet been released in the game room also made everyone very excited. The only thing that made everyone helpless was that whenever they were immersed in the movie or the toy, they would unconsciously forget to maintain the breathing method and resist the restraint function. So they suddenly suffocated at the least, and at the worst, they could not control their bodies and tripped over their left foot and fell to the ground. However, they also became the first customers of Nono's newly opened medical room, which was a blessing in disguise. At 8 o'clock, everyone went to the classroom to study according to their own situation, or read books in the library to study on their own. They were exhausted and felt drowsy when they saw the books. It was a pity that the little ninjas had not yet mastered the skills of maintaining breathing while sleeping. They were still wearing helmets, and they would always wake up suddenly because of suffocation shortly after falling asleep. In order not to become the object of laughter of other classmates, they could only force themselves to continue studying. When it finally came to 10 o'clock, everyone dragged their tired bodies back to their dormitories, fell asleep as soon as they touched the bed, and the snoring was deafening. Then, as if they had not slept for long, they were awakened by the bell that rang on time at 6 o'clock, and began a new day of training life with bitter faces. And this is the day they will repeat over and over again in the next 2 weeks. Chapter 236 Opening the Door. Humans are indeed very adaptable creatures. Because before they knew it, more than a week had passed since the training. The training projects that the little ninjas originally felt unbearable have gradually become commonplace. Even the recently added morning jogging project, wearing a tortoise-shell training suit to deliver milk and newspapers to Konoha, did not cause much protest. After the training got on track, Hideki also handed over the work of guiding everyone to Senior Dai and Nono. He was not idle either, and was busy making up for the research and training progress that had been left behind due to the human trafficker incident. At dusk, the children had just finished dinner and were heading to the bathhouse in groups of 3 or 5 to take a bath. In the nearby training ground, Hideki and Might Dai were conducting their daily taijutsu sparring. However, Hideki's moves today seemed to have some new tricks. A rubber gun that can be extended freely. Might Dai was still out of the attack range, but Hideki still shouted out the meaningless lines and then punched hard. As a result, his hand really stretched a lot like rubber, hitting Might Dai, who was still 2 meters away. It's a pity that although Might Dai was caught off guard by Hideki's strange moves, he still instinctively blocked the attack with his hands. Hideki was not discouraged by this, and began to use both hands to throw a series of rain-like fists at Senior Dai from a distance of 2 meters. Rubber guns shoot randomly. Ola, oh, oh, oh. His fists were like whips, drawing all kinds of weird arcs in the air, attacking all the blind spots on Might Dai's body. Even Might Dai, a master of physical skills, was a little tired of parrying for a while, and it was difficult to break through this fist net to get close to Hideki. Fortunately, he had been practicing with Hideki frequently in the past few months, and had a lot of experience in how to deal with Hideki's various strange moves. So he quickly thought of a way to break the situation, and began to fight back with fists, and started a fist-fighting session full of hot-blooded atmosphere with Hideki. Muda. Might Dai, who was both strong and fast, easily gained an advantage in the fight, and soon beat Hideki back step by step. Then he suddenly changed his moves, took the opportunity to pass through the gaps in Hideki's dense fist net, and prepared to get close to Hideki to fight back. But Hideki seemed to have anticipated this, and he jumped out of the training ground with a backward jump, and said at a speed that would make the French feel ashamed. "I give up." As soon as he finished speaking, Might Dai's fist that followed him suddenly stopped in front of Hideki, with only 0.01 centimeters left between his cheek. "It's like this again." Might Dai, who always has a good temper, couldn't help but curse in his heart. Hideki is good in everything, but he is too cunning in fighting. Every time he tried out his new moves and aroused his fighting spirit, he decisively admitted defeat, which made him feel very uncomfortable. However, Might Dai quickly calmed down, shook his head and smiled bitterly, and then praised. "Hideki, you are indeed a great genius. I didn't expect that you would master the trick of opening the door so quickly, and you could develop such an interesting move based on it." No. Hideki said modestly. "This is just my casual work, and there are still many imperfections. And this fighting method is really not suitable for me." Yes, since getting the scroll of the 8 gates of ninjutsu from Senior Dai, Hideki has conducted a lot of research and targeted training. Until these few days, he finally mastered the skills of opening the first door, the door. In fact, with his chakra control, it is not difficult to control the chakra to break through the restriction hub of the door. It's just that the door is the first door of the 8 gates of ninjutsu, and the effect is very special. It is to remove the restrictions of the brain area and gain 100% control of the body. Therefore, even if you only open the first door, your physical ability will be greatly improved, and you can also develop many interesting moves. For example, the rubber gun that Hideki just used. In fact, the principle is very simple, which is to actively dislocate the arm when attacking to increase the range of attack. At the same time, he also blocked the pain nerves at the joints, so that the attack would not be deformed due to severe pain. Finally, Hideki also circulated the elastic chakra in the meridians of his arms, using elasticity to enhance the power of the attack and buffer, reducing damage to himself. Normally, this move cannot be successfully performed without hard training. However, under the effect of the 8 gates, Hideki easily developed and realized it. Of course, such a significant effect is also accompanied by considerable danger. You must know that the physical strength of human beings is actually much stronger than they think. For example, an ordinary person has 300 million muscle fibers in his body. If they contract in one direction at the same time, the force generated will be as huge as 25 tons. And this does not include the addition of chakra. The reason why humans cannot do this is that if they really do this, the body will not be able to withstand such force and will be directly disintegrated into a pool of rotten meat. So in order to prevent humans from being killed by themselves, the brain will set up a subconscious limiter, so that humans will unconsciously control the force and cannot use the force that will hurt the body. Only in a critical moment can humans break through the limiter and burst out with amazing power. And this is the so-called fire scene power. For example, Hideki heard in his previous life that a mother lifted a car to save her child. And opening the door is essentially forcibly seizing the highest control of the body and switching from automatic to manual. Without the protection of the limiter, if you are not careful, it will cause irreparable trauma to the body. And this is only the effect of the first door. With each subsequent door opened, the chakra in the body will increase exponentially, allowing the body to gain enough power to destroy itself dozens of times. Normally, only a physical warrior like Might Dai who has a well-trained body and knows it well can control such power. So even now, he didn't dare to let Kai start learning the 8 gates. Although Hideki has improved his physical fitness through breathing techniques, he is still far from the standard of being able to open the door safely. The reason why he dared to open the door and played with it in various ways was actually to take a trick. The recently developed telepathic technique allowed him to have a faster calculation speed and control the body's activities more accurately. And the special combat suit made with a lot of money also allowed him to monitor the situation in his body through a more precise perception array like other children to avoid hurting the root. Of course, the blessing of breathing techniques is indispensable, allowing him to use chakra to protect his fragile internal organs. The combination of the three allowed him to gain the ability to control the door in advance. However, the telepathic technique, the sensing array, the breathing method, and the chakra required to maintain the door open. All the consumption added up, making Hideki's chakra, which was originally more abundant due to the chakra capacitor, stretched again. In fact, even if Senior Dai did not break through his defense, he could not continue to maintain so many secret techniques at this time, and he had automatically terminated the performance of the 8 gates. This also led to a small problem. Senior Dai, can you help me put my hand back? Hideki, with both hands still dislocated and hanging down, said helplessly like a gibbon. Chapter 237 Difficulties. Because the door has been opened, the process of putting the dislocated hand back is painful, but Hideki grimaces. Seeing Senior Dai laughing so happily, Hideki doubted whether his previous technique was deliberately bad. In any case, Hideki has decided to seal this rubber boxing technique and find a masochistic student to teach it when there is a chance. In this case, it seems that there is indeed a good candidate. Due to the high consumption of chakra, the two did not continue to spar with each other. Instead, they sat down at the stone table nearby and exchanged experiences. After testing it several times myself, I can finally confirm it. Hideki turned his shoulders and said, removing the restrictions on the brain and gaining control over the body will definitely be very useful in the advanced practice of breathing techniques. Even the two can complement each other. After gaining control of the body, the respiratory system and other human systems can be operated more efficiently. And the improvement of breathing techniques can better enhance physical fitness, so as to withstand the increased chakra from opening more gates. If it can be achieved, even underage children may gain powerful strength from it. Then Hideki pondered again, but the biggest problem now is how to keep the door open for a long time, and it would be best to normalize it like the basic breathing method. Especially the children, they don't have the physical fitness of Senior Dai, nor do they have my control. It's really a big problem to normalize the door opening without hurting the body. Hearing this, Might Dai said apologetically, I'm so sorry, Xiaoshu, you have given me the task of developing the 8-gate breathing method for so long, but I still haven't come up with a suitable solution. How can you blame Senior Dai for this? Hideshu spread his hands and smiled. If it is really so easy to solve, it is not our turn to come up with a solution here. And Senior Dai, based on your own experience, the ideas you have summarized are quite ingenious. I have also benefited a lot from this, otherwise I would not have been able to learn how to open the door so quickly. Even if the problem of opening the door is solved, the next few doors will be a natural result. But even if I think hard, I still can't think of a good way to lower the learning threshold for the time being. Haidsho was not modest. This time, even if he used the brainstorming technique, he couldn't find an immediate solution. There are quite a few slightly inferior methods. For example, while performing the 8-gate ninjutsu, perform the medical ninjutsu of the power, constantly healing the damage caused by excessive force. Even the ninja world has a ready-made example, the 100 healings technique. It just so happens that both are secret techniques that allow the caster to have a large amount of chakra in a short period of time. And the positions of the yin seal and the door opening are almost exactly the same, which is probably not a coincidence. It's a pity that Mito is dead, and Tsunade is doing charity somewhere. And there is no trace of the 100 healings technique in the S-level ninjutsu exchange table that Hideki got before. More importantly, he can only master such S-level ninjutsu himself at most. If he wants to popularize it, it may be difficult to achieve it until the day Lily is cold. As for other medical ninjutsu, the milk volume is insufficient and the effect of high-speed regeneration cannot be achieved at all. So the road of combining medical ninjutsu is temporarily unavailable. In addition, Hideki also thought about using the magical shadow clone to solve this problem. It's a pity that the chakra flow at the moment of opening the door is enough to make the shadow clone collapse, not to mention what happens next. As expected, the dream of letting the shadow clones with the death door open to launch suicide attacks is not so easy to realize. After listening to Hideki's words, Might Dai scratched his head and said. Even Hideki can't think of a good way. It seems that there is really no shortcut this time. In fact, Hideki's training suit's internal vision function has greatly reduced the difficulty of controlling the body after opening the door. Next, it should be the time for perseverance and youthful sweat to play a role. Hideki shook his head gently. Senior Dai's Showa style root theory style, combined with his own technology, can indeed cultivate some talents who master the 8 gates. But this is ultimately going back to the old way, making the children become fireworks that can only bloom for a short time. This is obviously contradictory to the concept of Kame Sinu and the future that Hideki promised to the children. If this technology is not allowed to leak out, Hideki will have to worry about whether Konoha will create a kamikaze special forces, making the children's situation even worse. So he decided to find another way. It was almost 8 o'clock, and the two who had not been able to come up with any good ideas could only put it aside for the time being. After taking a quick shower, Hideki went to the studio where the puppetry class was held and introduced some useful expansion techniques to the children. About half an hour later, he assigned the task of manual practice and left to inspect the situation of other children. In the infirmary, Nono had already mastered the skills of suture healing and was teaching it to a dozen students to treat external injuries. Among them, Nohara Rin was also studying seriously, and because of her skilled chakra line control technology, she was praised by Nono and blushed. Of course, blushing was just Hideki's guess, because the children were now wearing turtle helmets. To be honest, if they didn't talk, Hideki would find it difficult to tell who was who. Then there was the library, or it would be more appropriate to say the library. Many children were also reading various books attentively in it at this time. Here were stored the book scrolls that Hideki had collected from various places over the years, as well as a batch of books that the Hyuga clan had previously given as compensation. Hideki even put some common C-level and D-level ninjutsu here for everyone to browse. This alone was enough to make the young ninjas grateful to him, and they could not complain about him at all because of the hard training. However, after looking for a while, Hideki found that a child had been wandering around the bookshelf, seemingly looking for some books but couldn't find them. So he quietly stepped forward and asked, "What book do you want to find? Let me see if I can help you find it." Hideki. Teacher Hideki. Although the tone was a little unfamiliar, Hideki still heard that the child wearing a helmet was a student he was familiar with. Yui Kurane. Speaking of which, this child has been a little depressed since she lost to Shisui in the martial arts meeting. She was not as active as usual in class, and she didn't pester herself after class. Even her favorite puppet stage play was not held. Fortunately, she didn't give up on herself, and coming to participate in the training of breathing method was proof of this. I just don't know if she wants to make up for the difference in chakra between her and Shisui through breathing techniques. Or she decided to change her career path and not go for the seemingly hopeless path of illusion. Hideki was also quite curious about this, and felt that he could draw the corresponding conclusion from the book she was looking for. Then Hideki heard Yui Kurane said weakly. "Teacher Hideki, I'm looking for books on sealing techniques." Sealing techniques? Heidki couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This was really an answer he had never thought of. Chapter 238 Kurene's Choice. After being surprised, Heidki smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, the confidentiality level of sealing techniques is very high, and I can't show related books to others casually. Yui Kurene lowered her head in disappointment. In fact, she also knew there was such a rule. After all, the teacher didn't explain when he taught them to draw rune pieces before, and just let them copy them. It's just that the teacher has always been generous in sharing knowledge, so she came to this library to try her luck. Seeing that she didn't seem to be doing this on impulse, Heidki asked curiously. Hong, if you don't mind, can you tell me why you want to read the book on sealing techniques? Maybe I can give you some advice. Yui Hong hesitated for a moment, but finally gritted her teeth and said in a frustrated tone. Since I lost to Ji in the martial arts competition after Shisui, I have been working hard to study illusions. Even during the Chinese New Year, I didn't rest at all. But after the training camp started, I have found opportunities to challenge Shisui's illusions several times, but I still lost miserably. I feel that the gap is even bigger. Especially yesterday when I forced him to use his Sharingan, he didn't have any power to fight back. Heidki couldn't help but complain in his heart when he heard this. It seems that the Uchiha future is unlikely to be born. Shisui, that kid, actually doesn't know what it means to let go, and it's obvious that he is destined to be alone. And Hong let out a long breath, and then said with a little relief. There are people beyond people, and there are heavens beyond heavens. What my father said after hearing that I lost to Shisui, I finally understand now. It turns out that it's not that I don't have a talent for illusion. It's that Shisui, or the Uchiha clan with the Sharingan, has a talent for illusion that's too good. Even if I work harder to learn illusion, I can't surpass them who won at the starting line. Heidki also felt sympathetic when he heard this. He once felt deeply touched by this feeling of powerlessness in the face of genius. Then he said. So, Hong, are you planning to change your path to seal techniques? Indeed, your chakra control is quite good, and your mind is also very smart. Learning seal techniques will definitely make a difference. Who knew that Hong was slightly stunned, and then shook his head vigorously and said. No way. I did think about changing direction before. But after thinking about it, I realized that even if I don't have the talent like Shisui, I also like the path of illusion. Hong put her hands in a praying gesture and said. Just like the movies you made, immersing the opponent in various wonderful illusions is the ninja aesthetics I pursue in my mind. If you don't have enough talent, can you make up for it with passion? Heidki pondered in his heart. But it's impossible to go too far on this road with passion alone. However, Hong wants to learn the sealing technique, and it seems that she is not willing to be ordinary. Heidki has already guessed and said. Are you trying to combine the sealing technique with the illusion technique? Yes, in fact, the inspiration also comes from you, teacher. Yui Hong knocked on the tortoise shell behind him and said. Teacher, didn't you say before that all techniques can theoretically be realized with the runes of the sealing technique? Since you can use the programming flow sealing technique to make the complex perception array portable, then it should not be impossible to use it to design a more sophisticated illusion. Even if my illusion talent is not as good as Shisui and the others, I will never win a serious illusion duel. But if I can use the sealing technique to create an exquisite illusion in advance, then I believe I still have a chance to defeat them. Hong seemed to be convincing herself, and her tone became more and more determined. Heidki couldn't help but sigh. After seeing the desperate gap between herself and Shisui, she could actually come up with such a counterattack method. Compared with Yui Hong, who found an honest man to marry in the original work, the current Hong is so handsome. Even if she is still wearing a ridiculous turtle training suit. Heidki, who inspired her to think of this method, was relieved and also had a hint of inspiration. Use the sealing technique to create an illusion. Seeing that teacher Heidki didn't say anything for a while, Hong began to be unconfident again, and said in a nervous tone. Teacher Heidki, did I say something wrong? Won't this method work? No, it does work in theory. Heidki quickly came back to his senses and smiled slightly. I just had a little inspiration suddenly, so I was distracted by it. Yes, the inspiration that Heidki said was actually how to solve the problem of easily hurting the body after opening the door. Although Heidki used brainstorming several times to think about this problem. But even if he and the shadow clone start from different angles, they are still the same person after all, with the same thinking pattern. For example, after the original Chunin exam, it completely became the illusion system of the exclusive ability of the Uchiha clan, and it has always been a very low priority in Hideki's mind. So if there was no reminder from Hong, Hideki would probably have to use brainstorming several more times to find this answer through exhaustive method. The children do not have the strong body of Dai Senior and the control of Hideki. If they want to completely control the body that removes the limiter, they can only rely on repeated practice. But normally, before they succeed, they would have damaged their bodies. How to make them have an indestructible body is the difficulty that has troubled Hideki for a long time. An illusion may be the correct answer, although he has never been hit by a high-level illusion. But in the previous martial arts competition, he had sneaked into the exquisite illusion created by Uchiha Setsuna for Shisui and experienced the exaggerated sense of reality. If the data of the body can be perfectly reproduced in the illusion, then it will be a perfect training ground without worrying about physical injury. The more Hideki thought about it, the more he felt that this idea was feasible, and he wanted to go back to his room immediately to perfect it with brainstorming. Unfortunately, he had just had a big fight with Senior Dai before, and now here is not much chakra, so I can only verify it tomorrow. Seeing Hong still looking at him eagerly, Ziyashir remembered that he had not yet replied to Hong, so he smiled and said, "In fact, soon, I will also find some talented students to teach advanced courses in programming-style sealing techniques, which will contain serious knowledge of sealing techniques. So if you are interested, you might as well spend more time learning to draw rune pieces, and you will definitely get twice the result with half the effort." "I see." Hong was slightly disappointed, but knowing that she could learn programming-style sealing techniques in the future, she could barely accept this result. "But..." Hide-Sho smiled again. "But Hong, what you said just now gave me a good inspiration. As a thank you, I actually have some experience in illusions, so I will pass it on to you." Yui Hong's eyes suddenly widened. "Teacher Ziyashu and illusions? This doesn't go together at all." Hideki could see the doubt in Hong's heart, and smiled slightly. "That's why I said it was just some experience, not a complete illusion. But Hong, don't underestimate them, because these experiences come from the legendary ninja sect created by the Six Paths Sage." Chapter 239 Wall of Heart. Since it was not convenient to give lectures in the library, Hideki simply took Hong to his attic room. After pouring her a glass of strawberry milk, Hideki asked, "Hong, do you know what ninja sect is?" Hong, who was curiously looking around, shook her head. "I have heard of it, but I only know that it is a sect that believes in the Six Paths Sage, and I don't know anything else." "Then let me introduce it briefly." After a moment of silence for the Six Paths Sage, Hideki said, "You should know that it is said that the Six Paths Sage explained the true meaning of chakra to the world 1,000 years ago. And the organization he founded is the so-called ninja sect. In fact, according to his original idea, he hoped to connect the spiritual energy of people through chakra, so as to let everyone understand each other and create a world without disputes. Unfortunately, people still failed to live up to his expectations and chose to use chakra to connect their own spiritual energy and physical energy. In this way, the chakra in the body can also surge, so that the body can be strengthened and various magical ninjutsu can be performed. In addition to physical skills and ninjutsu, even the ninja skills used to connect the spiritual energy of others are used in battle. Forcibly instilling information into other people's minds is the so-called illusion. And forcibly obtaining information from other people's minds is the so-called mind-reading technique." Hong's eyes have turned into mosquito coils when he heard this, and he is quite confused. "The teacher is going to teach me some illusion experience, why is he telling stories about myths and legends? How could the Six Paths Sage really exist?" Hideki laughed and said, "Of course, these legends may be fabricated by the ninja clan to gild themselves, but the truth contained in them is still quite interesting. If the Six Paths Sage really exists, then he must have overestimated the enlightenment of mankind. Just like we don't want to appear naked in front of others, even for peace, it is still difficult for us to connect our spirits with others without reservation. We are worried that our true selves will be hated by others, and we are also worried that the true thoughts of others will hurt ourselves. Just as porcupines want to get close to each other for warmth, but the thorns on their bodies will still hurt each other involuntarily. The reason why the spirit between people is difficult it is because of this rejection that humans cannot connect with each other. Especially after humans connect spiritual energy with physical energy, the surge in chakra in the body forms a natural barrier, which increases the difficulty of spiritual connection. I also call this forbidden area of the mind that absolutely cannot be entered by others the absolute horror field, or the wall of the heart. So as long as there are individual differences among humans, the wall of the heart will never disappear. But if it is really as the six-path sage wishes, let everyone understand each other, eliminate barriers, and complete the human completion plan. Then when you share memories, feelings, and emotions with everyone, can you still be called you? Hong couldn't help but think about it carefully. Originally, she felt that although the behavior of the six-path sage was not very realistic, his intentions were good. But after listening to the teacher's analysis, she realized how terrible the unreserved spiritual connection was. Fortunately, Heidke did not explore this issue further, and then said, "So if you want the illusion to succeed, the key is to let your chakra break through the opponent's heart wall. And according to my summary, there are about 4 methods." 4. Hong opened her mouth wide. She had learned illusions for so long, how could she not know there were so many ways? Heidke smiled and said, "The first one is naturally the most common way, which is to break through head-on and win by the quality and quantity of yin escape chakra. Hong, you have a good talent in this area, but it's a pity that you are not as good as Shisui from the Uchiha clan. Of course, taking advantage of the opponent's unpreparedness or using various tricks to form chakra to bully the minority with more people is actually this method." Heidke could feel Hong secretly curling her lips, and laughed secretly. "The second method is quite difficult, which is to simulate the characteristics of the opponent's chakra, so as to secretly break through the defense of the heart wall." Hong suddenly exclaimed "ah" and told the method Shisui used to defeat him in the martial arts competition. However, Heidke shook his head and said, "This can only be said to be slightly close. Because Shisui only uses chakra with similar characteristics to wrap the illusion chakra and sneak into your brain. When the illusion is officially performed, it will still be exposed immediately. Shisui just bullies you because you don't have enough chakra and can't use chakra to fill your brain nerves in battle, so he can kill you by surprise. In essence, this is still fighting with more people against fewer people, which belongs to the first category." Hong couldn't help but puff up her cheeks. It's a pity that she was wearing a helmet, so Heidke couldn't see it at all, and continued. "The second method should be to use chakra that simulates the opponent's characteristics to perform illusions directly, which is truly foolproof." Hong felt that what the teacher said was a bit mysterious. It is already very difficult to simulate the opponent's chakra characteristics in battle. It is even more difficult to control this unfamiliar chakra to perform illusion. Wait. No. Heidke saw that Hong seemed to have realized something, and smiled and nodded. It seems that Hong has also thought of it. This method is indeed difficult to do, but your idea just now has given it a glimmer of hope. As long as it is combined with the programming flow sealing technique that can work perfectly regardless of anyone's chakra, the biggest problem of this method has been solved." Hong listened with shining eyes, feeling that she suddenly understood, and at the same time she admired it in her heart. She never expected that teacher Heidke, who was not proficient in illusion, could deduce such an interesting discovery from the legend of the ninja sect. This made her look forward to the next 2 methods even more, and hurriedly urged, "What about the next 2? Heidke first took his cup and drank a sip of strawberry milk to moisten his throat. After whetting Hong's appetite, he slowly said, "Just like porcupines will keep getting close to each other for warmth even if they sting each other. Although humans reject unreserved spiritual connection, they still instinctively hope to find a soulmate and enjoy the comfort of harmony. That's why people have all kinds of emotions, constantly using them to explore the safe emotional distance with the people around them, trying to find the one who is closest to them and most compatible with them in the vast sea of people. This is love." Hong couldn't help but be intoxicated. Heidke was a little speechless. "You little girl, do you know what love is?" He just pretended not to hear and continued to explain. "When it comes to chakra, the principle is actually the same. Even if the chakra characteristics are different, as long as the conditions are met, it can easily break through the other party's heart wall defense line. And these are the last 2 methods. The third method, I call it boundless love, or use more plugs," Heidke said jokingly. "In simple terms, it is to improve the spiritual realm and reach the saintly mentality of the six-path sage. God loves the world, so people with this state of mind can understand most people. The chakra produced can also be the key to open most of the walls of the heart." Hong couldn't help but complain when she heard this. "Teacher Heidke, where is such a person in the world?" Heidke thought to himself. "Of course there is, that is the destined protagonist of this world, Uzumaki Naruto. He can even forgive Nagato who destroyed the village and Obito who killed his father and mother. It is easy for him to understand others. Of course, Hideki can only keep this in his heart, and perfunctorily said on the surface. I am just listing theoretical situations. Whether it can be realized is another matter. But don't worry, the last method is still feasible. Under Hong's expectant gaze, Hideki continued. The fourth method, I call it the all-rounder. Those who are favored are always fearless. As long as you are popular enough, the other party's chakra will find it difficult to reject you. Then the wall of the heart will become fragile. Even if it cannot be unobstructed, it can greatly enhance the effect of the illusion. Teacher Hideki, how can this be feasible? Hong couldn't help but complain loudly again. If the principles the teacher said before were true, then this outrageous method actually made sense. But it's okay to spar with your companions, but how could a real enemy easily like you? Hideki knew Hong's thoughts and couldn't help but laugh in his heart. That's because everyone hasn't experienced the power of modern media. In his previous life, there were countless guys who betrayed their country for love. In order to make Hong understand, Hideki gave a simple example. If the movie of Fire Boy King is broadcast in foreign countries, do you think Shisui, the protagonist, will be very popular? Hong was slightly stunned, but finally had to nod. Although it shouldn't be better than Konoha, it will still be very popular. Teacher, you mean? Hideki smiled playfully and said. Yes, the method is unexpectedly simple. In order to break through the limits of your own illusion, Miss Yui Hong, are you interested in becoming an idol of the entire ninja world? Chapter 240 Illusion Realm Training Method. The way to break through the limits of illusion is to become an idol of the entire ninja world? Teacher Hideki's whimsical proposal made Yui Kurene's eyes widen immediately. But deep in her eyes, she was slightly moved. After all, illusion and acting happened to be her favorite. Teacher Hideki's proposal was so good that it didn't seem real to satisfy two hobbies at once. But this was just the teacher's guess after all, and the effect was still unknown. As it concerns the future of ninja career, Yui Kurene certainly couldn't make up her mind. Fortunately, Hideki did not ask her to answer immediately, and added with a smile. Of course, the effectiveness of these methods has yet to be verified. So Hong, you don't need to worry about it. Anyway, you are still young, and it doesn't matter if you try various directions. This way you can find the path that suits you best. So Hong, you can study it yourself first, and you can come to me to discuss any ideas at any time. Although I am not good at illusion, I can still provide some inspiration. Hearing this, Zihi Hong was temporarily relieved, and then his eyes sparkled with admiration and he said. Teacher, you are too modest. It is already very remarkable that you can deduce the theory of the heart wall from the legend of the six-path sage and think of 4 ways to break through the heart wall. If you are willing to spend time learning illusions, you will definitely be very powerful. Maybe. It's just that illusions are as profound as puppetry. Teacher, I don't have the time to study them in depth for the time being. I'll study them carefully when I have time in the future. Hideki said casually. But after letting Hong go back to sleep, he was thoughtful again. Illusions. Indeed, he has trained quite amazing mental power through brainstorming techniques, and it should be able to do something when used in illusions. It's a pity that the strong in the ninja world are often determined, and powerful chakra will burst out in their bodies during battles. This thick heart wall is enough to make most illusions difficult to work. So illusions are like control skills in RPGs. They are useless when fighting monsters, and they are ineffective when fighting bosses. They are quite useless. He always imagined that his enemies were the gods in the future, so he put illusions aside before. However, Hong's idea of combining programming flow sealing runes with illusions is actually a bit promising. Even if he doesn't need it, it is a good choice to use it to enhance Konoha's strength. It was soon the next morning. As soon as Hideki got up and didn't have time to wash up, he couldn't wait to use the brainstorming technique. As for the research topic, of course, it was to improve the idea of illusion training that he had been inspired by Hong. And the result was mixed. Because there are two biggest difficulties in the illusion training method. The first is how to perfectly construct a body in the illusion that is exactly the same as in reality. The second is how to make the illusion have the same physical laws as reality. In this way, the children can open the door without any scruples in the illusion, and through repeated practice, they can master the trick of opening the door in reality without hurting the body. Hideki quickly came up with a solution for the former. It is similar to the use of the puppet clone technique, not creating a shadow clone entity, but injecting the chakra that records one's body information into the illusion. In this way, you can get a body in the illusion that is no different from the real one. Hideki even tested it directly. Although his illusion level is not high, relying on his strong mental power and the brainstorming technique that is still running, he still successfully made his body appear in a blank illusion. That feeling is similar to the original Naruto entering the spiritual space where the Nine Tails is sealed. Although the details still need to be polished, at least the feasibility of this idea has been confirmed. However, because the body information needs to be obtained through the shadow clone technique, this part of the content still needs to be performed by the children themselves. After all, the shadow clone technique is a B-level ninjutsu of the difficulty of a jonin, and not everyone can learn even part of the technique. So in order to facilitate promotion, Hideki couldn't be lazy after all, and could only find a way to use the programming flow sealing technique to realize this part of the function. Fortunately, he didn't have to do this himself, and could outsource it to his sealing consultant Kushina. Although it is definitely not easy to implement some of the techniques of the shadow clone technique. But Hideki believes that with Kushina's sealing talent and understanding of the shadow clone technique, she will definitely not disappoint his expectations. Or, she is idle anyway. At the same time, in the Konoha Whirlpool Tower, Kushina was lying comfortably on the window, watching Tom and Jerry playing in the open-air cinema not far away, and was amused from time to time. Who knew that suddenly, she felt an inexplicable chill. Although there was no basis for this, Kushina still had some realization in her heart, and felt that her happy vacation might end soon. When she thought about going back to the days of working overtime every day, she felt like crying but had no tears. Minato, Minato, when will you come back? Back to Hideki. The problem with the shadow clone, it can be outsourced, so the second difficulty is the biggest problem. After all, ordinary illusions are like dreams, and logic is not important. It's just that the person who is under the spell is just like dreaming, and it is difficult to detect the bugs in the dream. But if the illusion cannot be made exactly the same as reality, then no matter how much training is done in it, it will be futile, and even counterproductive. In theory, this problem should also be solved by programming the seal technique to make the illusion rune culture. It's a pity that Hideki and Kushina are not good at illusions. And the kind of vivid and lifelike high-level illusion that makes it difficult for the enemy to distinguish between reality and illusion obviously requires considerable illusion attainments. It would probably take a lot of time and energy for the two of them to create a real illusion through programming runes. With this time in the United States, Hideki would rather find another way to make the children stronger. Because the effect of shadow clones combined with illusions was tested in the middle. Until the end of the brainstorming technique, Hideki couldn't find a good way. So he could only prepare to try again from other angles in the next few days. But before that, he thought he might ask a professional for advice. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Then Atla's voice came from outside the door. "Brother Hideki, are you up? The brother with a fierce look last time is here to see you again. Is it Fugaku? It seems he is here to talk to me about advertising." After thinking for a while, Hideki raised his mouth slightly. "Isn't this a coincidence? Someone really sent me a pillow when I was sleepy." So he raised his voice and said, "Then please ask Brother Fugaku to wait in the projection room for a while. I will go to him after I wash up." Chapter 241 Fugaku's Suggestion. A moment later, in the projection room, a strange short film was playing on the screen. Amid the exciting music, rows of police officers were standing in neat rows with their heads held high. "Join us now." A line of text appeared, and Fugaku's voice sounded immediately. "All Konoha people mobilize, join the police department to fight for Konoha." Then the camera zoomed in, and a beautiful Uchiha female ninja looked at the camera and smiled. "I want to make a contribution." A middle-aged civilian Chunin looked at the camera and smiled. "I want to make a contribution." A young civilian genin looked at the camera and smiled. "I want to make a contribution." Then the camera turned, and a dwarf suddenly emerged from the queue, and it was Uchiha Shisui who made a guest appearance. "I want to make a contribution too." After saying that, he showed an innocent smile. "Ha ha ha ha." Everyone looked at him sideways, and laughed kindly at the same time. Finally, the portraits of the successive Hokage of Hokage Rock faded into the screen, and Fugaku's voice sounded again. "They all have to make contributions, so what about you? Join the police department to protect Konoha. Working in the police department, you will be able to get special guidance from the Uchiha clan ninjas. For more details, please go to the lobby of the police department for consultation." Then the screen went black, and Fugaku nodded with satisfaction after watching it. It seems that there is a lot of knowledge in advertising films. I was a little worried when I was shooting before. Now that I see the finished film after editing, I find that the feeling is completely different. This should attract the interest of many civilian ninjas. I'm glad you like it, Fugaku. Hideki said seriously, but he laughed secretly in his heart. Recently, the reputation of the police department has improved a lot, so Fugaku also struck while the iron was hot and commissioned Hideki to make an advertisement for recruiting police officers. But Hideki was not spoofing this time. But after observing for a while, he found that this style, which seemed a bit outdated and old-fashioned to him, was the most suitable for the taste of the villagers in Konoha. Otherwise, Fugaku would not be so satisfied after watching it. After discussing some details of the advertisement, Hideki also got to the point. Fugaku, I know you are a master of illusion. I have some questions about illusion. I wonder if I can ask you. I don't dare to be a master of illusion. Fugaku smiled bitterly. There are many ninjas in Konoha who are better at illusion than me. But if you don't mind, Hideki, I can still give you some advice. So in the following time, Hideki told Fugaku everything he could say, and then asked for his opinion. Illusion training method. Fugaku couldn't help but sigh. Hideki, how come you always have so many interesting ideas? Hideki smiled. This time it's not all my credit, I was also inspired by a student. Fugaku shook his head and said. Even so, your creativity of applying the principle of shadow clone technique to illusion and perfectly restoring the body's condition still makes me applaud. After all, normally illusions are cast on opponents, no one will deliberately cast illusions on themselves. Perhaps it is because you, Hideki, have not studied illusions, so your ideas can be wild and unconstrained. After praising, Fugaku touched his chin and pondered. As for the difficulty of restoring the laws of reality, it is indeed a bit tricky. Because even if it is a very real illusion, it is limited by the knowledge and energy of the caster, and it is ultimately impossible to cover everything. The caster is just through clever guidance, the opponent will not notice the sense of disobedience. To achieve the degree of realism that Hideki requires, I am afraid that only super high-level illusions of S-level difficulty can be achieved. But it is difficult to realize the illusion culture you mentioned in this way. Speaking of this, Fugaku pondered for a long time. Until Hideki almost gave up, he slowly said. In fact, there is a way. That is, multiple people cast spells at the same time to build a common illusion. In this way, under the mutual cooperation and mutual restraint of everyone's thinking, a very realistic illusion can be built. But this does not really solve the problem. Because this requires perfect connection and coordination of everyone's spirit, it actually just changes the difficulty and is equally difficult to achieve. Hideki couldn't help laughing when he heard this. Did I say something wrong? Fugaku asked doubtfully. No, on the contrary, what you said may be the correct answer. And I have a lot of experience in the difficulties you mentioned. As the inventor of the brainstorming technique, Hideki naturally has a lot of research on how to connect and coordinate other people's minds. As long as the other party does not resist, it is easy for Hideki to establish a basic mental connection. As expected, a false book can only convey a sentence. This time it was Hideki's turn to sigh. Without your reminder, Fugaku, I don't know when I can think of this solution. I really don't know how to thank you. Fugaku smiled rarely. Hideki, you have helped our Uchiha clan a lot. I am also very happy to help you this time. Hideki really didn't hold back with Fugaku, and continued to discuss with him many details of the illusion construction, and gained a lot. After draining Fugaku dry and watching him leave with a tired face, Hideki finally had a complete idea of how to create this illusion practice method. The next step is to continue to improve the details and wait for Kushina to complete the shadow clone part. Then time began to pass quickly again. In the blink of an eye, the breathing training has been going on for more than 2 weeks. Under Hideki's various training projects, the children have all mastered the basic breathing method. As for the restraint function of the tights, everyone can move freely at the lowest level. So Hideki had to stop the research and development work for a while and fulfill his promise first. That is to teach the children some practical skills. The little ninjas were naturally excited when they heard the news. After all, it is well known that the dark horses that appeared in the martial arts meeting at the time relied on Hideki. Teacher Hideki taught all kinds of strange moves. I-weight gunjutsu, taioken, chakra sword, silk knot manipulation. As long as they learn one or two of these moves, they will definitely gain a lot. What surprised everyone was that today's training was not held in the training ground. Teacher Hideki took them to a very spacious cubic basement. The room seemed to have heating, which made everyone who always wore tights and blew cold wind outside feel particularly comfortable. Obito and his friends were tortured to death by the decompression chamber before, and they had some PTSD about this kind of confined space. They were afraid that the teacher would lock the door without saying anything, and let everyone start a battle royale for oxygen. Hideki didn't know that his image had gradually been demonized, and began to announce to everyone. In the next few days, I will teach you the skills of climbing trees and treading water. As expected, the little ninjas were in mourning. Why is it climbing trees and treading water? This is too ordinary. Yes, and we genin have already learned it. Teacher Hideki, we want to learn some moves that can be more useful in actual combat. Many young ninjas, especially genin, kept complaining and chattering. But the students in Hideki's puppetry class were calm and expectant. Because they already knew very well that teacher Hideki did not follow the ordinary way. Even if it seemed ordinary to climb trees and step on water, he would definitely play it out. Chapter 242 The Wonderful Use of Climbing Trees and Stepping on Water. Sure enough, Hideki listened to everyone's complaints and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and said, "Are you sure you didn't learn the wrong thing? Why do I think that the skills of climbing trees and treading water should be very useful in battle?" Many young ninjas began to look at each other, wondering if the teacher and themselves were talking about the same thing. Bingzu Lietong raised his hand and said, "Teacher, aren't these two just used to climb walls and trees, and walk on the water? Are they really useful in daily battles?" Hideki shook his head and smiled. It seems that everyone's understanding of climbing trees and treading water is not deep enough, so let me explain it briefly. But before that, in order to take care of the students who haven't learned these two, Lietong, then you can introduce the basic principles of these two. Bingzu Lietong was not afraid of the stage, and said directly both tree climbing and water treading are techniques for gathering chakra at the soles of the feet and continuously releasing it. However, tree climbing uses chakra to absorb the soles of the feet to trees and walls, while water treading releases chakra to allow oneself to step on the water. Because it is more difficult, generally after becoming a genin, the guiding jonin will teach us to practice these two techniques and improve the control of chakra at the same time. Hideki nodded. There is generally no problem. It's just that learning without thinking is useless. Don't you think that the suction when climbing trees and the repulsion when treading water should have a lot of these two techniques? Wonderful use. Seeing the children thinking, Hideki continued to explain, the most typical example is probably the instant body technique. Although there are many types of instant body techniques, most of them are about covering up their own departure figures. In fact, most of them are similar in the most important principle of instant body. And this instant body principle is generally divided into 3 levels. First is the D-level instant body technique. That is, a large amount of chakra is gathered in the legs to promote cell activation, so as to move faster than usual. As soon as the voice fell, Hideki stepped on the ground and flashed to a place 10 meters away. So fast! The little ninjas were a little surprised. Although they have seen many instant body techniques of similar level or even more powerful. But as a puppeteer, Hideki teacher can have such speed with the most basic instant body technique, which still makes them a little unexpected. As Hideki walked back slowly, he continued to explain. Although it is not one of the 3 body techniques required by the school. But the principle of this basic instant body technique is simple, and everyone should have learned it, so I won't go into details. The little ninjas nodded like chickens pecking at rice. So Hideki said again. Then let's get to the point. As everyone knows, using chakra to promote physical activation puts a lot of burden on the body. So in addition to this, the predecessors also used the principles of mechanics to get explosive speed by letting a large amount of chakra spray out from the acupuncture points on the soles of the feet. And this is quite similar to the principle of treading water, except that one is continuous release and the other is a large amount of release in one breath. After saying that, Hideki flashed without warning and then appeared 10 meters away. This time the little ninjas were completely shocked, their jaws almost dropped to the ground. Because they didn't see how the teacher disappeared at all, this speed was too outrageous. Seeing this, Hideki shook his head and laughed. In fact, my teleportation speed just now was not faster than before. It's just that I just rely on the chakra spraying from my feet to move, without any preparatory movements. So if you are not careful, you will feel like I am teleporting. And this is also a kind of application of this teleportation technique in actual combat. Of course, the conventional use is also effective. After saying this, Hideki stepped on the ground again, and then returned to the original place with a whoosh, scaring the nearest children. This is the ordinary sea-level instant body technique. Hideki introduced, it combines leg activation and chakra spray, so the speed is much faster than before. However, this is not the limit of the conventional instant body technique. Under the children's expectant eyes, Hideki introduced again, it is not difficult to see that although this instant body technique is very fast, it is difficult to control it freely. It's okay to use it to hurry, but it's easy for the enemy to catch the flaw in battle. And this is when the tree climbing skill comes in handy. Because as long as you use the suction force of climbing trees, you can easily stop and move freely. Of course, doing so will put a considerable burden on the body. So you need to use the cell activation effect of chakra to reduce the damage to the body. Hideki's figure suddenly disappeared as soon as he finished speaking. Although the children had expected it, they still suddenly lost the figure of the teacher. They looked around quickly, and finally found that teacher Hideki had come behind them without knowing when. Being able to go behind the opponent without any warning like this is the biggest advantage of this advanced body flashing technique. Hideki said leisurely. It's just that after ejecting chakra, you need to quickly release the chakra with absorption force, which requires a very high level of chakra control. So this body flashing technique is at least B-level difficult to learn, and it is often only mastered by senior ninjas. Wow! The little ninjas exclaimed in amazement. Because of the huge gap in strength, in fact, this body flashing technique is not much different from the previous ones in their eyes. But when they heard that it was a body flashing technique that only senior ninjas could master, they immediately felt it was high-end. So everyone's eyes were full of expectations. Teacher Hideki is so powerful, could he have thought of a good way to make them easily master this advanced body flashing technique? However, Hideki said, this is probably the limit of conventional body flashing techniques. Because it is a heavy burden on the body, so after learning this, most ninjas will improve the instant body technique from other aspects, thus creating various branches. However, for the Kame Senryu, which enhances the body's endurance through breathing, this is just the beginning. For example, we can do this. The next moment, Hideki's figure suddenly disappeared, and then flashed around among the little ninjas like a ghost. After being surprised, the little ninjas seemed to be competing with Hideki and began to try to catch his figure. But before long, almost everyone had lost him. Only Shisui, who had opened the Sharingan, was still moving his eyes quickly, as if he was still holding on. Who knew that Hideki accelerated again, and his figure was so fast that it even caused several after-images to appear. This time, even Shisui lost him in the blink of an eye, looking at the several after-images that appeared in front of him at the same time. The after-image smiled bitterly. As for the other little ninjas, they were completely numb. Is this really the instant body technique, not the teacher secretly using the clone technique? Fortunately, the after-image disappeared soon, and Hideki returned to the starting position again, breathing lightly. The telepathic technique, the internal sensing array, the spider sensing technique, the breathing technique, the 8 gates of the ninja opening. Hideki was not good at physical techniques after all, so he activated 5 secret techniques to barely present the dazzling spectacle just now. Fortunately, seeing that everyone was stunned and completely stunned, his hard work was not in vain. After adjusting his breathing, Hideki said calmly. What you just saw was a demonstration of the basic steps of the Kame Senryu. It is not difficult to see that I am actually performing advanced instant body techniques continuously. Only a strong body strengthened by the breathing technique, and then buffered by the elastic chakra in the body, can such an effect be achieved. To make a distinction, I will also call it instant movement. Then Hideki asked with a smile. I wonder if you think this instant movement technique, which originated from climbing trees and treading water, can be used in battle. Chapter 243 Colored Ball. The little ninjas felt as if they were in another world when they heard this. Because they just remembered that they were just discussing the practicality of climbing trees and treading water at the beginning. How come the topic turned to this cool instant movement? However, recalling Hideki's detailed explanation of the instant movement technique just now, they still had to admit that the two were indeed passed down from generation to generation. As for the teacher's question, the answer is obvious. Because instant movement is no longer a question of whether it is practical or not. If you can really achieve the level that the teacher just did in actual combat, it is simply a skill that is enough to become a master. The secret technique that established the clan. As for the fact that teacher Hideki quietly took out a new secret technique, everyone has gradually gotten used to it. Calm down, it's just a basic operation. The most important question now is whether teacher Hideki has overestimated their level. According to the rules just now, this instant step secret technique that requires constantly switching chakra characteristics is probably at least A level difficult. How can they, who are at most genin, learn it? Of course, Hideki knew their doubts and explained with a smile. As the saying goes, if you plan for the best, you will get the middle, and if you plan for the middle, you will get the worst. Setting higher goals when practicing can stimulate greater potential. And the techniques of these instant body techniques are all gradual. Even if you can't learn instant steps for the time being, the techniques you master through hard practice will definitely not be in vain. And have you forgotten the inner vision function of the training suit? With its help, the difficulty of learning instant body techniques can be reduced by at least one level. The little ninjas began to nod their heads and felt that what the teacher said made sense. During the 2 weeks of training, they have experienced the magic of the inner vision function, and the effect of training has more than doubled compared to before. Some people's aesthetics have even been gradually distorted because of this, and they feel that this turtle training suit is actually quite good looking, and they can't go back. So if there is the assistance of the training suit, at least they are quite confident that they can learn the sea-level instant body technique combined with the treading water technique. Of course, the children from the ninja clan have higher requirements for themselves, and they have made up their minds to challenge the B-level instant body technique. As for Shisui, whose future title is the word instant body, he is even more fascinated. As expected of Mr. Hideki. Even the most common instant body technique can be studied by him in so many ways. Especially, the instant step secret technique is very compatible with his fighting style, as if it was tailor-made for him. And according to the teacher, this instant step secret technique is just the basic footwork of Kame Senryu. This also means that it should have great potential like the basic breathing method. As long as the chakra characteristics are changed and the nature is changed, it should be able to evolve into a more powerful instant body technique. This makes Shisui, who has always been calm, a little itchy now, and wants to know how far Mr. Hideki has studied. But before that, he decided to think about it himself and develop his own instant step secret technique. It just so happened that he already had a preliminary inspiration. Then Hideki said in a teasing tone. So now everyone should have the motivation to start learning to climb trees and tread water. The little ninjas nodded hurriedly. With the huge cake drawn by teacher Zayashua hanging in front of me, even the ordinary tree climbing and stepping the water also became attractive. Seeing everyone eager to move, Hideki couldn't help but laugh. Actually, you don't need to be so serious. If you are too nervous, it will be difficult to get to the end. And everyone has worked hard for 2 weeks, so I deliberately designed this training project to be more interesting. The little ninjas' eyes lit up when they heard it, and they were quite looking forward to it. Although the training projects during this period are quite torturous. But if teacher Hideki, who invented pocket puppet beasts and various toys, really wants to design interesting training projects, it is still worth looking forward to. Only Obito and Asuma are exchanging glances with serious expressions. Because the teacher said the same thing when he tortured them with various anti-human training before. But this time Hideki really didn't have any bad intentions. After all, the reason why he tortured the children in various ways was not entirely out of bad taste, but to temper their mental strength. If he tortured them all the time, it would only numb them like the cruel training of the roots, and it would not have the effect of tempering. So we have to give them some sweet treats from time to time and reset their expectations, so that we can drive them into a deeper abyss in the subsequent training. He. After laughing like a big devil in his heart, Hideki asked with a smile. I wonder if you have ever played dodgeball or sandbag throwing games. As soon as Hideki finished speaking, the children started chattering. Dodgeball? Sandbag throwing? Yes, of course, we played it often before going to ninja school. Yes, I used to be called the little prince of sandbags. Hideki was not surprised by their answers. Because he had seen many children play similar games before, as a practice of throwing and dodging ninja tools. So he smiled again. Since everyone knows it, it will be much easier to introduce it. Because we will play a similar game next, called Ninja Dodgeball. It's just that the venue for this game is a little special, it's on the wall here. Seeing that many little ninjas had suddenly realized it, Hideki smiled and said. Yes, the content of your training this time is to use the skills of climbing trees to play the game of dodgeball on the wall. Of course, students who have not learned to climb trees can practice on their own first, and then join the game after mastering it. Playing dodgeball on the wall? This sounds quite interesting. The little ninjas all showed an eager expression. However, after everyone was divided into teams and officially started playing dodgeball on the four walls, they found that this game was more hardcore than they imagined. Hideki mainly referred to the rules of dodgeball in his previous life to design the game. For example, there are field lines drawn on the wall, with an inner field and an outer field. If someone in the inner court is hit by a dodgeball, they will go to the outer court. If there is no one in the inner court, the team loses. If you can successfully catch the dodgeball, you don't need to leave the inner court, etc. However, in order to improve the training effect, Hideki still made a lot of improvements. For example, in order to train everyone's ability to throw and dodge ninja tools, the dodgeballs are of different sizes, and there is more than one. As the game progresses, they will be launched from the machine on the ground to the wall for the children to fight for and throw. The most interesting thing is that the bodies of these dodgeballs are actually colored balls of different colors. As long as they collide with an object, it will be stained with bright paint. At first, the children didn't care and thought it was used to determine whether it hit or not. But when they realized that these paints couldn't be wiped off even with water, they began to realize the sinister intentions of teacher Hideki. You know, they still have to go to Konoha to deliver newspapers. Recently, the villagers have gradually become accustomed to the tortoise-shell training clothes, which finally made them feel relieved. If they become colorful again, they will probably have to relieve the embarrassing experience of being watched by everyone. So in order not to become a laughing stock, they must protect their clothes. So the dodgeball game that was originally full of joy and laughter suddenly became full of dangers. Chapter 244, Ninja Tool Sales. If they are hit by the colored balls, they will definitely be ridiculed by the villagers. But even if they keep dodging, they will sooner or later be overwhelmed by the increasing colored balls. So the little ninjas quickly came to the same conclusion. It is better to kill my friends than to die. The only way to survive is to consume the colored balls on others first. So the small game room instantly became a dark forest full of dangers. Even the teammates around them and the students in other venues cannot be taken lightly. Suspicion, betrayal, exploitation. A series of tragic battle royales that made men silent and women cry were constantly being played out here. In this tense, exciting, painful and joyful dark game, the little ninjas' tree climbing skills were also improving at an alarming rate. Then time passed quickly again. From this day on, in addition to the regular newspaper delivery, farming, and tree cutting, Ninja Dodgeball also became a daily training project for the little ninjas. And as time went on, this game the difficulty of the game is also increasing. In addition to more colored balls, even the ceiling has become a new battlefield, as a playground for the students with the best tree climbing skills. The most important thing is that every day, Hideki will quietly use the chakra tool to polish the walls of the game room to make it smoother, increasing the difficulty of practice. However, he did it very secretly. Except for a few children such as Shisui who noticed it, other children were still kept in the dark. In addition to the wall climbing version, the water treading version of dodgeball also soon appeared in the game room. It turns out that as long as the mechanical floor is opened, it is a huge pool prepared by Hideki in advance for children to practice treading water. The little ninjas finally understood why the teacher had heated the game room. Although the weather has gradually warmed up, if they practice treading water outside, they will probably be frozen if they accidentally fall into the water. However, practicing treading water in this game room is not as comfortable as they imagined. Because the pool space is limited, everyone has to take turns to practice the water treading version of dodgeball. Others played games on the surrounding walls and ceilings as before. So the chaos in the game room was raised to another level, and it was absolutely not an exaggeration to describe it as a hail of bullets. Even Hideki didn't dare to run inside, for fear of being accidentally injured by the colored balls. And there were several times when he felt that it was not an accidental injury, and he wanted to ask the children. Did you do it on purpose, or by accident? Interestingly, after Hideki let them practice on their own, this dark forest completely lost the constraints of the rules. Everyone no longer entangled in the field of enemies and me, and really played this game as a battle royale in the game room, except for themselves. Everyone is the enemy. Not to mention, this way of playing was unanimously recognized by everyone, which felt even more fun. And Hideki saw that everyone had to switch back and forth between walking on water and flying over eaves and walls, which was considered to be the practice of instant body skills in advance, so he was also happy to see it happen. As for himself, in addition to perfecting the illusion practice method recently, he was also preparing the ninja tools needed for the subsequent training. However, during this period, in order to thank Fugaku for his advice and to make a little layout for the next stage, Hideki still has some side quests to complete. It turned out that after the recruitment advertisement was released, the police department really attracted the attention of many ninjas. Especially the advice of the Uchiha clan ninjas, which is quite attractive to those civilian ninjas. However, Fugaku does not seem to be satisfied with this, and he also wants to attract some ninja clan children to join. But ordinary advice is not very meaningful to them, and the precious secret elders will not let him take it out, and even if he takes it out, whether everyone can learn it is also a question. So Fugaku came to the orphanage again to seek Hideki's advice. And Hideki also gave Fugaku an interesting answer. Since advice and ordinary ninjutsu can't attract everyone, then use the special ninja tools exclusive to the police department. However, when Hideki took out the so-called special ninja tools, Fugaku was so shocked that his eyes almost fell out. Because what Hideki held in his hand was a yo-yo. Fugaku, don't underestimate this yo-yo. Hideki smiled. Love the house and love the dog. Now the popularity of Fire Boy King has not dissipated. When talking about yo-yo, everyone will think of the protagonist of this movie, Uchiha Fei. The police department can just take advantage of the popularity of yo-yo, and it will definitely win the favor of many fans. Fugaku was a little moved, but still hesitated. But the biggest problem is, can yo-yo really be used as a ninja tool? Hideki smiled again. Rope darts, meteor hammers, sickles. Similar ninja tools are not unavailable in the ninja world, and I even think that the potential of yo-yo should be even greater. If you are not assured, Fugaku, why not find some team members to test it? Although it feels a little unreliable, Fugaku still nodded in approval out of trust in Hideki. So after a few days, a unique ninja tool exhibition was about to begin at the Konoha Police Department training ground. There were already dozens of police officers standing neatly on the field. Among them, there were outstanding ninjas from the Uchiha clan, and there were also ordinary-looking ninjas who seemed to be newly joined civilians. And even when they stood together, Hideki could feel a thick barrier between them. It seems that the Uchiha clan still has a long way to go if they want to fully integrate into the village. Fortunately, Hideki's surname is not Uchiha, so this kind of troublesome matter will be left to Fugaku to worry about. At most, he can give some advice and seek some benefits for himself. Just like now. Just then, Fugaku called a young ninja with a hairstyle and hair color like cherry blossoms and introduced him to Hideki. This is Harano Akaki who recently joined our police department. Hideki, if you need any cooperation, just find him. Harano Akaki also touched the back of his head and smiled. Hello, Mr. Hideki, I have watched every episode of Tom and Jerry you shot several times. Thank you for your support. Hideki seemed he greeted the other party in a friendly manner, but he was roaring in his heart. Isn't this Harano Zhao the father of Harano Sakura in the original work? Fugaku, your future in-law, why are you here? However, Hideki calmed down quickly. It seems that Harano Zhao is just an ordinary chunin, and it is quite reasonable for him to be attracted by the welfare of the police department. It's just that the hurricane caused by this butterfly effect is too big. Hideki is worried that if he is not careful, the future Sakura will be slapped away. Will he lose a lot of fun in the future? It seems that I have to remind Fugaku later not to send Harano Zhao to dangerous places. Otherwise, his wife, who was not yet born, might not be saved. After complaining in his heart, Hideki smiled again. Senior Harano, please help me prepare the props for demonstration. After a while, Hideki, who was ready, came to the front of the police team and smiled gently. Hello everyone, today I will introduce to you the new ninja tools developed by Kimura Workshop. Seeing that everyone's expressions seemed a little strange and hesitant, Hideki smiled again. It seems that everyone already knows that what I am going to introduce is the ninja tool based on the yo-yo prototype. It is normal for everyone to have doubts in their hearts, but I believe that after the introduction, everyone will become their first supporters. Then please allow me to introduce to you the 4 major series of combat yo-yos. Their names are Iron Hand, Cold Blood, Life Chaser, and Merciless. Chapter 245 4 Major Series. First is the Iron Hand series. As Hideki spoke, he shook his sleeves and a strange yo-yo appeared in his hand. The reason why it is called strange is that this yo-yo not only has a metal shell, but also is almost twice the size of an ordinary yo-yo, and looks heavy. When Hideki used it to make various fancy moves, everyone found that the rope of the yo-yo was much thicker than normal. It is not difficult to see that the Iron Hand series, which uses a hard and heavy sphere, is a type that pursues destructive power and is suitable for ninjas with greater strength. And compared with the meteor hammer with similar uses, the high-speed rotating sphere will increase the difficulty of the enemy's blocking, allowing it to easily break down the opponent's defense. Hideki began to explain, and at the same time winked at Harano Zhao. Harano Zhao, who understood, quickly moved a thick stack of tiles and placed them on the ground not far from Hideki. Travel around the world. Hideki said casually, and then swung the yo-yo like a meteor hammer and hit it hard. Bang! With a loud bang, the thick stack of tiles was smashed to pieces and scattered all over the floor. But at the same time, Harano Aki, who was responsible for cleaning the training ground today, was also heartbroken. Most of the police officers were amazed at the destructive power of the Iron Hand yo-yo. Especially the civilian ninjas were even more excited. When they heard that the yo-yo was to be used as a ninja tool, they subconsciously thought that it should be the kind of flashy and fancy type that was not suitable for them. I didn't expect that this teacher Hideki was so considerate and even created the Iron Hand series, a friendly type. Fugaku on the side also nodded slightly, feeling that this simple and rough attack method might attract the interest of the Akimichi clan ninjas. At this time, Hideki added. Considering that the weight of this ball is a bit of a burden on the opponent, I also designed a matching steel glove, which was made by the famous Mandiantang in Konoha. This glove can disperse the power to the whole arm, even a ninja with not too much strength can also use it freely. And this is the origin of the name of the Iron Hand series. Hideki's thoughtful idea, of course, received unanimous praise from everyone. Although I want to complain that this kind of killer weapon is probably not used in the work of the police department. In addition to being used to smash the door when checking the water meter. But many people here either hope to join the Flying Tigers in the future, or want to improve themselves through guidance and benefits, and will not always be ordinary police officers. So this Iron Hand yo-yo is actually a good choice. Of course, no one made a decision easily. After all, there are 3 different yo-yo series that have not been introduced. Then there is the cold-blooded series. Hideki put the Iron Hand yo-yo away, then shook his sleeves, and there was another yo-yo in his hand. The police officers looked at it carefully out of curiosity, but found that this yo-yo didn't seem to be much different from an ordinary yo-yo. But as Hideki threw the yo-yo down with a sleep, they found that this yo-yo was actually full of secrets. Because after the yo-yo left his hand, a 2-centimeter sawtooth appeared on the edge, and it turned into a circle of silver halo during high-speed rotation. And Haranozei, who was standing next to him, took out a large wooden stake and stood not far from Hideki. Lightning strike! Hideki didn't retract the yo-yo, but turned his wrist forward quickly. A silver light suddenly flew out, and then at a speed that ordinary people could hardly catch, it drew circles of elliptical silver arcs in the air. And every time the silver light turned a circle, there would be a crackling sound, and a hideous scar would appear on the wooden stake. Hiss! The police officers couldn't help but gasp. This yo-yo is not only extremely fast, making it difficult to catch sight of it, but its power is also apparently quite impressive. Looking at the scarred wooden stake, no one wanted to think about what would happen if the yo-yo hit a person. Even when Hideki stopped turning his wrist and was about to take the yo-yo back, many people subconsciously shouted, "Be careful!" Who knew that the yo-yo would quickly take back the sharp blade and finally return to Hideki's hand in a harmless state. The police officers breathed a sigh of relief, and their eyes lit up. The design of the cold-blooded series of pop-up sharp blades is really cool. Hideki also explained at the right time. The cold-blooded series focuses on speed, so both the wire and the ball shape are specially designed to pursue faster speed. In order to make up for the lack of lethality of the ball, I added a sawtooth mechanism to it. This mechanism uses the principle of centrifugal action. The sawtooth will only pop out when the yo-yo rotates at high speed, and it will automatically retract when the speed slows down. Of course, just in case, we also equipped it with steel wire gloves produced by Mandiantang. Obviously, compared with the bulky Iron Hand series, the light and cold-blooded series is more in line with the public's aesthetics. Especially the Uchiha clan ninjas, who are all in the late stage of Chiyunobu and are proficient in the control of ninja tools, were so excited that they almost opened their eyes. This is simply the weapon they dreamed of. Just thinking about it, they have come up with dozens of cool moves to perform with it. Only Haranoaki, who was on duty to clean the place today, felt like crying but couldn't. Then I'll introduce the Life Chaser series. Hideki continued to introduce, but this time he didn't take out a yo-yo from his sleeve, but took out a strange device and put it on his wrist. It looks like a catapult device for launching sleeve arrows. A police officer from the Uchiha clan whispered quietly. I didn't expect that this was caught by Hideki, who smiled and replied. As expected of the Uchiha clan, who are good at manipulating ninja tools, they can actually see the prototype of this thing. After that, he took out a slightly small yo-yo and installed it on the device, and then introduced. The Life Chaser series is mainly used for medium and long-range sniping, which requires the user to have very high skills. Since it's a bit troublesome to explain, let's watch my demonstration first. As soon as he finished speaking, Haranoaki, who was standing next to him, threw a few frisbees into the air with a sad face. Hideki then raised his hand to aim at one of the flying discs, and pressed the device button in the same way that Spider-Man shoots spider silk. Accompanied by the sound of the bowstring mechanism, the yo-yo installed on his wrist mechanism flew out with a long thin line, and smashed the target flying disc in the blink of an eye. But this is far from over. After smashing the flying disc, the yo-yo changed directions in the air like a flying sword, and in a few strokes, all the flying discs were broken one by one. Even the thin line connected to the yo-yo turned several times in the air, and even formed a 5-pointed star pattern. When Hideki pressed the switch again, the device on his wrist began to rewind the rope, and the yo-yo turned again like a rewind, and finally returned to Hideki's hand. This magical operation made the police officers on the training ground open their mouths wide, feeling a little confused. Isn't this teacher Hideki introducing yo-yo? Why did he play magic when he didn't agree with me? Fortunately, Hideki quickly explained with a smile. Don't think the scene just now seems magical, in fact, the reason is very simple once it is explained. Because the rope of this life-chasing yo-yo will be mixed with the user's hair. So the user can use chakra to remotely control the flying yo-yo. In fact, it is a simplified version of the chakra line. The reason why the yo-yo is made so compact is to make it easier to control. But even with the simplified version of the chakra line, it is still difficult to achieve long-distance control. It is only recommended to customers who are confident in chakra control. Of course, the premise is that you have enough hair to weave a long rope, and you have to replace it from time to time. If you are not confident about your hair volume, please do not try it, otherwise you will bear the consequences. Becoming bald can make you stronger? Faced with this ultimate problem, the police officers touched their hair and fell into deep thought. I want the life-chasing yo-yo, and I also want my hair. I can't have both. What can I do? Chapter 246 Everyone has a bright future. Hideki ignored everyone's tangled mood and continued to explain. The last one I will introduce is the Ruthless series. As he said, he took out another yo-yo from his sleeve. The Ruthless series focuses on versatility. So this yo-yo has several built-in mechanism compartments, which can be loaded with different mechanism ninja tools. For example, our workshop's specialty Dragon Flame Chili Powder, smoke bombs, paralysis poison needles, and even special small detonating talismans, etc. Because the ball rope is also mixed with hair, the user can use chakra to activate the corresponding mechanism as needed. When using the yo-yo to attack, it is absolutely impossible to defend against it. Seeing is believing, so I'll demonstrate it first. As soon as the voice fell, Hideki threw the yo-yo directly downwards. As a result, everyone was almost scared to death by his throw, and they all wanted to use the body flash technique to run away. When Asuma made such a big commotion during the final exam, they naturally heard about the reputation of Longian chili powder. Like disciple, like teacher. God knows whether this teacher's Aisha will suddenly go crazy and release a similar killer here. However, before they really took a step, a refreshing flower fragrance made them stop involuntarily. Everyone looked around and found that the center of the fragrance was the yo-yo that was spinning at high speed. As the culprit, Hideki said with a bewildered look. Why are you running? This is just the new incense launched by the Yamanaka flower shop. In addition to covering up the real smell of poison gas, this kind of incense mostly has a calming and relaxing effect, which can be used in combination with hypnotic illusions, which should slightly increase the success rate. Many police officers realized that they had made a mistake and scratched their heads in embarrassment. Only Fugako had heard a lot about Hideki from Obito Shisui, and always felt that this guy was doing it on purpose. However, after this farce, the female team members who were originally not very interested in yo-yos now have a 180-degree change in their attitude. Although the effect of this incense is probably average. But just imagining themselves dancing in the fragrance of flowers and controlling the yo-yo like a flying butterfly in the battle scene, they are already so beautiful. This is the way they think female ninjas should fight. In addition to the female team members, there were also several handsome male team members who were attracted by the fragrance of the flowers. They couldn't help but get close to Hideki and smell it, and praised. "Brother, you smell so good." Hideki knew that the Uchiha clan was full of gays, so he jumped up and kept his distance from them. Then he said loudly. "As you can see, the Ruthless series of yo-yos have various hidden weapons built in, which can deal with various situations. So if you don't plan to study yo-yos, you can also use it as a supplement to your combat methods." The police team members nodded repeatedly. The basic usage of yo-yos is similar to ninja tools such as sickles and rope darts. You can tell at a glance that it takes a lot of effort to master it. So even if many people are itching for the various magical functions of these yo-yos, this pain point may eventually make them discouraged. And this Ruthless series of yo-yos just solves their worries. Because you can use it to test your compatibility with the combat yo-yo first. Even if it is not very suitable, it can still be used as a supplement to combat means. They are even thinking about what kind of mechanism to choose to make up for their shortcomings. And Fugaku on the side couldn't help but slightly curl his lips. Because he felt that for many ninja children with monotonous fighting methods, this Ruthless series of yo-yos should also be quite attractive. So far, the 4 major series of yo-yos have been introduced, but I have to remind you one thing at the end. Hideki smiled. In order to obtain operating performance far beyond ordinary yo-yos while minimizing costs, these 4 major series more or less need to use your hair to weave the ball rope. And it takes a certain amount of production time to obtain the characteristics of each series and extend the life of the ball rope through special processes. So I suggest that you think carefully before making a decision, so as not to waste time, money, and hair. Okay, I know you can't wait. Hideki looked at everyone with shining eyes, looking eager to try, shook his head and smiled. Then let's start the test now. Swish! In an instant, all the police officers came forward, scrambling to try their favorite combat yo-yos, making Hideki busy. Fortunately, under the angry glare of Fugaku, they were suddenly silent and obediently divided into several teams to try it out in turn. Similar to the pocket puppet beast, the yo-yos used for demonstration are all made of precious chakra conduction materials, so there is no need to use everyone's hair, and it can achieve better results. Of course, the price of this high-end yo-yo is enough to make most people sigh in despair. But this does not include the wealthy Uchiha clan. After learning that they don't need to use hair, they who always pay attention to their image can't help but be overjoyed. It didn't take a while, Hideki received orders for more than 10 high-end yo-yos. As for the civilian ninjas who were short of money, they could only choose to sacrifice their hair in order to become stronger. With Hideki making a lot of money, everyone has a bright future. Hideki split several shadow clones to instruct everyone how to use these yo-yos, and then the main body and Fugaku walked aside to talk. "I didn't expect that a small yo-yo could be developed into so many uses by you, Hideki." Fugaku looked at the police officers testing the yo-yo and having fun, and couldn't help but admire it. Hideki waved his hand and said, "It's just integrating different mechanisms into the yo-yo, it's nothing. And I don't have time to study the specific usage techniques. It would be even better if you could use the power of the police department to help me improve this aspect." "Of course, no problem." Fugaku nodded, and then said, "But Hideki, you can come up with these 4 series of yo-yos so quickly, you must have prepared them long ago and want to use them as new products of the workshop." "I have such a plan." Hideki smiled. "But don't worry, with the workshop's production capacity, it is definitely not so fast to mass produce, so it can only supply to the police department for the time being. The police department has enough time to attract everyone to join. And I have the endorsement of the police department, and I will definitely make a lot of money after mass production. It's a win-win situation." Fugaku knew that even if Hideki launched the yo-yo now, it would definitely attract the interest of many wealthy ninja children. For the time being, it is only supplied to the police department, more to help himself. "Thank you, Hideki." Fugaku was not good at expressing his gratitude, so he could only say with a serious face, "The Uchiha clan and the police department will always be your friends. If you need any help, you can tell me at any time, you're welcome." The police department will improve the security of Konoha, and I'm just doing it for Konoha. Hideki waved his hand and smiled, but soon he thought about it. But since you said that, Fugaku, I just have something to do, and I hope I can borrow some of your manpower. Chapter 247 Would Release Material Plan. A few days later, the outskirts of the forest near the orphanage. Nearly 100 little ninjas were standing in a neat line. Their tortoise-shell training uniforms were all dyed colorfully, silently telling the tragic training they had before. Standing on the side were a group of civilian police officers led by Fugaku, who were laughing at the ridiculous looks of the little ninjas. Their appearance seemed to mean that today was not a normal tree-cutting training, but a new training project. Sure enough, Hideki quickly said to the little ninjas. After this period of dodgeball training, you have all mastered the skills of climbing trees and treading water. Even for the instant body technique, you have at least mastered the sea level. And the next few days will be the time to verify your training results through practice. The little ninjas were eager to try when they heard this. However, the police officers on the side couldn't help but raise their eyebrows slightly, and were a little skeptical. Climbing trees and treading water is fine, but the sea level instant body technique is a ninjutsu of the difficulty of Chunin. Even if these children are talented, it is impossible for them to learn it so quickly. You have to know that some of the civilian Chunin among them have not been able to fully master it. Hideki just smiled and continued to explain. In short, you will be collecting in this forest these days. Of course our goal is not ordinary plants, but to discover plants with special species that may even become materials for ninja tools. Teacher Hideki. As a poor student, Obito raised his hand with a bitter face and asked. Then how do we tell which plants are our targets? Many young ninjas nodded repeatedly. They did learn how to identify ordinary medicinal herbs and poisonous herbs in school. But they knew nothing about plants used as materials. Don't worry, I've certainly prepared for this. Hideki smiled calmly. Plants with chakra conduction properties must have a certain scale of meridian system in their bodies. Didn't I give you a pair of sunglasses when you were practicing breathing techniques before, so that you could work in groups to supervise each other? As long as you use the perspective function of this training suit to distinguish the inside of the plant, you can pick out the special plants. Of course, considering the rarity of such plants, it's not realistic to distinguish them one by one. And this is when the chakra material radar comes in handy. Chakra material radar? The little ninjas and the police officers all looked confused. Only Fugaku had a guess. Sure enough, a boundary stone floating cannon suddenly flew out of Hideki's sleeves, and before everyone could see it clearly, it turned into a blue and white cat. Tom! Almost everyone made a surprised sound. Especially the little ninjas were very excited. During the training, they had tried every possible way to get in touch with the big star Jerry many times, and they couldn't wait to show off to others after the training. But everyone also learned that Tom was just a puppet and had no living body, which was a pity. But now seeing the vivid Tom appear in front of them, they couldn't help but jump for joy. And Hideki was also very interesting, controlling Tom to greet everyone elegantly, which caused everyone to cheer again. But he quickly returned to the topic and said. In addition to being Tom's puppet, this is actually a radar that searches for chakra-conductive materials. The principle is actually the same as before, but compared with the perspective function of your training suit, its detection range is much larger. As soon as Hideki finished speaking, Tom stuck out his butt, and his upright tail turned into a parabolic antenna and began to rotate around. Although the picture was a bit strange, everyone seemed to be used to it. Compared to Tom's performance in Tom and Jerry, this was just child's play. But their calmness didn't last long. Because Tom's eyes suddenly glowed, and a huge three-dimensional image was projected in the void in front of him. Although the image was very blurry and rough, after everyone was surprised, some smart people had already figured out some clues. And Hideki didn't keep them in suspense, and soon confirmed their guess. This is the map generated just after the radar sensing scan. Due to limited technology, the accuracy of this map is still very general. Fortunately, its greatest use is not here. Hideki pointed to some glowing spots on the map and said. You should have noticed that there are some glowing spots on the map. In fact, those are the places where the chakra waves have been distorted. According to the principle I just mentioned, it is obvious that the glowing spots are the locations of plants with meridian systems in their bodies. Seeing that most of the young ninjas and police officers suddenly realized, Hideki said again. So next I will assign you tasks based on the location of the light spots on the map. After you go to the corresponding location, turn on the perspective function and find them out from the numerous plant groups. Depending on the species, the collection methods are also different. You can read the instructions I gave you later. And in the process, you can also practice climbing trees, treading water, and even the proficiency of the body flickering technique through the complex terrain of this forest. Although it feels that the teacher is making them work in vain, the young ninjas are still very interested in this training project. After all, it is better to look for rare plants and experience the feeling of lucky draw than just wandering around in the forest. However, their teacher Hideki is more conscientious than they thought, and added. By the way, in order to improve everyone's enthusiasm, in addition to the part-time job fee as before, I will give a special reward to the person who has gained the most in these few days. That is, even after the training camp is over, he can continue to keep the training clothes on his body. What? Before Hideki finished speaking, all the little ninjas were breathing rapidly and their eyes were red. After these days of training, they have deeply realized the magic of this training suit. Compared to the training speed before the training camp, the training speed after wearing the training suit has increased by more than 3 times. So even if the aesthetics of this training suit is terrible, they still feel reluctant to lose this set of training clothes after the training camp. Now the reward given by teacher Hideki is exactly what they want. After all, if it comes to hard power, most of them have no chance of winning. But if it is a competition with a high degree of randomness, then everyone has a chance to win. So for a while, the little ninjas were all ready to fight, staring at their partners with fighting spirit, and all kinds of sparks and lightning were created. After Hideki assigned everyone their respective areas and announced the start, the little ninjas scattered with a whoosh, and the speed stunned the police officers. Although they could actually do better, this speed appeared in nearly 100 children who were at most 10 years old, which refreshed their 3 views at once. It turned out that teacher Hideki was not arrogant just now, and these children really mastered the sea-level instant body technique. How did they do it in less than a month? But they didn't have time to think about it. Because Hideki had already walked over and nodded. Then I'll leave it to you. Leave it to us. The police officers could only suppress their doubts, pat their chests and promise, and then scattered with a whoosh. Because their purpose of coming here today is to follow the children and ensure their safety. Although this is only the periphery of the Konoha forest, there is no guarantee that the powerful beasts in the depths will not come out for a stroll. Hideki is unable to do everything by himself, so in order to balance efficiency and the safety of the children, he asked Fugaku to send some police officers to help watch. Fugaku certainly did not refuse, as it was a good opportunity to test the quality of the newly joined police officers. Hideki saw that everyone's figures disappeared into the forest, and then he retracted his deep gaze, muttering to himself. This time, his plan for wood escape materials has finally taken the most important first step. Chapter 248 I Eat Tomatoes. Using radar to find chakra conduction materials can be said to be one of the foundations of Hideki's puppetry promotion plan. The reason why he did not make much progress before was mainly because of the serious shortage of materials and technology, making it difficult to manufacture large-scale, high-precision advanced radars, and the efficiency of drawing prizes was too low. And when Hideki just came back, his strength was mediocre, and he was offered a high reward by Sand Village. He had to beware of being targeted by bounty hunters while searching for materials, and was also afraid that the secret of the Valley of the End would be exposed, and he would lose the initiative. So this part of the plan was stagnant. It's just that he has earned a lot of money through workshops and toy stores recently, and got some precious materials from the Hyuga clan. In addition to the improvement of the sealing technique, he finally saved enough capital to make advanced radars. As for strength, Hideki's improvement in the past 6 months even surprised himself. At least if the Tsunagaku doesn't increase the bounty, then even if more people come he was not afraid of the lack of bounty hunters, he just thought of it as a way to make some extra money. After all, many bounty hunters themselves were actually the targets of bounties. Now the only thing that made Hideki a little headache was the possibility that the secret of the Valley of the End would be exposed. However, after half a year of exploration, his thoughts gradually changed. Because Hideki had realized that even with better radars, it would be difficult for him to quietly and efficiently discover useful materials. Because the Valley of the End is the border of the Land of Fire and a famous tourist attraction, there has always been no shortage of people visiting and passing by. Once the remains of the wood release of the ninja god Senju Hashirama were discovered, even if it was just materials, it would be enough to make countless people crazy. Even with Hideki's current strength, he felt that he could not hold it at all. Not to mention that in order to establish an industrial system of puppetry in Konoha, he not only had to collect enough materials for his own use, but also had to achieve a stable output of materials through planting. So instead of secretly discovering materials with fear, he would become the target of public criticism if he was not careful. Hideki finally chose to jointly develop this more cost-effective road with Konoha. And now he is asking the children to start looking for materials from the edge of the Konoha Great Forest, just to prepare for this. Because in addition to the children who are currently training, there will be a steady stream of students and genin to learn breathing techniques in the future. So Hideki can push the scope of exploration to the Valley of the End when necessary according to the situation, so that everyone can discover the secrets. In this way, no one will suspect that he has known the secret for a long time, attracting more covetousness. And Hideki can also take advantage of this period to continue to increase his voice, hoping to get a bigger share of the pie in the subsequent development of the Valley of the End. Specially creating effective training clothes and providing combat yo-yos to the police department is actually for this purpose. As long as we cooperate with various ninja clans to create exclusive ninja tools suitable for them. Then in the future distribution of materials, in order to further upgrade the ninja tools, they will definitely become Hideki's reliable helpers. Of course, the premise of all this is that there must be strong endorsement. Otherwise, all goodwill will only be regarded as weakness. It's a pity that although Hideki killed Yinhu, the mastermind behind the human trafficker incident, no one knew about it. So everyone's impression of him is still that of an inventive genius. Therefore, Hideki must find an opportunity to show enough strength to dispel everyone's covetousness of him in the workshop. And the Jonin examination that will be held in a few days is an opportunity that Hideki cannot miss. The children all went to the forest to collect materials, and Hideki did not wait there, but returned to the orphanage with Fugaku to exchange experiences in ninjutsu. His wild imagination and Fugaku's family background sparked a lot of sparks, and in the end both of them felt that they had gained a lot. Time unknowingly came to noon, and the children returned to the orphanage one after another. But their gains were not as great as Hideki's. After all, this is just the periphery of the forest. If there are really special plants, they would have been discovered long ago. Therefore, the plants that everyone found often have the rudiments of meridian systems, but they don't have many special features. Of course, we can't draw a conclusion now, and Hideki needs to conduct more detailed tests to be completely sure. With his strong perception, he can easily explore the physical properties of the material. As for the chemical and pharmacological properties, Hideki handed them over to Nono, who has multiple roles. This made her doubt her life a little, and felt that maybe her previous spy life was much easier. Of course, Hideki didn't completely push this work to Nono. For the plants of fruits and vegetables, he immediately conducted a simple test. And he used a method that is very characteristic of the ninja world, the shadow clone test method. Because the body functions of the shadow clone are the same as the main body, and in the end only the memory can return to the main body. This means that as long as the shadow clone is allowed to taste, a lot of information about the plant can be obtained through its feedback, and there is no risk. Sometimes ninjas use this method to find edible plants and animals in the wild. Because the children brought back a lot of fruits and vegetables, Hideki asked Fugaku and the police officers who had mastered the shadow clone technique to help test them. They had no objection to this, and were even quite interested in it, wanting to see if the plants brought back by the children were really special. Only Fugaku was a little scared when he heard that Hideki was going to cook himself. Because he had tasted Hideki's cooking before, and he was still scared of his style of throwing a handful of peppers without thinking. After all, he threw the dragon flame pepper, which can be used as a killer. Thinking back to the painful experience of drinking 20 glasses of water because of the spiciness, he was of course a little nervous now. Even if the shadow clone was responsible for tasting, the memory and experience would eventually return to the original body. Fortunately, Hideki probably learned his lesson this time and didn't make too spicy dishes. There were so many dishes on the table, and the only red one was a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Seeing that the police officers were all looking at him eagerly, Fugaku's shadow clone knew that he had to start eating first. So he picked up a piece of tomato and put it in his mouth. Obito's eyes lit up at the nearby table, because that tomato was collected by him. Woo! In less than a second, Fugaku's shadow clone's face changed drastically, and he almost spit out the tomato in his mouth. Fortunately, in order to avoid embarrassment, he still held back, and even swallowed it directly with strong willpower. As a result, his face suddenly turned red, and then suddenly exploded into a ball of white smoke and disappeared. Everyone around was surprised, and Obito, who was originally expecting, was even more stunned. Asuma on the side was still adding insult to injury. Obito-kun, does this mean that if the head of your family is not a shadow clone, he has been poisoned to death by you? Chapter 249 Entering Science. Fugaku, who was eating at another table, first froze, and then his face instantly turned red. It is obvious that the taste experienced by the shadow clone is very strong, and even the original body has been greatly impacted. After taking the tea that Hideki handed over at the right time and drinking it all, Fugaku said speechlessly. Hideki, why did you add the Longian pepper to your tomato scrambled eggs? Hideki said innocently. Fugaku, you are wronging me. This time we are testing the characteristics of the plants themselves. How could I put peppers in the dishes to dominate the dish? Then what about the spicy taste I tasted? Fugaku said suspiciously. Obviously, what my shadow clone sent back was a terrible spicy taste. The people around him were also a little confused, not knowing which of the two was right. Fortunately, Hideki spread his hands and smiled bitterly. I really didn't lie, but I have probably guessed the principle. In fact, although tomatoes and peppers look very different, they have the same ancestor tens of millions of years ago, and both have genes that can produce capsaicin. It's just that the two have evolved in different ways due to different environments. Peppers continue to be spicy, while the spicy genes in tomatoes gradually go dormant and gradually evolve into the current sweet and sour taste. But tomatoes still have all the genes that produce capsaicin, they just haven't been activated. And this tomato, as a special plant, is not impossible to activate the spicy genes by chance. There are actually spicy tomatoes in the world? Tomatoes and peppers have the same ancestor? Everyone around listened to Hideki's detailed words and became half believing and half doubting. The shadow clones of the police officers couldn't help but stretch their chopsticks to the plate of fried eggs with tomatoes, wanting to verify it themselves. Of course, under the stern gaze of the original body, they could only take a small bite. Then, the next moment, their eyes lit up. It's really spicy. It's amazing. It's not too spicy, it's sour and spicy, and it's delicious. Captain Fugaku's shadow clone just disappeared because of the spiciness. I thought it was very spicy. The gradually crooked floor made everyone look at Fugaku strangely, which made him a little embarrassed. In order to verify the truth, Fugaku picked up a small piece of tomato and tasted it with the tip of his tongue. Hey, it's not too spicy. The spiciness and the original sweet and sour taste of the tomato even produced a wonderful chemical reaction, forming a unique sweet and spicy taste, which was actually quite delicious. Fugaku also reacted at this time, probably because the dragon flame pepper had caused too much psychological trauma to him. So when his shadow clone tasted the spiciness in the dish made by Hideki, he unconsciously magnified the spiciness infinitely. In Hideki's words, it was PTSD. However, in order to maintain the little dignity left as the captain, Fugaku still muttered. I'm not afraid of spicy food, but this spicy tomato is not to my taste. I see. Everyone nodded and began to bury their heads in their rice. Because if they didn't do this, they were afraid that they would laugh out loud. Hideki said as if he had found a treasure. Don't underestimate this tomato. In addition to providing a new taste for the villagers, the yield of tomatoes is much higher than that of peppers. This means that we may be able to increase the yield of capsaicin by planting this kind of tomato. After that, as long as it is selected or purified, the Dragon Flame Pepper series of ninja tools can really start mass production. Everyone understood this. Although the children found these special plants according to Hideki's instructions. But in fact, no one felt how special they were. It was not until the appearance of the spicy tomatoes that they truly realized their specialness and value. And Hideki, who was able to discover them from countless plants, suddenly became more mysterious. As for Obito, his worries had turned into joy, and his nose was bubbling with joy, feeling that the final reward was already in his pocket. Asuma was a little unconvinced when he saw this, and he quickly stood up and came to Hideki and asked. Teacher, didn't I also find a large piece of ginger with a strange shape? Does it have any special effects? Hearing this, Hideki said with a strange expression. Yes, it does. It's just that its characteristics, only the appearance and texture look very similar to various meats. I feel that if this thing becomes popular, Asuma, you may be cursed every day. Asuma's little brain turned several times before he understood what Teacher Hideki meant. The little face wrinkled up immediately. Just like accidentally biting ginger disguised as meat. 2 days later, a small incident occurred during this training. It turned out that despite Fugaku's instructions, some of the police officers invited to help leaked some details of this collection training. So the various strange plants hidden in the Konoha forest suddenly became the villagers' daily talk. Some people were even blinded by greed and ran to the dangerous Konoha forest to play treasure hunting, but they basically got into trouble. Although Fugaku immediately expelled those bad apples from the team, he still felt sorry for Hideki. Hideki didn't react much, after all, this was originally in his plan, just a little ahead of time. Unlike ordinary villagers, the ninjas were more concerned about the information revealed in the rumors. The magical tom radar, the perspective function of the training suit, and the leap in the children's strength all shocked them. Especially the fact that the children have at least mastered the information of sea-level instant body movement technique is still hard for them to believe. You know, many people used to laugh at the ridiculous training uniforms and weird training methods of Kame Senryu. How come everything suddenly turned around? Compared to this, the Tsuru Senryu, which is still practicing Tai Chi step by step, feels a bit boring. If it weren't for the experimental training now, it is estimated that many students of Tsuru Senryu would have been unable to resist changing schools. Of course, the Hyuga clan was also a little anxious about this. Hisashi, what do you think? In the courtyard of the Hyuga clan's patriarch's mansion, Hayashi had just finished sparring with Hisashi, and after wiping his sweat with a towel, he said, "I didn't expect Kimura Hideki to be so generous and actually equip the children with such magical training clothes. Especially the perspective function, it is obviously aimed at our Hyuga clan." Hisashi sighed and said, "That function should use the principle of the perception array, which was originally probably to sense the children's internal conditions and assist in practicing breathing methods. So if we and Kimura, if he had cooperated with Hideki, maybe he wouldn't have made such training clothes." Hayashi frowned and said, "What's the point of saying this now? The question is how to deal with it. I believe that the final effect of our Crane Senryu's teaching method will not be inferior to that of Kame Senryu. Even in the subsequent competition, I don't think we will lose. But the quick effect of Kame Senryu will probably attract the interest of many children. I don't know how long it will take to complete the 8 gates in this way." Hayashi could only sigh in his heart. Because he knew that Hayashi actually had an idea, but he didn't want to say it because it was a bit mean. Of course, this job can only be entrusted to him. "There are ways," Hayashi said expressionlessly. "Kimura Hideki actually has a big weakness. That is, he is not a Jonin yet. That mighty Dai is the head of Kame Senryu, but he is just a genin, not worth mentioning. The one who truly represents Kame Senryu is Kimura Hideki himself. So if he fails to be promoted in the next Jonin assessment, Kame Senryu is destined to be inferior to us for a long time. And to achieve this, it is really easy for our Hyuga clan." Chapter 250 Jonin Assessment. A few days later, the day of the Jonin exam finally arrived. Hideki went out with the encouragement and blessings of the entire orphanage, and arrived at the number 44 training ground as the exam venue on time. Of course, there is another nickname that Hideki is more familiar with here, the Forest of Death. This forest is full of towering ancient trees, and contains many giant beasts, insects, poisonous flowers, and poisonous grasses. It is a Jedi that ordinary people can hardly set foot on. Therefore, Konoha also set it up as a special training ground to test the strength of its own ninjas. Of course, for Hideki, who dared to wander in the depths of the Konoha forest, the danger here was not worth mentioning at all. He even began to think carefully. This place is a forbidden area and he usually doesn't set foot in it. If he has time this time, he must explore it carefully to see if there are any useful materials. Hideki came to the entrance of the training ground and found that there were already many people gathered there, probably to participate in the Jonin examination. Among them, he also found some familiar guys. "Hideki, you are here to participate in the Jonin examination too." Chaoza, who was eating potato chips alone, waved happily when he saw him. Shikaku and Hai had already become Jonins before, and he was the only special Jonin left. Seeing Hideki, who was the same age as him, he finally felt more at ease. And Hideki felt a little emotional when he saw that he could compete with Choza and others who he could only look up to at the beginning. "Tsunade-sama, I finally caught up with them." "Tsunade, who are you?" After the two exchanged pleasantries, Choza continued to eat potato chips, and suddenly thought of something, and complained slightly. "Hideki, I heard that you have been discovering new ingredients recently, and you have also found many people to help taste them. Why don't you ask me for such a good thing? Hideki spread his hands and smiled. Actually, I am mainly looking for materials for ninja tools and puppets, and ingredients are just byproducts. As for inviting you to taste, it's actually fine, but Choza, do you know the shadow clone technique? No. Tingzhou said as if it was a matter of course. Hideki shook his head and said, that won't work. The new ingredients I found have all mutated. Before they are confirmed to be harmless, they cannot be given to real people. Seeing that Tingzhou's face suddenly fell, Hideki added helplessly. But in fact, there are already several fruits and vegetables that have been confirmed to be harmless to humans. If you are interested, you can come to our orphanage to try them later. Tingzhou's worry turned into joy when he heard this, and said. Really? Then it's a deal. Then Inyazuka-ja, who was also very familiar with Hideki, came over to say hello, and there was a fierce-looking big dog beside him. Hideki recognized that this was the ninja dog that Ja Sr. had trained at the time, and couldn't help but sigh that time is indeed a butcher's knife. The cute little dog before turned into such a beast in just a few years. It would be no problem to let it play Spike and Tom and Jerry directly, and it would definitely scare the children. After the three chatted for a while, Inyazuka Jade poked Hideki's arm with his elbow, and then winked at him to look in a certain direction. Hideki looked at it carefully and couldn't help but complain in a low voice. Wow, who used the shadow clone technique before the test started? It turned out that there were several ninjas with black hair and white eyes, wearing Hyuga clan ninja uniforms, who looked like they were looking in the mirror. Inyazuka Jade said speechlessly. Don't be funny, Hideki, I heard that these guys all applied to participate in this test temporarily. Hideki understood what Senior Jade meant. In order to retain their strength, the major ninja clans would not allow some of their clansmen to register as formal ninjas, or not participate in the promotion exam. The Hyuga clan suddenly asked 4 ninjas who might become jonin to participate in the test, which was obviously a conspiracy. Although Hideki couldn't be sure whether the other party spent so much money just to deal with him. But he believed that they would definitely not mind causing trouble for him during the test. It seems that this jonin examination, which was supposed to be just a formality, may not be as smooth as he imagined. He also found that the other party seemed to look at him from time to time, and he always felt that there was something wrong with his eyes. Fortunately, Yui Shinko did not talk to him, but announced directly. Since there are many people who signed up for this jonin exam, it will be divided into 2 stages. The first exam is the battle for stars in this forest of death. Stars? Yes. Yui Shinko took out a golden 5-pointed star and said. Each of you will get 2 stars like this at the beginning. In addition, we also hid a certain number of stars in this forest in advance. Search, steal, rob, gamble. No matter what method you use, as long as you collect 10 stars within 3 hours and report to the tower in the center of the forest, you will pass the first exam. If there is no problem, then everyone come to collect the stars and draw lots, and go to different entrances according to the numbers to wait. At 9 o'clock, the exam officially begins. After a while, Hideki, who got the stars, came to gate number 4 to wait, thinking about something. This test mainly tests the intelligence gathering ability, speed, and combat effectiveness of the examinees. After all, this place is 10 kilometers away from the tower. Even Gaara, whose strength far exceeds that of a Chunin in the original work, took 97 minutes to reach there. And what was collected this time was not the scroll of heaven and earth, but at least 8 stars. Whether it is to find it by yourself or to rob others, in order to complete the goal in a short time, intelligence ability and speed are indispensable. Of course, you may also become someone else's target, so combat effectiveness sufficient to keep the stars is also necessary. It is really worthy of being a jonin exam, which tests so many qualities of the examinees at once. That's right, the combat effectiveness of a jonin may not be higher than that of a special jonin, but there must be no obvious shortcomings. Soon it was 9 o'clock, and the door to the forest opened. Hideki walked in slowly, and then turned on the spider sensing technique, but it only covered a few meters around. Because he did not plan to find the stars himself, he felt that someone would definitely deliver the stars to his door later. But even so, Hideki seemed to have good luck. When passing by a big tree, he sensed that there was a star embedded in the hidden part of the tree trunk. It was really hard to notice if you didn't look carefully. So he naturally stopped in front of the tree and stretched his hand towards the star. But just when Hideki was about to touch the star, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and his body suddenly flashed to the right. Boom! The next moment, the tree trunk cracked with countless cracks as if it was hit by something, and wood chips flew everywhere. It seemed to be telling what the consequences would be if Hideki didn't avoid it. What a powerful Bagwakongjong, it can be silent and have such destructive power. Hideki seemed to have anticipated this sneak attack and was in a good mood to comment on it. Then, several more gas bombs attacked him from all directions. Hideki still calmly moved and turned to avoid all the attacks. Then he looked around and said lightly, "It's just that it's impossible to take me down with this move. You should show up directly to save time." As soon as the voice fell, 4 figures really walked out from behind the trees around them. They were the 4 members of the Hyuga clan. Perhaps Hideki's strength has been initially recognized by them. The 4 began to introduce themselves. Hyuga Gan. Hyuga Wen. Hyuga Kui. Hyuga Shan. Then Hyuga Gan, who was in the lead, said coldly, "Kimura Hideki, please stay here for a while."